gas starting out the morning quite aggressively here, up 16 2/3% on the back of Ukraine not extending the deal with Russia to allow Russian nat gas to pass through. Lots of other equity names to talk about today. Adara, we got Boeing, sadly, in the news again, but some other more important, I guess, not as bad headlines.
That's a good way of putting it. Not as bad is a great way. There's not like really any exciting or uplifting headlines. Nvidia, though, reportedly working on this robotics Jetson Thor is going to be the name that's going to be coming in early 2025, as reported by Financial Times. And also, they talked to one of Nvidia's VPs of robotics. So this looks like this is basically confirmed. Tesla and all of these EVs also on watch as well, ahead of the deliveries, which are expected to be reported on January 2nd. Tesla last year reported 1.81 million deliveries for 2023. Let's see how they fare 2024. Sure.
All right, guys. Already have most of these equity Mag 7 names in the red. What is your look this morning? Good morning.
Good morning. And I don't know where this Santa Claus rally is going.
Good morning.
It ain't happening right now. That's
Santa
for
Claus
sure.
rally?
Well, we're supposed to have a few more days left. Like it's first couple of days into the new year is when you're supposed to hold the Santa Claus rally till. But on my quote board, the only things green are natural gas, volatility. I guess oil's up a little bit. TLT's up a little bit as well. So it's not looking that great. That said, you know, if you saw, on Friday, all you had to do was have some shorts, right? So it's at the end of the day, you're gonna be able to trade, and direction doesn't matter as long as there is movement in that direction. Tesla 420 is already here, so we're not gonna have to wait too long for any key levels. Nvidia is gonna be in play, that headline over robotics. Cool, but not really doing much to the trend. Got Palantir up here, and unfortunately, Boeing. Yeah, you hate to see the loss of life, and hopefully that investigation, they find out whatever the issue was. I heard it was a bird strike, but you never really know with these kind of things. And rest in peace to Jimmy Carter, 100 years old.
I know, I saw
Former
that
President Carter,
like, wow.
100.
I was more impressed with that. I was like, wow, 100.
That'll work.
100 is the new 50.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, that might be. I was with my grandmother yesterday, 94.
Well, that's what.
No, we'll take it.
That'll mean.
I'll take it. That'll work. Anyways, yeah, good one. Yeah, looking around here, I don't know. Like, besides, you just mentioned some of the energy names. Google's at this 190 level here. I actually wonder, too, if Apple loses. I'm definitely short bias today, for sure. Like, there's so many levels that I feel like could be breaking soon. Like, Apple back into this 150 area. Nice little drip all Friday. I actually said on the way in today, driving in, I was like, oh man, like it's too bad today's Tuesday. I said that to Marissa. I was like, today's Monday, yeah. Because I have no idea, I still have no idea what day it is. But there it is right there. This 253 goes back to last week. If we break this little shelf here, I think Apple could be in a little bit of trouble right here. So, profit taking up there if anybody was able to, in and around 260. I haven't taking anything off the top in this recent, move down here. But, yeah, Apple looking like it's a little bit tipsy-turvy there. And then our friend Palantir here underneath 80 right now, 77. So this is starting to get spicy as well. Down 3%. And the names that are a little bit, like we said, have been going on some runs will be the ones sort of pulling back a little bit here. DraftKings down that 1% as well. Another name that looking to buy. And then I was even saying to Neil, like, I was surprised Uber is not too much below 60 yet.
It's holding that pretty well.
Maybe this is the hold level, because when it goes, it tries to go. It got to 63, 64 a couple times. But right now, yeah, down in the 1%. Pretty much everything you're going to look at is going to be down 1%. Bitcoin 93. So I have it down here, as well as Ethereum. And then we also wanted to look at, there was one more. FFIE, Faraday there on delivery, starting to get going. So that's 25% right there. I'm actually going to try a $2 long. So I'm bidding right here, $2.
Somebody knew on Friday for Faraday.
Yeah, you were saying people were all about that.
You guys were all excited about Faraday, and there you go. Good delivery numbers. It's one of the volume leaders. So, like, it might be, if you're not looking at natural gas or small caps, it could be one of those days where looking for longs is not going to be there. maybe you could look at energy. I think because they have some exposure into nat gas, Oxy looks decent today. This could be worth having up. There's not much that looks incredibly bullish, so I'm going to have this one on the old watch as it could break out. Come to the chart here. Yeah, it's a bit of a rounded bottom on Oxy, and if it can get through like this here at 49.20 or so, this is one that I might want to add to the list. When you look at your quote board, most of them today aren't going to be incredibly. My guess is it's not going to be incredibly bullish. So you want to look for some ideas out there. I never want to have only things that I'm looking short. You know, I want to see something at least a little bit strong. And this looks like a nice little rounded bottom into a potential breakout here on Oxy. So I'm going to have this one for sure on watch. Not a lot of volume, so I'll wait till the open for that one to suss itself out. Let's go back to the desk where the professor's locked and loaded.
Ooh, professor.
Down 0.5% this morning. Is Bitcoin still holding that $90,000 area, though? Not much in terms of volatility on the weekend, but there was this article on the weekend, more details coming out of what a cryptocurrency reserve plan could look like under the incoming Trump administration. So he's widely spoken about creating a national reserve. So now he's actually giving more details, possibly selling gold certificates to fund Bitcoin. So let's have a look here. There's a senator by the name of Senator Cynthia Loomis, who's got a Bitcoin Act proposal over here. Under her plan, she wants to acquire about 1 million Bitcoins over the span of about 5 years, with restrictions on selling for 20 years subsequent. Alternatives include other custody models as well. It should be noted, the U.S. government holds, give or take about 200,000 Bitcoins that they were acquired through forfeitures, usually through criminal investigations, Adara. And MicroStrategy is taking this opportunity as well, and the drop in price.
Yeah, when have they really not been true? This is the third Monday in a row we've heard that they're buying more Bitcoin, and guess what? They did announce around 8 a.m., as per usual, that they have purchased some more Bitcoin, saying that between December 23rd, so last Sunday, and yesterday, they sold just under 600,000 shares valued at $209 million. They used that $209 million to buy just over 2,000 Bitcoin at just under 98,000 per Bitcoin. So more Bitcoin purchases here from MicroStrategy. This would again mark the third Monday in a row.
All right, guys, still down 0.5% today. Not much really happening. What's your look over here?
You know, we just broke, by the way, we just broke the lows on the NASDAQ and the ES, and Nvidia's now through 134 just tagged on Nvidia. Tesla broke 420, that's at 419. So, I mean, you look at MicroStrategy, you're going to be doing so through a lens of, well, the stock was weak. It's still weak. Bitcoin's bounced off 92. At least that's the good sign. But the flat bottom support here on MicroStrategy that was there at 3.25 looks like it's going to be a bit of a sell. It's not at the top of my list. We're going to be looking at some other names for some shorts, some chip names, and we're going to talk about Tesla. But the good news for Bitcoin, I would say, is you're still holding on to that original dip that we had on the fail of 100,000. Like that first one, that little flash crashy type of move that we had into the 92 area, that's still holding. So I think if we lose 92, then you could really see like another like 4 or 5. Okay, I don't know if the 90,000 level is going to matter as much, but yeah, you still got some support down there on BTC. But it could be a bit of a range break here. You just got to be able to separate it, because MicroStrategy and Mara, those are the ones that you want to short when we start breaking these ledges, because they're going to move a heck of a lot more percentage-wise. And if anything, I think in BT, like when looking for the longs, I'd be looking for longs off support in Bitcoin and the shorts on all of the alternatives, like the equities that we can play. So yeah, not a very good look, but hey, you're still above 92,000. That has yet to break. I think the mid 80s is where I like it if we lose 92, but that's still a long ways away.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've talked about watching this 15-period moving average, or the 200-period moving average on a 15-minute chart. It's still been pretty good. So you might, again, 95,000 bouncing around. So to me, you gotta. We talked about getting long if it ever broke this 97,307 or 97,400 just before the weekend. That never even came close, and you're still like, here's a cluster, here's a cluster, here's a cluster here. Like it's lower, 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 right? And so you're like here, 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 and now you're trying to base out, going back about 2 weeks back into this 92,000 area. So I think Bitcoin's going to be a long down here, but when it breaks on NASDAQ, sort of sentiment to the downside. I think that's what's eventually going to wind up happening. Is the Nasdaq's going to retest? I marked down 21,000 for the Nasdaq. We'll talk a little bit broader market when we get back. We have Michael Noss waiting to come through, but this 88,000 could be a spot. We talked about that's where our next sort of area of bids are located for Nasdaq for Bitcoin. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here, but. When we were here, I made the call that it was a good chance that we would see 50. I thought before we saw 150, and we got up to 108. So you kind of go 8 above 100. Now you're 8 below 100, and 100 is going to be this magnet once again. So we spent maybe a couple weeks, not even. Yeah, maybe a little bit more than that, above this 100,000. And then since we've been below it, it's kind of the same thing here, about a week and a half now underneath. So we'll be able to watch it. And then the other name, we always talk about IBIT and things like that, but the stock that many traders look at, and we once, not first, but I remember talking about this with Michael a long time ago, and this name was in and around $10. Marathon. So this is going to be another one pretty negative here into what we see as becoming possibly, with more halving cycles and things like that coming through. I mean, mining's not getting any easier. It's nice that they're ahead of the game with all the equipment and everything, but at the end of the day, it's not getting any easier. So I would still say a fall into $15 here for Mara is probably what's coming, and something that's an appropriate area to start buying if you're into it. But again, fading, and Michael will tell you this, obviously, but catching this falling knife, like you're underneath here now, the 50 period, that's starting to turn sideways and then sloping down. And then obviously the 200 has now been breached on Friday or Thursday, and there's the move back in now. So yeah, Mara, not looking very healthy. I think you got to wait a minute in crypto land, I think, for now. But all right, that's good. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching here on what's going to be hopefully a busy day. I mean, with the NASDAQ making these moves today, you never know. Although hey, Michael, there he is. There in there. I just want to say, with all of this stuff happening, the NASDAQ it's like trigger happy. Any of these things could just fall on if there's no more bidders, no more buys, nobody on the bid side of this NASDAQ could fall quite a bit. It's already down 1.32. We came in here and it was only down 1%.
Yeah.
Now you've fallen another third of a point here. We were down 2.5 or something like that, or maybe 2 and a bit on Friday, and before rallying in a little bit into the close. Looks like we're giving that all back and more.
Dump it so they can buy it back in the new year.
That would be. We've talked about tax harvesting here.
Although that's now passed because
the date is now gone. But the thing is that you would think that they would be buying some of these names back up. So. But we'll wait. The thing is, the market has these things. Like a healthy pullback is probably. Remember, the Dow had 12 or 13 straight down days.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like it's not capable of happening again, and we don't have the greatest news out there. Although I was speaking with Baxter, and he was saying that Intel maybe has some kind of value at some of these levels. He was just saying that the price of the chips for the performance of them are actually getting to be more on the positive side. That they don't have those elite Hopper and all these kind of names that these hyperscalers are going to be flocking to. But for the general public, because he works with a lot of VC, he is a venture capitalist. But at the end of the day, a lot of the companies that he works with, some of these lower end chips are working just fine. So yeah,
not everyone's going to be able to afford.
Well, that was
to stick with Nvidia.
That was it.
That's one stock that's just all they need is a half decent quarter, and then it's.
Baxter's cost me so much money. It's like I'm going to put it into one of his stock advices here.
Why not?
I don't know.
Let's see what Michael is saying, because I'd love to.
He's not saying buy Intel.
I guarantee.
Maybe he is.
I will go on a limb and say Michael Noss is not saying buy Intel. I'm pretty sure about that. Let's see.
Find out what he thinks about Intel in a second. I thought I was going to open up today's slides, Michael. I was going to see Nat Gas. I was going to see the rounded bottom, perhaps a breakout. We've been talking about Nat Gas for so long. Today was the day, but we're going to talk about the upcoming new year. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm going to try not to tap myself in the back too hard about that Nat Gas, but I know we were chatting about that recently, and yeah, it's going to be a fun day, I think. Now, again, it's natural gas, so it could close red at this point, and it wouldn't shock me at all.
All right, Michael, we're going to talk about the January effect. We kind of did this last year, if my memory serves me right. We're going to talk the quantitative effect of how we started off the year and what implications that has for the rest of the year. Take us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. And my present from Santa actually came in. So just shout out. This is where I get a lot of the data from. The Stock Traders Almanac is fantastic. They've been doing this kind of seasonality work for a very long time. I'm not a huge seasonality guy, but I talked a lot about the election seasonality. That came true, exactly like it was going to. And then I like this kind of Santa Claus rally January effect, because both of those make sense to me, right? So we're going to talk about the January effect. We're going to talk about reverse window dressing. I don't have a whole lot of charts, so sadly you're going to have to look at my face for a lot of this. But this one to me makes a lot of sense because we have two common rules. We have two, the whole death and taxes. Those are, you can't avoid them. So the January effect is actually a lot about taxes. So the chart I have on the top here is the S&P 500. For the entire year, you can see a nice drift higher. This has moved pretty dramatically higher. The lower chart, I actually just have IWC. You could also use IWM just to show that the small caps and the micro caps, they didn't have as good of a year. This was very much a large cap centric type year. So what does this mean? Now, pretend you're a portfolio manager and you're trying to track the index. So you probably have a lot of these large names in it. You have Nvidia, you have Tesla, you have a lot of these names that are hitting new all-time highs. They're massive names. Well, you're thinking about the tax man, as we all are, as the year comes to an end. So quite often, you'll get this drift higher into the end of the year, potentially ending around now. I think it's T+1 or T+2. I forget what the Americans are at for settlement, that you have to have your trades in order to make sure that you're locking in the gains for this year. But if I have Nvidia, I don't want to pay the tax this year. I might pay the tax next year, right? So you'll get this drift into the end of the year where people are selling their losers because they can tax loss harvest those, and they're going to hold on to their winners and just delay having to pay that tax bill just another couple days. So what ends up happening is actually the first 5 days, which is a very interesting rule. So the first 5-day rule talks about how quite often you can take a look at the first 5 days of the month of January in particular, and it has an 83% hit rate. If those first 5 days of January are positive, there's an 83% chance that the year will actually end up positive. Now, before everyone gets too excited, I got to put statistics, right? I run a website called Stats Edge Trading. So, right, I got to put statistics in order. There's a 75% chance all the time that the market's up, right? You put your finger at any point in history on the S&P 500 chart, there's a 75% chance you're up a year from there, right? So it's a little bit better, but that's still, to me, statistically significantly better than that. You got an 85% chance with this first 5 days. So we're going to pay close attention. The reason I think that this makes sense is how aggressively are they trying to grab this tax benefit, right? So again, let's just use Nvidia because it was up so much this year. If I am itching to sell Nvidia, but I'm just going to wait until January because I want to defer that tax bill, but I really want to sell it, that kind of gives a good theme of what's happening in these investment managers, these hedge fund managers' heads, right? They want out, but they just don't want to pay the tax bill, so they're going to wait a couple days. If they're like, hey, I still like Nvidia, I still want to hold it, I'm not just going to sell it because it's a new year, then that gives us another picture into these institutions' heads. So, right, everyone can come out and they can do their year-end targets and blah, 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 blah. But what do they actually do with their money? I think that's the important thing. So this is why the first 5 days, to me, I think is really important. How aggressive are we going to see institutions sell? So that's what's interesting. And then the same with, it's just, so goes January, so goes the year, is the saying, and that's the January barometer. So it's the same idea that if January is higher, then there's an 80% chance that the year is higher. So that's only a little bit better than the 75% chance, but that's still pretty significant. So we want to pay attention to these two things. The first 5 days is very important with an 85% chance. And then so goes January, so goes the year. So the next chart I have is actually from Carson Research. Great firm, does a lot of this kind of stuff. The idea is, with this January effect, not only the fact that it's going to move higher, but how much it's going to move higher. So I'll just explain this. So if we start at the far right column, this is the average of all years. On average, 75% chance of the S&P 500 is up, roughly 8%, give or take, right? You know, that's roughly what the market does year over year based off this data going back to 1950. If January is higher, then you have an 86% chance that we are up on average 12%. That's a 50% greater return. That's pretty significant. And then if you have a negative January, you only have a 60% chance that we're higher. And on average, it's only 2.1%. So these are averages. The market can just completely buck these trends, but they're really, really good to know. So if we are up in January, then we know that on average, we're going to have a good year, and that year on a percentage basis is going to be really good. And if we're down in January, still a better than 50-50 chance we're up, but it's not as good, right? With that 2.1% gain as opposed to a 12% gain. This last chart is kind of interesting, a little bit scary. This is what happens if this doesn't occur. So what happens if we don't get the first 5 days and we don't get the January effect? So we're down the first 5 days and we're down January. These are kind of all of the years that both of those occurred. And there's some pretty ugly years. There's a couple green years, right? There's the green is up, I think, more than 8%, so more than the average. The yellow is up, but less than the average. And then all the red is down. So you can see if we don't get, based off of history, this chart that I found actually stopped in 2022, but we know what happened in 2022. It wasn't a great year. So it shows that if these don't happen, that we could have a bit of a hard time. So we need to really pay close attention to these numbers. But I just want to give the kind of last caveat that these are averages, right? There's, the average man has 1.9 arms, right? So you never generally get the average, but it just goes to show that there is some statistical significance on what's going to happen in the next week and the next month. So we should pay very close attention to that.
This is really interesting because we're so cap heavy right now, especially with the with the non-equal weighted ETFs, and obviously the S&P and the Nasdaq being so heavily weighted with the Mag 7. Do you think that there's a possibility that even though maybe we start January negative, Michael, that some of the laggards, let's call them, the mid caps, the small caps, they end up catching up? And I don't want to say that they're going to influence the index itself, but do they catch a bid? Is that a possibility where some of the heavier names retrace a little bit because they've been so strong, and some of these other smaller names catch up?
I'm actually super glad you asked that question because I meant to talk about this in my ramble. There's just a lot of data there. And again, I'm a huge data nerd, so I love this. But yes, that's generally speaking what we want to see happen. So let's say I'm selling my Nvidia and I've made all that money off it. In bear markets, you'll generally raise cash. You'll go to cash, you'll buy bonds, you'll buy safe kind of assets. In bull markets, if we are going to continue this bull market, then you want to take those gains and you want to buy something with them. So quite often what you have is that the names that had the tax loss selling going into the end of the year, well, this revision may happen, right? So I'm holding on to Nvidia, but I'm selling, I don't know, I hate to pick on AMC, but it's just down every year. So AMC, I'm holding Nvidia and I'm selling AMC. Well, at the end of the year, what I may do is I may reverse those. I may take some profits in Nvidia and I may go back to some of the names that I sold in order to generate the tax loss, and I may buy those back. I think it's 30 days you have to wait for tax rules. Again, I'm not an accountant, but you'll quite often see this revision happen where people will take profits from the winners and then maybe they'll buy some of those laggers that they think still have a chance. They just sold because they wanted to get that tax benefit from it. So yeah, quite often you have this little revision. Part of the January effect that I didn't mention is actually that if these end up going strong, quite often you'll have an outperformance of small and micro caps because, again, they're buying back these names that were weak all year to try to get exposure back after the tax rules say that they can.
It's going to be really interesting to see, Michael, coming up. We have this day, tomorrow, the last 2 trading days of the year. We'll have to see how they all start out. Then we get a fresh one on Thursday. We'll see you Friday. Hopefully, you'll be able to give us a nice introduction into the year, and hopefully we'll catch a nice little bit there, Michael. Thank you for being on. Are you on the Aftermarket show today?
Absolutely. I'll see you guys there.
See you then.
All right, talk to you soon.
See you then, Michael. And look, as he said, that big chart that with all the red on it, 5 days in a row to start red in January, and then ending red in January. Like that's what would need to happen for any of those stats to hold true. So yeah, obviously you want to be paying attention to that momentum. I think when you start looking at some of these things, you look at, okay, well, what would pull back the most if we have a down year in some of the tech names? I mean, I have like right now I'm looking at Broadcom just because it's been a good stock. And it's actually down more. I thought really there were a couple of other chip names that would be down more, but it's actually down the most of the chip names at 3%. And you start to think about, okay, well, what were the biggest runners? What are the ones where there's a lot of profit taking that can come in here? And where would those opportunities lie? Because to me, I sort of think it the other way. Like when you buy and hold long term, if we get that phenomenon in January, I start thinking about what are the stocks that I would want a dollar cost average into on the year in any kind of a weak year, or what are the price levels of stocks maybe I don't own or things that I like, and it would lead me to, hey, a couple of levels in January potentially on Broadcom, like back in that 200 level. I think those kinds of things you got to start thinking about. But just as before we go to upgrades and downgrades, I wanted to point out we're now 1.5. Crossed 1.5 down on the NASDAQ, almost 1.6, and the ES 1 1/3 already. So the weakness that started when we sat down is still pretty much unabated. Let's see what some upgrades and downgrades are going to tell us.
Upgrades outweighing the downgrades today here, starting with American Airlines getting the nod from Raymond James with a $24 price target. They were on watch last week with that Christmas Eve flight delay, but they've recovered pretty nicely from that drop. Then we have Big Bear AI. This one's been on watch for the last few weeks as well. Down in the day right now, but getting an upgrade from H.C. Wainwright. H.C. Wainwright also upgrading Nuvalent. And then we have Wedbush giving Rocket Pharma an upgrade. Only 2 downgrades here, starting with Nordstrom getting a downgrade from Argus. We know Nordstrom has reportedly been looking to take the company private, so JWN could be on watch here. Then we have Polaris with a downgrade from Robert W. Baird. So not many downgrades for our second last trading day of 2024. See you guys.
Analysts are still on vacation.
Muted. Oh, okay. It's funny that there's not enough downgrades on that board. I mean, you know what? Like looking at some of those quantum names today too. Like Google's starting to head to the downside there, that QBTS, Rigetti, some energy coming out of some of these names today as well. So, watch out for some of these, like just downgrading. Feels like this quantum space, for today anyways, on that. And I didn't see any on that list there. I was just thinking as a space in general here. QBTS also down that 6%. And the reason why I put down Google on the watch list or on the sticky note today is because of that same thing. Like they got a big sort of boost up there with quantum as well, right? And now you're starting to fade back out a little bit. So you want to talk about names that have had some decent runs over the last month and a half or so. I mean, many names, but one that was beat up for a bit and then finally got going, only to hit highs and now fading pretty good as well there is Google. So this is another name that's going to be at risk today for losing some of these levels. So I wrote down here for Google that sure we'd like to get, again, the market just keeps on going down. Like when we're looking at this name before, it's 190.50, 191. And I'm like, let's short 192, just because that was the close on Friday. Well, now we're running away from this level. So we're going to get a little more aggressive and probably short. We'll watch to see what happens around 190, but for Google, it's going to be an idea for me there as well. And you said Nordstrom's obviously on the buyout there. So yeah,
I think just Nordstrom's, by the way, it's pretty much done. They're not expecting a higher bid than the take private. I think at $24.25 if memory serves. So I don't think that ends up tradable. Although, if it were to do something like weird, I suppose you could have a look at it. But I would suspect that's not going to move. But that list, BBAI, I guess, would be interesting. But as you said, like some of these the quantum names, AI names, even with an upgrade, this has a short float. It's down 3%, and it doesn't look very strong. Under normal circumstances, this was doing volume. On an upgrade, you might consider it has a chance to break that double top. I just don't know if it's got much of anything has the juice to it. Like the only thing small capper that's we'll probably get to Faraday a little bit later, but that's looking a little bit spicy. From the names that were strong last week, at least, everything else is really starting to pull back in here. So I think you just got to be patient. Obviously, some small cappers are going to emerge, but yeah, Big Bear is looking bearish.
It was upgraded, right? Was it?
Yeah, it was an upgrade. $7. I think it was a $7 target, and then down 3 points. What can you do?
Yeah,
price doesn't lie.
450 level.
Someone in the chat, by the way, says your hoodie looked like a Kings hoodie, despite all of the Toronto and Raptors on it.
Yeah, I had Raptors on last week, but back on today. Does it say Raptors?
It says Raptors. It says Raptors all over. It's got the Toronto. It's got the... Oh, word? Oh. You never tell me to fix mine. It means it must be perfect all the time. Apparently, you're not allowed to talk when you're fixing the mic. So that means if I start fixing my mic, are you going to mute me? I am talking right now, and now I'm fixing my mic.
See, now you're
just like that. No Fabian today, and Ramin decides that she has to.
Where's Fabian?
Just be cold-blooded to us. But let's go back to the desk. Maybe see how the futures are doing. It is
bad, Neil. Bad, very bad. Almost 1 1/3% down here on the ES yesterday or Friday. Excuse me. We closed out at 60.27. We're well below that level. We're well below 6,000 right now. We're actually breaching that 50-point level, already making a new overnight low or morning low, 59.49. Now look, here's the deal. If we bounce back off this 59.50, we'll use it as support. If we keep bleeding and we keep moving down, then we're actually looking at 5,900 as support. No other area really there from a technical sense to keep us up. Now, if we bounce off that 59.50 area, we're looking at the overnight. Well, the overnight high is 60.36. We're looking at 6,000 point area as resistance. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. Adair prepares it, and we all use it on the desk. It helps you organize your day, lets you know what's moving, and we all know a good morning routine requires organization, and that's what this watch list does. Sent to your inbox every single morning. Make sure to get that. All right, guys, the first ticker here, Boeing, obviously in focus with the trouble over the weekend. With South Korea's emergency safety inspection order issued now for all Boeing 737-800 planes after the Jeju air crash. Now, in case you're just wondering what's going on over here, the crash occurred in South Korea's Muwon International Airport, sadly killing 179 of 181 people, being blamed on a bird strike currently. But it should be noted, a separate Jeju Air B 737-800 returned to Gimpo Airport on Monday due to landing gear issues. That was one of the issues experienced by the ill-fated plane, Adara, already gapping down here, Boeing, that is, over 3%.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of issues here. We know we started this year with that issue with Boeing with regards to that door mid-air on the flight in early January. Now it looks like, unfortunately, we're going to be ending the year with this very fatal crash. It's the most fatal airplane crash apparently in South Korea's history, which is never a good look here. So I guess RIP to everyone affected by that. But Boeing here, that stock could be headed pretty hard to the downside as well. We do have some potential rejection, or at least areas of interest at that 177.
What's your move on this one, Sean? Are you looking at this one?
I have it written down because there is not a whole heck of a lot happening in the markets to the upside today. And this is just another one of those names where down 3%, you're trying to look short. The market's not short because of Boeing, though. So, I was actually thinking, like, apparently this was not a malfunction or anything like that. So, what does it do to the stock? I wrote down short like 177, the 200 period moving average, just because we want to look short today in the market. But I'm not really thinking to push the short rate off the open, to be honest with you. Like, the news is out. We're talking about it. It's all over the place. I don't really want to talk about. There's like a pretty significant loss of life there. 179. Like it's not nothing. But I don't know if Boeing needs to be blamed, and I would just let it settle down until we get a little bit more information on that. Because I'm looking at this chart here and like, wow, what a move for Boeing over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So I'd like to actually try to stay long this stock. And I am long this stock, but not okay. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks. coffee machine was in question. Well, when I was there, it was, and then I was turning it off, turning it on, resetting the power bar and everything. So hopefully, I guess that must have worked, or maybe it was in some kind of a reset cycle, and I was screwing it up. But anyways, at the end of the day, I think that it's going to be a buy down here in and around this 170. I mean, I'd like to see what it does at the 200 period moving average. So for me on that, that's going to be a buy. But for today, I mean, I think we, prefer a short in the market. So if this is going to be a name that does bump into the 200 period moving average, many other names might not get. And we're going to talk about chip names and all this stuff too. But like there's other names there, 125, 200 period moving average on Tesla, on AMD. On Tesla, was it 4.25, I think it was? Yeah. Maybe even higher. Yeah, so there it is. So 4.25-ish as well. So there'll probably be other names that'll run into key levels that I'd be looking short a little bit more because of the market rather than an individual name like a Boeing that, may or may not act on. I mean, like I said, when it comes out that they didn't really have anything to do with it, then it doesn't become a buy, right? So I still like Boeing down here at 170 and change.
I think the answer to that, yeah, like I think probably it'll end. Usually it ends up something else. It was a bird string. These things happen, and it's unfortunate as it is. So I still like the 200 period on the stock. It's the reason I recently added, and I don't think, at least for now, barring any kind of a headline that would make this worse, I think obviously you got to look at that 200 period recent support. I do like prior support to resistance on a day like today, like a 178 level. Like there it is on Thursday. There it was breaking away on Christmas Eve. I think that's the level I'd be looking at, 178. You're diddling in the middle in here. There's not really any flat bottom breaks that are imminent. So yeah, just wait for a pop up into 178, and then I'd look for the short at that level. But a stock that I know everybody is interested in and its movements, Tesla, back above $420. So we've already tested that level once. Let's see if we test it again.
Yeah, it's down almost 2.5, Neil, but trying to recover certainly off the bottoms. Here's the headline. They announced that the referral program that benefits North America will be reduced starting January 1st of next year. The program currently rewards existing customers for referring new buyers and offers incentives as well to first-time buyers. Just to give you some examples of what we're talking about here, if you take delivery by tomorrow, so tomorrow's the last day for the program, you'll get 3 months of free supercharging and 3 months of full self-drive. The transferability of FSD as well as allowing you to take it to another car if you do buy another car, and you get 0% APR financing. That all will end Adara as they look to increase margins.
Yes, and clearly the initial introduction of this, I guess, heightened incentives here for referrals. Timing of it, certainly they're trying to get those Q4 deliveries up. We're expecting those around January 2nd. That would be this Thursday. This is going to be huge here. Barclays recently opined. They're saying that they're going to beat expectations. They're expecting Tesla to deliver roughly 515,000 vehicles versus the expected 511,000. But they don't really think that these numbers are going to move the stock much. So keep an eye on TSLA. We know that those Q2 deliveries in early July sent the stock skyrocketing. Right.
And the reason these deliveries are so important, guys, that they need to deliver 515,000 cars is because that's how much they need to keep their growth going. So they delivered 1.8 million cars globally in 2023. To meet that, they need to deliver over 515,000 cars. But it should be noted, they've never delivered over 500,000 cars in a quarter. Never happened. So it'll be the first, guys. Tesla down 2.43. What's a look?
There must always be a first, Reef. But before we get to that, don't miss out on 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium at Trade Ideas. Unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. Use code TraderTV25 at checkout and save big. Be sure to visit TradeIdeas.com today and make this holiday season your most profitable yet. That is Trader TV 20. You can scan the QR code right there in front of you or click the link in the description. And I'm sure popping off on a lot of scanners.
It's a good deal.
And for a lot of people's Trade Ideas is going to be Tesla today.
Yeah, I mean,
all roads have led to 420 multiple times in the last couple of weeks. So that's where we are right now. Even if we're getting a little bit of a bounce, by the way, even if we get this bounce off of 420, it's hard not to look at the recent highs that have been put in, like the 480 test and then the 465, and you're getting like, it's more shallow each time we bounce off 420. So if that pattern were to continue, I think looking at prior close and then previous, like these previous bottoms in here, it's like 428.5, like in that range. That would be where I'd look pop and fade. Like as long as you're underneath that prior low, then I want to be looking to short some pops in Tesla. 420 is already gone, but remember, 420 didn't hold on a dime for 2 of the 3 times it bounced off that level. It actually broke, one time testing almost to 415, the other time testing to 417. So it's more of a price area where I think you can catch an early bounce off of and look for the short back into those prior highs. I would actually almost say 417 has to break, or 415 would be the breakdown level, whereas entering a trade at 420, I don't know that I would. But I am looking trend above or below that direction. If there's an initial pop and fade that holds 420 and puts in higher lows, then I would start looking long. But everything starts for me with the short on Tesla. And I won't bother pulling it up, but I feel like in the new year, we're about to see some interesting price levels on Rivian. But nothing imminent on that one today, but it is getting there again.
I want to thank Nick W. here. Tesla, I have the same. I mean, we sort of talked a little bit about that already with Tesla. I have a very, very similar opinion. Thank you so much. Big fan of the sweatshirt. Thank you. Where I picked it up. My wife got this for me last Christmas, so 2 Christmases ago. So a little bit of an old school one there. It's pretty good. And this is last year's All-Star hat, which was here in Toronto. I'll be wearing some new stuff very, very soon. Mind giving you a look on BBAI. So. Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about this today a little bit there. It was upgraded. I like the fact that it's 16% short. I like the fact that it's an AI stock. Short float's been pretty good. This is what we're looking like on the daily chart. Obviously the issue here is that we run into this year-to-date high of 4 and change, 430, and we make that the new high. But you could see it keeps on, like it has moves up and then it holds, has moves up and holds. So yeah, I think you're actually, Nick, like this 380, I'll get rid of that. Thank you. That was just Benzinga there, just to look at the short float and whatnot. But this Big Bear AI, you might be onto something at that level in and around your 380 mark. So here it comes in right there. That's that sort of breakout right there from 380. Comes back, sort of holds underneath, gaps above, retests it, does break below into 360. So I think if you're going to play 380 on this name, you got to probably give it to 350. So that's 10%. Probably worth it on that. It's not getting upgraded for no reason. Nice steady hold. I think this is very, very similar to all those other AI names where you're going to hit home runs with some of them. And Big Bear might be one of those names. So again, really looks pretty strong up here. If we can just sort of gap a little bit higher. If you're looking at the chart, you have an area here between 2 to 3 held, sort of gapped a little bit higher, came back in, tried to hold those bottoms. So you could come back in and hold this 380 level. I think you nailed that, and I think that's fine. 380 down to 350 for a hold. I would think that would be all good. The thing is, you could get snapped today. That's the only problem. I just don't know. I wonder if there's going to be some sort of a liquidity vacuum on some of these names here today. So maybe you do get an opportunity to buy into that 360, 350-ish area. Just be careful with your stop orders on a day like today. Like I would rather be more confident on this tomorrow if we come in and the NASDAQ is sort of just more chilled out. So just watch out in some names being sold off. But Michael Noss talked about that gas. So let's go find out the story and then we'll look to see what we can trade.
That gas is at high, Sean. It's taking out the highs right now. I got UNG up in the chart over here, 1852. I believe 1853 is the overnight high. Here's the deal, guys. Ukrainian Prime Minister confirmed that Ukraine's gas transit deal that they have with Russia will end on January 1st of next year and will not be extended according to reports. Ukraine remains open, though, to discussing gas transit for non-Russian supplies to be able to, get over to Western Europe. Ukraine has explored other options, Azerbaijan being one of the other areas where they can transit through. But this signals, Adara, Ukraine's intent to fully sever ties with Russia.
That story is really huge. It's certainly something to watch out for in this space. I'm also seeing apparently that the reason UNG is so high today could potentially be because we're expecting freezing weather in the first half of January. This is according as well to, we're seeing some analysis from TP ICAP, which is this British capital company, basically saying that they're seeing very cold weather in the east and Midwest for the next 15 days, and this cold is actually going to be durable. So the expectation being gas prices are going to be going up with that in mind. And if you look at this 15-minute chart, we've been in a bit of an uptrend heading up to this gap up. Anyways, this is certainly something to keep an eye on here, the wider trend on UNG, which Asher mentioned, just super strong pre-market.
You guys trading the Widowmaker today? What's going on?
Oh, not usually. The Widowmaker is a Widowmaker for a reason, and traders have referred to natural gas as that for a while, and I get it. It's a very good move and a gap that got put in here. Before we get to that, I'm going to actually talk about Oxy in a quick little second. There was a super chat, another super chat that I wanted to get to. Thank you, Noah. Appreciate you very much, and thank you for the super chat. We'll hit the like on that one there. Thank you for the lessons. I made more today on your NXU swing play in the pre than you do in 2 weeks teaching. Congratulations there. And more power to you. And he said, thanks for the Thinking in Bets book. I think it's a great book by Annie Duke. Not necessarily a trading book, but certainly one that I think helps with decision making, especially in this realm. I think it's a good way to evaluate decisions. So good look there, and thank you very much for the kind words there. UNG, if you're looking to trade it, it's a pure momentum play. I know it's also a bit of a squeeze play. You can look at the futures contract as well if you wanted to. I think you just try to maybe apply some standard trend trading tactics to it. Like if it's going to go today, make sure it's making higher lows, slap a trend line, look at VWAP, that kind of a thing. But what I was looking at least in the adjacent space, was what looks to me like more of a technical setup on Occidental, where it's got a rounded bottom under prior resistance here at 49. And it looks better on the 15-minute chart. You can see this a little bit easier. There's your rounded bottom, little double top at 49.25, bit of a double top in there today. Like if this can break out that top, I think it has a chance to go. Not much that looks incredibly bullish, but I do like this setup here on Oxy. It does require it breaking out the top, which obviously it hasn't done yet.
Yeah, another name to look at in this space there would be Boyle. So people like to look at this one, 2 times levered ETF here, up a lot. There it is, up 21%. So if you're looking to catch some, a little bit of action there today, watch out for Boyle. I would think that we've seen this, hold on a second, let me just call it up on another chart here because I don't know if it had split or what. Let me just look at this right here. Here's the Boyle chart on the daily from eSignal. So we could probably, whoopsies, we'd have to zoom in here to have a look. But I was just trying to show you guys, like this has been very, very volatile, obviously as we continue to go. But there it is right there. There's 60, you can't see. I'll have to move this over. But there's $60 coming into play once again at the 200 period moving average. So we'll have to look to see what winds up happening here. But I would fade this move. It just seems a little bit too high up. $62, looking like a decent spot there for Boyle. So I would be looking short on this name to come back in. But again, that's something to trade. I don't know if we talk about how you get caught sometimes trading UNG and some of these names that are so excited. But this one here, I like this. I think this is going to be a spot to look at here for the potential fade in this move up. It seems a little bit too high for me. Nat gas has been working, though.
Nvidia positioning itself as a leader in robotics by offering the full stack solution, including AI training software and robotic chips. We know that Jensen did launch the new version of the Jetson 4. He was kind of taking it out of the oven and did his little reveal there. I believe last week or the week before that. Essentially, these are small, compact computers that are going to be put on humanoid robots, planning the launch for the first half of 2025. Nvidia believes that robotics could be the tipping point, Adara, driven by advancements, obviously, in generative AI.
Yeah, so but we had Financial Times reporting the story, but as I was saying to Sharif off camera, I think what makes this even more compelling is Financial Times actually spoke to Deepu Talla, who is the vice president of robotics for Nvidia. So we're getting this from this person themselves. Deepu Talla also saying, basically comparing what we had with ChatGPT being launched in late 2022 and what that did with AI to the moment we're at in robotics right now. So if that is an accurate comparison, this could be huge, and Nvidia is certainly poised to be at the forefront here.
All right, guys, let's look.
Look, I think obviously we have to sort of separate that. I think that's a positive. It's a positive story that might not move it today because it's the hangover from last Friday. Well, yeah, I can just say from Friday. It doesn't really matter. It's a hangover that you're getting from that big pullback that we saw. And it just feels like a continuation day. And Nvidia is a good example of it. Like you go right into, we're just talking about a rounded bottom on Oxy that needs to break out. Well, it was the same thing going into at the end of last week, or going into last week with Nvidia. It could not break out 141, lower high, and then flush. So my first thought, whenever I see that kind of a rejection and then a consolidation lower, well, play the consolidation lower. That makes 137 quarter, like right 137, 137 quarter shorts underneath there. So if we get a pop, I'm open to the short up in that area. If we don't ever get a move that deep to the upside, then there's the prior support, which is just around like 135, 135 half is where it got to. So those are two places I look at short pops. If you're blowing through 135 and there's no weakness in sight at 930, then it's about patience and waiting for it to get into this resistance here at 137. So yeah, I'm looking pop and fade on Nvidia. I don't disagree that robotics is going to be a big deal. Obviously, Elon thinks so as well, and so does Tesla. I just don't know if it's going to move us to the upside today.
All right. Yeah, just real quickly there. Yeah, I was gonna wait. I saw Adam's note there about Boyle. There, the VWAP is at $60. So I mean, we can wait for that. It's a pretty key level on that as well for Boyle. But if you're gonna go short, you got to pay for shorts. Look, I wrote down here as it's going to be. It was the number one play for me on Friday. It was a huge trade, honestly. That 126 right there, short. Right there on AMD. So we're going to try it again, man. We're going to say back to the well again. 126 top, but if we can get short around 125 to start, I think that it could have the juice, but bail if we're wrong. We had saw that on Friday and we're able to get out of the way. We had a monster trade shorting this pop. We shorted this pop and had the top and had the bottom. And then what I mean by get out of the way is, as you can clearly see, we did have, and we don't have, actually I could probably find it on my feed, go at Trader TV, Sean, some of the trades that we had in here. We just kept, we were shorting in this area. Once it broke out of here, we were able to get out of it. So we did give something back there. And then it came back up to 126 at the end of the day. And we're like, oh, we should maybe short it again. And I can't remember if we did or not, but there's a nice move back off 126 again in market strength. So if we get anywhere near that, of course, that's going to be a short. And when we were writing the sticky note, yep, you guessed it, 8 o'clock-ish, right into here, 125. So what did I write down? 125 to 126 short. So I was willing to short it right there, and we should have done that. But, the market is what it is. I don't want to get too short here in the pre-market, but AMD continues to fall down. So VWAP 200 period 125. I'm sitting there right now to try to get some shorts. I guess I got to even go a little bit more ahead of 125 right now. So AMD is the poison that I'm picking here again today, just because of how good it was on Friday. So 125 short on AMD. We'll get some Google thoughts next, because that's also on my mind.
Not two names you usually see together. I'm talking about Google and Walmart. Today, we're going to talk about them in a pair. Why? Because the National Payments Corporation of India, NPCI, will decide on enforcing what they are terming a 30% market cap for the Unified Payments Interface, essentially electronic payments, which is dominated by Walmart's Phone PE, which controls about 47.9% or 8% of the digital transactions. And then Google Play holds about 37.1%. Should be noted that this market cap has been affected since 2020, Adara, but they keep delaying it due to implementation issues. Do they follow through with it now?
We'll have to wait and find out. That 30% market cap, I guess, there is huge, especially because Phone PE, which again, backed by Walmart, is actually looking to go public. They're valued at about $12 billion. And their co-founder and CEO has explicitly said that he's not going to take the company public, quote, if there is uncertainty on the regulatory side. So this could be make or break for Phone PE. Again, we're expecting that decision as early as today.
13 billion transactions on these two networks per month, guys.
Yeah, that's not necessarily chump change.
Wow.
925 just hit the imbalances What little there,
going
I would
on?
expect they're going to be just hit. STEM, 1 million, that's not a big deal. That's a penny stock. Yeah, so not really anything that's going to stand out here on the balance locator. It's just a bunch of penny stocks. We'll keep an eye. Sometimes 928, you'll see a little bit more on the old locator. Yeah, look, I mean, there aren't many bullish-looking setups for the big cap names, so obviously Google is going to be in that camp, I do think. It's a double bottom that's already broken. Like this flat bottom, which I'm pretty sure in the afternoon show we would have mentioned, it's like 190.5. You've already broken down underneath it. So as long as it's an over-under kind of play, as long as you're underneath that wall of support, it's consolidation shorts on Alphabet. Just one more, because we mentioned Palantir, but didn't really mention it, and that one's on my list today for almost the same type of setup. Like Palantir has the same flat bottom break here at 78, gapping underneath. So I'm shorting this one back into 78 here on Palantir. And as a matter of fact, the more it falls, I might have to move the needle a little bit because you've got this lower high at about 77.5 that might play back into. So yeah, as long as we're looking this bearish, I can be convinced that we can hold some bottoms here, but when you have a flat bottom break, as long as it's underneath, got to look for the short.
Yeah, I wrote down 192 for Google. I mean, it's going to be on the sticky note here today. That was the 200 period. Now you're like down to 190, 150 or so. I just thought the loss of steam in some of those quantum names. We talked about Rigetti, we talked about QBTS, D-Wave, and some of those ETFs starting to lose a little bit of steam here today. So I just figure that Google will be one of those names that will lose steam as well with it. So this 192 is right here. It was really nice when we broke it. We retested and kind of held. We did get down into 190, so it's not like it's an ironclad level or anything like that. I like it to the short. I'm going to play off of that right there, and then it was basically the high 193 or so the other day. So we'll have to wait to see. The close was 193. That was the level that we're looking at. So right there into that level. So 193.23, that's good enough for me. So if we get anything in and around 192, it looks like we'll have to put that down a little bit. I'm offering now 192, but that's not going to come into play. So maybe a little bit lower, 191 to start the offer there on Google. Neil already looked at the imbalances, but let's just have a quick look. Yeah, so nothing on there. I'll just leave it there in case you guys want to look, but there it is, gone. All right, so early trade ideas for me, AMD, and we'll go over. See, I type in AMD and it doesn't even show up. AMD, yeah, okay, well, there it is. All right, so again, still looking for the short, but actually, this is what I mean. I don't want to die on this sword, so let's just be careful with AMD. Good opportunity to possibly come back up to the upside as it was just under that 1% mark. Now it's starting to pick up a little bit to the downside, but anyways, looking to get short there. I have offers, 124.50s. I mean, trying to be patient with that one. And then FFIE, Faraday. Oh, okay, the other way. All right, well, I was bidding $2. Now we got to change this a little bit into maybe this level here, 220 or so. See if we get a dip buy opportunity. It held 215 last time. Why don't we start the bidding there? I'll still keep my bid at $2 for Faraday, hoping that we don't break. And if we do, watch out for this 190 break or so. Ultimate bottom there, I would say the close on Friday. So 180 for Faraday. So with only a minute left, I think that's a couple good ideas.
Yeah, Faraday, 23% short float on FFIE. So definitely unrated. It's not a heck of a lot in small cap land. As you mentioned, the imbalance is still pretty much nothing. So nothing really popped in there late. It's still just that stem, which is a penny stock. Despite no imbalances, Nvidia with the tiny little pop here, trying to get back to 135. So it's still looking relatively weak. Tesla. All right, Tesla back underneath the 420 level. So while it looked like we were bouncing off 420 and maybe trending towards shorting the pre-market highs and the Friday lows, you're right back underneath that 420 number. I think, like I said, if it loses 417, I think this one's in a little bit of trouble if 3% isn't already trouble for Tesla. So yeah, you've got to be patient. I do feel we're consolidating off some pretty big lows, and we've seen what the NASDAQ can do when it's gapped down this much. So if you're looking to short pops, and we pop from here on this kind of weakness, you want to be patient. Look for that rollover. Wait for your key price level. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. But let's get it on over to Adara. Let's ring the bell for the second to last time in the morning in 2024. Let's do it in 3, 2, and 1.
well, welcome to the jungle, everybody. We've got fun and games.
Casino open.
Yeah, casino's now open, so admission free, but sometimes can be expensive. All right, so right now, here comes Faraday Futures, just pulling back into that 220-ish area. We do not get long. We are at 217. So if we get it, oh, here it comes in. Right, 219. I don't want to change it. Like, there's not much difference between 220 and 217. It's just, don't tell me we missed that by 1 penny. But anyways, Faraday right now on my mind to see what we can get. It looks like we may have missed that. And as we sit here and watch it, continue to go to the upside. All right, we'll take a small bid there. Just taking a little bit of shares because I don't want to miss that train for Faraday. We might not miss it at all. It could have that move back in one more time. So we'll go long there on Faraday. We just missed a bigger position at 217. But there it goes. That's that stock in the market trying to...
Well,
I was going to say, because Google's at 190, so I don't know, maybe.
Tesla hit 418.
Oh, did it? Okay.
And then, oh, goodness, it was right back at 421. For a split second, you were at 421. Now you're headed right back under. You need this one to sort of settle itself down, but it is starting to head back to the upside, back above that 420 level. Palantir is charging right up into that 78 level, so you knew it could be a pop. So you're starting to come into some of this resistance, but you've got to see it roll over a little bit here. Don't want to be standing in front of a moving freight train. Oh, wow, GameStop is moving. Did we forget about GameStop? Not at 33. So 33, double top from Friday, GameStop on the move. Probably worth the watch there. As long as this holds 32, I think it looks pretty solid for a continuation play, because this was a squeeze play from last week.
All right, at least if this show doesn't work out, I know I got a job on the midday if Joe lets me. Because there goes Faraday right now. Look at this play right there. We were talking about, you need that 4% to go through on Trade the Pool. I mean, right here, we're now in the money right now, almost 20 cents, almost 10% right now on Faraday alone. We did punch more shit. We did punch something at 222. I'm just going to keep getting some out. There's some more out at 38. Let's just keep going to the high side right now. We're only out of 40% right now of Faraday as it continues to go. Oh boy, here we go. This is already, we can probably anoint this the trade here for me, because when you're up that 10% here in a minute and a half, that's not horrible. I mean, obviously, we always wish we had a little more shares. Wow, this is a oh my God one right now. There it is, a chicken dinner winner. Up to 49s. Let's get there. I got to take something out. Now at 49, up through 250 right now on Faraday Futures, written down there on the sticky note and traded. When will we halt? Nobody knows. Well, I guess there should be some halt bands at some point there. We take a little bit more out there at 50. So there we go. Huge trade alert to start the day on Faraday, like 220 all the way up there to 250. So stock go boom. Let's wait to see where we go now, out of half in and around that 250 area. So far so good there. We'll just continue to watch out for the market, which doesn't seem to be doing a whole heck of a lot.
I don't know, it might be coming back down. So Faraday may be the only future for longs, because the market just did a little bit of a right turn. We go quickly to the NASDAQ. Palantir did make that up and over at $78. So it broke 78, got to 78.10. I got it back on the way in here at 77.80. Stop is at the local high. Let me just adjust that because I really didn't have it in. But the NASDAQ consolidating and heading right back into some of those lows. So the overall market starting to put the foot on the pedal to the downside. Nvidia did not get up to 137 and is about to break the lows. So yeah, we might have missed our shot at that pop and fade on Nvidia. What was it? You said AMD's probably doing the same thing?
No, AMD, we had the exact trade, but we did not get it. Because
Tesla's up, though. Tesla's actually.
Yeah, I was looking at that Tesla. That was a really, really interesting trade. Wow. Faraday, man, we just got 60s on this stock. So that's 20% now in the money there. So good trade. I mean, you guys are looking for some lower cap names, I guess. Faraday Future just absolutely rip city right now, out of 65% of that stock as we continue to go upside here on FFIE. That was a 58 fill from a long down there at 22. So far so good. What's up, Dara?
What I do here is take a look at some of these names that have been running off the open. UNG still really strong here. Boyle as well with that volume pop. We know we're expecting a pretty cold January, so some of these areas getting bought up here. Boyle near 63s, UNG near 18s. There's some of these small caps on the move. RVSN getting a pop. This one has run in the past as well with a 17 million share float. That's Rail Vision up about 33%. Boeing, meanwhile, actually dropping off the open, though it's recovering pretty nicely. We've got to about 170 and bounced, currently around 172 halves. So keep an eye on BA, RVSN, UNG, and Boyle this morning. And we do have some economic data coming in about 10 minutes. It's going to be at 9:45 Chicago PMI for December. Back to you.
All right, 252.
So you're saying that nat gas is the hot one, boiling up some profits. Just very quickly, Oxy did not make the break. So obviously you got to break out the top to make a breakout. It is what it is. It's headed back in. PLTR just broke 77s. The market got a fresh low and is holding it, but there's a couple of noticeable names that we're going to get to. But we're holding VWAP, so we get the pop and fade off the 78 level that we like, just right into prior resistance. But as long as we hold on to VWAP, got to be careful. This market is trying to attempt to bounce here. Nvidia, which we didn't really get the short of 137. It never had the strength to get there. It's held the low at 134. So we're going to require a little bit of patience with this. If we're going to step down to 135, remember 135 have to see this one set up a little bit better. So far, just Palantir. That one just crossed $1 in the money as the market headed through fresh lows. Oh, we have Boeing. That was the other name. Boeing, no pop into 178. Fresh lows for Boeing. It just tagged $170, which is an obvious key level. That's that 200 period moving average on the daily, where Boeing has bounced exactly off that 200 period moving average. So Boeing might have found support at 170. Worth a look if it can retest it. But still looking for shorts because the market is headed to the downside, clearly.
Yeah, good trade there. Obviously with Palantir, we are now 30% in the money on Faraday futures. So my guy Sharif will be pretty proud about this one. Sharif, we're long at $2.20. It's at $2.90 right now. So FFIE making them sing right now. Wow. Okay, let's get some more out. All right, we have a monster trade as well here on Apple. So let's just wait to see how high this one can go. It may come right back in. So we got to watch out here for Apple. It was just in the 60s. Now it's all the way back up. We should have attended this one and said, wow, Faraday, though, is really... All right, well, looks like we might get stopped. Faraday is now approaching $3 and really starting to go HAM right now, like hard, like just straight up. So good trade there. We still got on about 25% of Faraday futures as it's just rip city. Wow, what a stock right there. This stock almost up $1 on a $2 name. So here we go again, man. Monster, again, breaking through $3. When will it halt? Nobody knows, I guess. I said that before. I'm not sure why it's not halting already as we just continue to move upside. Wow. We are now up 60. Like, this is just your chicken dinner if you have it, it is. It's going to be my chicken dinner winner of the day there, as we're now $1 in the money on a $2 name. So we're almost like up 100% now as we continue to climb higher there on Faraday futures. Oh boy, here we go, man. The halt game is on right now. So there goes the halt. Should be halting right now at 22s, man. Boy, oh boy, are we glad to have been in this one. We get an out there at 22, and now we'll just wait to see what happens on Faraday, as now we are in the money quite a lot, up 82% and change as we wait to see what happens with Apple trying to get through that 252 market, trying to bounce back.
Yeah, the market is blasting. Well, not blasting, but NASDAQ is certainly trying its best, and it's led by Nvidia, which just crossed 136. We said be patient for it. This is what you're waiting for, 137, at least for me. Tesla as well is now screaming 425 as it continues to bleed higher. It looks like this is a big-time hold of that 420 level. So we've got to put some respect on the strength in this market. Obviously was favoring shorts in today. Do we get a reload on Palantir? Not just yet. It's trying to retest that 78 level. But here comes Alphabet. Alphabet's right into those prior lows. This was a simple over-under level. If it curls here, looking for the short entry. But you're absolutely running into these levels. I'd like to see a little bit of a curl. You don't want to stand in front of a moving freight train because the market's still at the low. So you're getting some big cap tech names trying to come back in to the upside. The only one we're in is Palantir, which just did another tag of that 78 level. Now it's starting to look a little bit better. Show me that lower high where we can reload off of. And for all the GameStop fans out there, no break of 33 yet. Still very much in play. But I have my eyeballs on Nvidia. It's now within $1 of the short target, so it's starting to get into that realm. Or if I see a mean revert, if I see a trend break, or just a play into 137, I'm putting the short on NVDA. The NASDAQ's still 1.5% down, despite all of these bounces. it's not as if you're really dragging the whole market up. It's just individual bounces in things like Tesla, Nvidia, some of the other Mag 7 names.
Yeah, I'm going to give AMD a go until 124 and change. We did reshort Apple again. We'll talk about getting stopped out of that. But here goes AMD. I'm just chilling with Faraday, man. Faraday has been a dream there to get that long. Hopefully we'll wait to see when that opens up. We still got on 20% exactly of Faraday. So, all right, we'll talk about AMD. But we got to go to Adara.
Just keep an eye here on Solidian Technology. STI is the ticker for this company. They had a nice move here. It looks like pre-market we had this pop. I'm not seeing any news on STI, but it does have a short float of about 3.57%, a float of 26.7 million shares. Just recently became a $1 ticker, so this was a penny stock up until this pre-market pop, and it has run in the past as well. So Solidian Technology, STI on watch. In 4 minutes, we'll get the Chicago PMI data. Back to you.
I wonder if they're expecting better data there, because me and Neil are a little bit puzzled here. The market is still down pretty decently, and I'm like fighting with like a stock like Apple here that doesn't seem to want to go down at all. Okay, well, here it goes now. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple. I just said Apple didn't want to go down, Neil, and now it's 70, 60 cents in the money. All right, so good move downside there for AAPL. We'll spend some money there on that, big time money actually right now. AMD, we do go into that short as well. This might be part of what's helping this market upside right now as well. AMD, so we'll take some more bids on this. Okay, here we go, Neil. Now we are starting to really make dreams happen a little bit here as finally Apple comes back in to that downside. So we shorted Apple there. We shorted AMD. So AMD is the one that's not really going. We just made 20 cents there. 36 is down to 16s where it is right now. But let's see if we get a little bit lower here if the NASDAQ wants to go. Let's not jump in and out of these too quickly. But we did already absorb an L on Apple. So we're going to get back in and then watch it now continue to fall. So we did get stopped out once it broke that 252 area. We talked about that right into there. We did get it back once it was holding VWAP. I should have been a little bit more aggressive on the outs and possibly held to VWAP, but it's a good thing we didn't, because that was 40s. So we almost got stopped out a lot worse on that side than we could have. So far so good here. It's a big day, man. We're $1 in the money on this $3 name. We're now 15 cents, and we're hopefully 70 or so plus on Apple. I hope Palantir and all that is starting to fall.
Well, Palantir's looking okay, but Nvidia, it's halfway to that 137. We're in at 136. It just did, well, I'll call it a short-term trend reversion and the first available pullback. But so we're into Nvidia now. VWAP sits all the way at 135, so that's about $1 away. If we get down there, got to be able to take it. But I think what we were getting at was, like, this is the NASDAQ, and we just broke lows and are heading lower. The ES looks exactly the same. So when I look over and I see Nvidia challenging above VWAP, it's obviously red, but let's see us back into VWAP. I'm expecting we should be a little bit weaker than this on NVDA. Tesla was the other name we were looking to get short on. Oh, I hate you. I just went to Tesla with an S at the end. No, Tesla, this is what the pullback that I want to see in NVIDIA, screaming through VWAP and heading back into the lows with the rest of the market. So I have first target on NVIDIA at the 3/4 mark off 136, but I'd like to see it break VWAP, or I have to jump on over to another name. Come on, chart. Let's go. We got about 8 seconds to go before this one decides to reload successfully. And then it was Google was the other one. Well, I just showed you guys the Tesla chart, so I can go over to Alphabet. It went right to Friday's low, to the penny, and tagged lower. So I feel like this is a better shorting opportunity right now than Nvidia, which is basically holding at flat as the market is making fresh lows. Hopefully at some point it can revert. Palantir is continuing to flush. I tried to catch that curl 77.80, but we didn't grab it. Now you're back at those lows. So this one looking like it's going to be a big time flush city move on Palantir. Google, I do want to pivot, see if we can get this one. We missed it on the move up because we're looking at Nvidia, but that came right into that prior low on a dime, but I wasn't in stock.
Wow, good call there on Palantir. We're also $1 right now on Apple. I mean, wow, that's really starting to go now. All right, so nice little fade here on FFIE. If you did have that, I'm going to take something out here at 90. Oh, we missed the 90. Okay, I'll punch some out now at 84s. So there we go. We're out of another little piece there. We still did have 20% left. We're getting some more out here on Faraday. I'm going to take another 80 fill, and then we can cancel our 90 and now see how high it can go up. But so far, so good there. Numbers with Adara. Let's go Apple.
Chicago PMI coming out here in just seconds. We are expecting here consensus of 42.5, forecast of 43, coming in well below expectations. 36.9 for Chicago PMI. Again, here previous print of 40.2, consensus 42.5, and forecast of 43. So we missed everything here. We also do have pending home sales month over month and year over year, as well as Dallas Fed manufacturing data coming in around 10 a.m. But let's talk here about the NASDAQ, which is certainly dropping a little bit more on this print. Keep an eye on the Qs. And again, we do have more data coming through at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Not too much dropping, actually, for some of the stocks I'm looking at, but we do take advantage of that drop. So it was so far so good. AMD, I mean, that's going to be another one. We're going to go 3 for 3 here, and they're all pretty big, man. I mean, FFIE was pretty monstrous. We now only have 15% left of this trade, so that was a pretty good one. Apple, unfortunate to get stopped out there, but right back in, and now Apple goes to P&L number 1 for the show. And then AMD as well. It's going to be a big one, but not as much as we had hoped for. AMD, and I know you're on Nvidia there, but AMD not really moving down. We're still happy with it. It's 40. Look, man, it's 40 cents in the money. 40 cents hard to come across, right? So there it is now, 40, 50 cents in the money now for AMD. But that's what we're dealing with right now as the stocks continue to go lower, and we're being strong and holding the short.
Yeah, the market just continues to bleed. Tesla's now at that 420 level. Google is, it's not at VWAP, but it's well underneath it. I'm trying to get 190s and a half. If we don't get that, we'll have to move into VWAP. But here comes Tesla in that 420. It's an over-under level for me. So if it holds consolidation under, we'll look for a break of the low of the day. I do think this one has a little bit of a flat bottom break potential in it as well. Nvidia was so close to 137. I was right there sitting at 136.90. That's the level that we're waiting for. Unfortunately, it did the curl well before it. We can still get a lower high. We've got all day, and if the market continues to make lows, there's going to be another opportunity to jump back into it. But as I said, on the way to the upside, I don't want to fight it on the way up to try to get it on the way down. And Palantir, we're going to continue to hold on to. It's going to be either Tesla or Google that's going to come in next. And there was a halt in small cap land on INTZ. It just opened back up, fading off of the current high. So INTZ, another one of the gappers there along with Faraday. Watch out for this. It's a bit of a habitual. It's done this a few times and has come back in rather heavily each time it has. And it's a bit of a day 2 play. So not necessarily one that I would chase, and a high probability future halt candidate on INTZ. Already one up halt, and it just hit the band to the downside and managed to bounce. Actually, that could be pretty bullish for them that it got to the band and bounced. So here comes hopefully Google that we can get into off the 190 and a half. I'm going to put the trail on Palantir if we get to 96 or 76, I should say, which is the current low of the day. And Tesla is still holding above 420. So really, the bounce on 420 has actually been very good on Tesla. But I'm not jumping into the short unless we're failing underneath the 420 level, or we can get it off that 428 up high.
All right. Alrighty then. Faraday, take advantage of it if you got it back to $3. I mean, there is some opportunities to get that out right there if that was something that you were looking at. We did take advantage of Apple, of course, and we were able to get out of that one when it dipped through. And same thing with AMD. Just trying to figure out like what the best plan of action for us is here. Like I still think there's lower. We wrote down actually on the sticky note here today, just to give you guys some context, that we thought that there was going to be a possible short into 2100. 21,000 on the NASDAQ. So we talked about it right here, watching 21,500 support. That didn't hold immediately. And if it fails, watch out for the 21,000 index bounce there on the NASDAQ. So here is the 30-minute chart. So that's why I'm like, what am I going to do here? Because we still have monster position, not monster anymore, but we have a good position, I feel like, on Apple. And do we want to let it go? Well, we are trying to bounce right now of 21.3. So there's a possibility there for something to come through. That might be a little bounce area, like, holding back to the 10th. or so of December, right into this area, 21.3350. There's that 21 O's. I mean, I don't know if we can get down to that level. That's back to the 20th off the open, and then we just blasted the rest of that day. So really, there hasn't been much testing in and around this area, and it looks like it does want to bounce just slightly off. So yeah, man, we've been getting, that's why I've been talking about covering everything. So we are covering it. It doesn't look like it wants to get down too low. A bunch of covers there on Apple, again, to lead the day there. So Apple, a big trade for us here early. And we didn't have it on the note, but we talked about that breaking that 253 area that we really liked. It just did it in the pre. And then again, another big trade that we've been emptying out our clip on, right? I have 10% left of Apple and of AMD. The problem is we had, not a problem, but we had more shares than Apple, which is why we have a little bit more outs. But here comes AMD to come back in. We just took some out in the 80s. So again, a couple wins to go along with no losses today. So that was a good one. And here goes FFIE. Watch out, man. This 260, we talked about 280 being a level. Looks like 260 might be a level as well. I'm going to take one more piece out at 69. There it is. If we can get in, we did. So another piece out right there as we are now holding 5% of Faraday and 10% of the others.
Yeah, we're on the last piece of, oh, wow. I'll update Palantir in a quick little second. Nvidia just took 137.5.
Boom.
So we're like, obviously we're out of it. We didn't get back in because there was no curl at 137. It's now blasting through resistance like it's a hot knife through butter. I think if we've just made a bottom, you can probably thank Nvidia on all of its strength for that factor. There are still a few chip names which are lingering a bit, and I still have eyeballs on Google. I feel like that's the only one. Well, Tesla to a certain extent, but that's trading at a key price level almost right here, right now. So Google's at that prior low. The market wants to try to bounce here. We're playing it for a close underneath this support or underneath this previous support into resistance level. If it closes the bar, look for the short back into that high. The market is making a bit of a bottoming pattern that should be at least respected. I'm going to put that stop in for GameStop now because GameStop is now held VWAP. So 33, the breakout is looming. Looks like we have a decent chance to get it. When we sat down this morning, GameStop was doing nothing. Now all of a sudden it is testing that double top. So it holds VWAP. All it has to do is break out at 30. It's like 33.05. So we'll put that one back in. Didn't think it had much of a catalyst today, but then the last couple of times it's gone. There hasn't been a specific catalyst, which we don't really care about with a GameStop, but it is on the list and on the radar now that it's starting to go. Nvidia can't be stopped. 138 now. Maybe they do like the robotics. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. Nvidia now blasting. This is why you try not to hold when it runs your stop. Have your stop at the high, have your stop at the high, and let that one fly, at least for now. Palantir is holding okay, but Nvidia, wow. I don't know what the other chips are doing, but this one is off to the races.
Yeah, we've, tough trade, but good out. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? I mean, you're not going to be tough. Trading's not easy. We've talked about that over and over again, guys. So I feel pretty good about our AMD trade. We have, like I said, less than 10% left of this trade, but it is trying to hold. I'm going to get out if this breaks through 50. So that's going to be my call there for AMD on the break. So if it breaks that 50 area or so, we'll get out. Until then, though, your boy is holding. Hold the line on that one. All right, so we're going to have some more Apple on this little bit of a dip down now if we're able to do that because Apple looks pretty strong. Some of these, it just gapped up 20 cents there. Like the liquidity on these names is much different now. I'm just noticing
it's very low today.
Yeah, with a lot of these traders over the last 2 weeks or whatever taking vacation into the holidays, just be careful where the fills are coming from. And like right now, I'm bidding 23s and it's not even that much size on here. You could go 23 right to 15, right to 10s. So just get your bids out there and, hopefully get the fills when they come into you because you never know what price you're going to get. There you go. See, 23s run right back up to 28 there. So we taken out on that one because we waited for it. So now on Apple, I just kind of want to wait for 251 now to see if we do get a fill down there. I'm actually at 250.90. Maybe we'll just wait for that on a breakthrough. AMD looks like it wanted to hold. I'm no longer too concerned with Faraday futures. So if you guys, I'll take out. Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, that was a good fill there. Sorry, on AMD, we just get a 123 fill as that came right back in. So again, a pretty good day, man. Pretty good day here for sure in the markets, right? Going to be dependent on the stock. I think you just traded Nvidia. Canadian Palantir.
It's only
right?
two.
So
It's
you'll be 1 and 1.
Palantir is good. Nvidia was bad and still looking pretty strong as far as I can see. Tesla hasn't really set up yet. We just keep bouncing off 420. It's lower highs. It still looks like the market's weak. We're almost at 2% down on the NASDAQ. So it looks like Tesla might make a break underneath 420 now. It's about 419.60 or so. There is, by the way, crypto, Bitcoin's at 92. So like that, remember the flat bottom break on Bitcoin? Well, it's kind of happening as we speak. I don't want to pay for anything on TradingView, but we're about to break that low here on BTC. So you're looking very bearish. Like I'm not getting away from looking at shorts. So anything that's looking too strong, I want to back off of it. And anything still setting up for the shorts that we like a Tesla, if it can get under the 420 level, I still want to give it that chance. I did go on over when I saw that in crypto, see what's happening in Mara. It's already bleeding. So I don't necessarily want to chase that move. We'll just wait for Tesla to set up. Look for maybe VWAP reloads on Palantir. And as I mentioned, GameStop, a potential breakout as some of the small cappers, well, this particular one is trying to make a sort of random breakout through the top. So it's still holding higher lows. No breakout just yet on GME. But yeah, what an absolutely, it's a crazy turn by Nvidia, but it's not like it's dragging the rest of the market with it yet. Just be a little bit cautious here. I don't think you want to get trapped shorting any bottoms, especially with the liquidity like this. Like I keep waiting for Tesla to break 420. It just keeps bouncing off of this level. If I was bullish, you'd probably already be long off 420. But I'm not.
Okay. Okay. So like I said, man, we'll celebrate when AMD dips down into that 123 because we get the fill. So we'll just be careful. I'm going to put another one there now, maybe 123.20. It's making me nervous watching that, or hearing anyways, Neil talk about the Nvidia there starting to rip up. So that's now positive. And we said in ever weakness, go after the king and just buy the best names. And you can see Nvidia upside and AMD downside. So that makes sense to me for now. But as a day trade, it's not, you know, like if the sector wants to go, what is SMH doing right now? Maybe that's something that we can have a quick look at here just to see which side of the game it's on. So it's also red. So yeah, it must be names like that Broadcom that's trying to come back in a little bit maybe. I know Intel off that 20 is starting to head a little bit down. Yeah, so Broadcom not recovering at all. That's probably
Tesla's trying to break.
That's probably a great short. Okay, so Tesla's down to that 420 marker.
Yeah, it's broken 420 and it just got through. Okay, it's not the fresh low, but it's like the lower.
Let's see.
We'll call it like the lower high that it put in off this 420 level.
Apple.
So it just finally closed or broke down underneath 420. We like the over under there, and it never really set up unless you had the first trade. Let me just get a bid into the low of the day here at 418. Just adjust it a little bit there. If we can hold underneath 420, it's a simple over under. So when I'm playing down here, I said don't get trapped shorts at the bottom. If we immediately retake this 420 level, I do want to jump out of Dodge. Next stop will be 418. If we get a break of 418, 417, and 415 were the two wick bottoms from the last, I guess it was last week or a couple weeks ago. So there's 415 in there, and he had 417. Those were the two big tests of this 420 level on Tesla. We're short at 19.5. Looks like we're headed back to the downside. It doesn't necessarily feel like it if you happen to have Nvidia up, but the NASDAQ crossing 1.8 to the downside, the ES 1.6% to the downside, and a few things breaking some lows. So get it to the low of the day there on Tesla, but remember, this is held down here at 420 while bouncing off those teams before. It would not be the first time. I'm holding on to 2/3 of this, looking for a bigger move. So if we break back above 420, I'm covering and then waiting for VWAP to re-engage. Market's still looking like it wants to bleed in here. And you know what? Shout out to buy and sell in the chat. Just loaded up on Adobe. I think this is a great price. That was a stock. I haven't checked to see where it is this morning, but I know last week I liked the prices that it was at. I'm going to imagine it's probably broken the support that I was looking at though.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
Probably.
if it's like the rest today, yeah, you'll probably get some downside love there for Adobe. Good trade on Tesla. We are obviously, licking our chops here as well on these shorts. I mean, they've just been so good today. Apple continues to make that move down. Obviously, that's $1 now as well, and we've just been sitting in it, so it's just like one of those things. And then AMD trying to go southbound as well as the market's giving it up. So, I mean, it is straight up there to the downside right now. And we actually, that's exactly what we had written on here, feeling short. We talked about it when it was down 1%. We talked about it when it was down 1.3%. I mentioned when it was down 1.5%. But if you're looking for anywhere, we have the watch list. Neil posts something up as well. And then right there, watching shorts, like all of these names there, the only long that we have is the biggest trade of the day, and that is Faraday Futures, up over 100% at one point, close to 100% on that trade at one point. Well, I think it was only like 75 or 80%. But we got another piece out. It did rip into it's still here. So does rip back into the 80s now. We're getting like lighter and lighter, man. We have 5% now on Faraday. But here we go. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. Now Apple trying to get back into 251, maybe a little bit lower now. AMD starting to go. AMD, Neil, starting to go right now to the downside. Hopefully Tesla's going. We have AMD right now, 60s. I'm going to put a bid at 75, capture some of that. My next bid is at 60 right now. But there it goes. Yes, sir. Big time alert right now at the highest spot we've been at all day as these shorts continue to pay. As we've told you, we've changed our style, man. We're just trading the names that we like. We're trying to hold on to them. We're trying to play the momentum. We're reading the futures. And so far, so good. All right, Adara.
Following a much lower than expected Chicago PMI print at 9:45 here at 10 a.m., we got a higher than expected print for both the pending home sales month for month and year over year for the month of November. 2.2% here for the month of our month number. That is above a downwardly revised print of 1.8% and above the consensus of 0.7%, forecast of 0.9%. Pending home sales year over year also higher than expected, 6.9% versus the forecast of 5.8% and the previous print of 5.4%. So to recap that data, higher than expected month over month and year over year pending home sales, but a lower than expected Chicago PMI print. As we have the Qs continuing to bleed here, down about 2%. Apparently the S&P 500 is set for a pretty significant record here. We'll have 2 down days in the last 5 days of trading, which is a record we haven't seen in quite some time. So be very aware here of this relative weakness, I guess, in the market compared to previous years. Now, in terms of other stocks here, we have these small caps still very much moving to the upside. RVSN, this one's on watch upwards as well. HOLO has been on watch. But in terms of larger stocks, we do have Boeing here of note. Basically, this one initially pushing much lower, actually bouncing off that 170 level off the open. 179 of 181 passengers, unfortunately, died in this Boeing crash in a South Korean airline currently being investigated right now. Then we have Nvidia, NVDA here, basically flat right now, pushing down a little bit with the market, but still in generally an uptrend here, with Financial Times reporting that the company is looking to launch its Jetson Thor computers here for humanoid robots. So keep an eye on NVDA. Back to you.
I love that name, by the way. The Jetson Thor.
Yeah, they've got some good ones going on over
I'm a big fan. I love the Jets. I love the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those, whatever. There's Team Jetsons and there's Team Flintstones. And I was always Team Jetsons. It was a similar premise of the shows. Just very quickly in here, Tesla with it retests the 420. It's going to be hard. I'm going to put up a 1 minute chart. I use 3 minute charts, but you can't, even a 1 minute chart, you can't see this very well. It retook 420 for about a second or two, and then I was able to get back in on the way back through at 419.79. So we got out, and then it came right back through that 420 level, and we got back in. So 417 has now held. And it's now held a couple of times. And remember, 417 was that higher low the first time we tested it. It's really not gone more than that $3. I feel like if it doesn't break it on the next move down, we could have found a bit of a temporary bottom here on Tesla. The other thing worth watching is, as the market continues to make lows, Nvidia is actually holding VWAP. So it's an upward trend. It's holding VWAP. We get a couple of tight stop ins and outs. Didn't really ever fight it, but this is higher lows and looking strong on Nvidia. So this market has made a bottom. Nvidia is the one. It looks like the one, I should say, to said long side. And while this was all happening, Palantir did retest a low. I covered it when it got to 76.5. It just held the pre-market lows one more time here on Palantir. So it's still weak. I'll look for the next available pop into this lower high at 77.33. If it holds this, I think the short's still valid, but if it starts climbing above VWAP, maybe it's already made a bottom. So let's let it get back into this lower high, see if it ends up being a good reload there on Palantir. But Nvidia is starting to look more like it could be a long, even with the market continuously making lows. Looks like a pretty strong stock to me. It's a red to green story. It's higher lows. It's holding VWAP. Pretty much everything you'd look for in a long trade.
Yeah, I think the right thing to do right now is to, exactly, like look for stocks that are relatively strong or weak, and then try to trade accordingly off of some of those levels, right? And so that's what I'm trying to do right now, is try to think about, as Neil talks there about about Nvidia, I'm thinking about okay, have we potentially, I'm going to get some out right now, have we potentially seen that bottom? Because we had talked about 21,000. It seems to be holding this 21.3 level that we also looked at as well. So there are some possibilities here for bounces back in the market. And then I'm just trying to look at different things, like what would be the barometer. These are all holding. There's a lot of levels now in many names that are starting to hold. And yeah, maybe that Boeing would be somewhere to look, as I think I just heard that's what you mentioned. Right there on BA. So another level to possibly look out for Boeing. But yeah, Apple's holding that 251. Right? AMD now holding that 123. Faraday not doing much. So yeah, we're just going to sit here and try to figure this all out. That Boyle, I actually paid for some shorts there, but it's just been straight up right now as UNG now finally starting to turn around off of 64. So that could be something that we look to consider now for Boyle. Maybe you're still waiting for a VWAP break. We wouldn't mind that breaking back through 62, for VWAP trade. 63, of course, is the 50-period moving average. You could start to maybe leg into that. I'm going to take something out on Apple if we can get a 50 print, and then maybe even something in the 30s to the downside now, because you're starting to make that move back up. I mean, my stop's going to have to be 252 VWAP break, and I do not want to average in. We've seen these names really take off when you're wrong, and then kind of not when you're wrong, but give you everything back to the upside. So the longs, there's been many days where the longs have also cashed in this market. So let's not be too stubborn thinking that, hey, the market's only one way. It can turn on us in a dime. So we'll start to take some more out here. As we said, we're pretty light on all of these. We have less than 5%. We have 3% left of AMD. And then on Apple, we have minuscule left, under 5% on Apple as well. So, just kind of good doing our own little thing here as we go. We wound up going to Wonderland, but it was plus 10. So
it was really warm.
Great. It
wasn't a winter wonderland at all.
No, which was good because my hands were still freezing. I got to get better quality gloves. I should have asked. I was thinking about mittens.
I
need to get those sick sheepskin.
You know what? I got a pair of. I got two pairs. I got touchscreen gloves because I want them for when I'm commuting, and then I got a pair of the electronic warmable glove.
I'm down. If they work, I'm down.
You can heat them up. They're ridiculously good. I'll let
my
you check
hands are
them
cold
out.
now.
I didn't bring them today because it's actually not that cold today. But Boeing, I might have missed a shot at Boeing here. Of the names that we didn't look at that were on the watch list, that were on my list to trade, Boeing was one of them. It never went to 178, but it did set this up. If you're looking short, higher lows into VWAP, broke the trend. I'm like, okay, it's going to break trend. Let's short 173.5 and give it to here, 173.80. But you can already see it start to break down. Might not be the right time to take the shot at Boeing. I'm not chasing it. We'll just have to hold on and see if it gives another chance here at VWAP. Obviously, unfortunate events there. And I still own Boeing in the long term, and I hope things will be just fine for them, but obviously not looking very good. Down 3% is Tesla. It's still trying to break down, but remember, we're short this at the 420 level into 417. The top end of the range is $7. The bottom end of this range is $3. So there is that still, hey, we could be trapped at the bottom here. So we've scalped again into the low of the day. I'm looking for a break and then take us to 415, which is the local bottom on the 15-minute. That's going to be the target here on Tesla. If we get it, great. But this market is starting to look a little bit better in terms of strength. So Tesla, while being weak, I look over at Google. I was looking Google short at this level. On a 15-minute chart since the open, it's all green candles on Alphabet.
Really?
Yeah, and look, it's still down, but look at it. It keeps on holding this area, but it's doing so on some pretty decent strength in Google. So I'd like to see this maybe break the trend and then head to the downside. That would be a much better setup for me. On Alphabet and Bogart.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. I almost didn't get that for a second. This INTZ, which is the other, I'd say Faraday was cleaner because it didn't have to halt for you to get the gain. Like this halted halfway and then still going higher. It is holding above VWAP. Always a good sign for these small cap names. Kind of dancing around the prior halt price. Sometimes halt prices matter. In this case, this halt price is not really making any difference. I think you got to look at VWAP, which is holding maybe 30, 40 cents above VWAP on INTZ. As we always say, no one ever went broke taking profit, and this stock has had a history of bouncing for a day or two and then giving up the entirety of the gains, up 190% on, I don't even know the name of this company. Intrusion Inc. is the name of the company, and I had to look it up.
Intrusion Inc. Okay. All right. So we could reload this Apple. Honestly, we've talked about missing it. We're actually still holding on to this AMD. We did get a little bit there of AMD at 123 flat. I mean, now it's a lot lower than that, so that's all good. Just a spot. I'm going to, so we're in the money 30 cents. I'm going to get out of another piece here, like a couple percentage points of what we have left there at 75s as this pulls back into Apple, into the 50-period moving average. We still are bidding our 51s that we were bidding initially on that, and then back into the 30s if we can get something. Actually, I'll cancel that. See if we get a little bit of a fade. But that's close to where we're going to stop out now. That is giving us that top. So that's, again, we can give it up to these wicks, which might be okay. Like I said, we have way less than 10% left of this stock. So I think we're doing pretty good with managing our risk here today. So good outs there on Apple all the way through. And now let's just let it fade back out. We'll use 252.25 or so to get out if that's what we need. So, okay, what's up, Adara?
Now here on Mullen, M-U-L-N. This is one of those smaller cap EV names that has been on the move. And you know these EVs are going to be in watch here ahead of, well, all these vehicle names ahead of deliveries for Q4, which are expected in early January. Last week, they had a bit of a catalyst here announcing that this Westland Floral has purchased some of Mullen's Class 3 EV trucks for one of their landscaping fleets. But the key thing with Mullen to note is their float. They have a 387,000 share float, and 26.7% of that is going to be short float. Market cap here just under $10 million. So small float, significant short float, and small market cap for MULN. Back to you.
If that fails a dollar break, it's probably a decent short setup on Mullen. We know how many times that stock is split in the past, and that is the destruction. Thankfully, it's not a destruction of wealth, because I would think most people don't invest in a stock like that. You'd probably just take gambles on it. So now that you've tested 415 on Tesla, just very quickly, it's got these lower highs that it's put in. This is the initial bounce off 420. This is the lower high, head and shoulders. It's now a trend trade. So if it closes above the trend line, I'd look to get out. That'll take it through 417.5. Palantir might be turning. On a 15-minute, it probably looks a little bit better. But see the bottom? Double bottom here on the from the daily. And it has a chance to revert its trend. Like it could break the trend line to get above VWAP here on PLTR. So that's kind of what it looks like here from those highs. The lower high gets put in. Those opening candles with those crazy wicks at 9:30, I don't like those for trends. I typically like, okay, well, what's the next level that it makes? I'm a big fan of, hey, well, when there's real volume starting to come in and not those crazy wicks, where does it settle down? Well, Palantir looks like it's breaking the trend and trying to close a little bit higher. So I've already got the trail on Tesla. Nvidia, high of day, and could be breaking out. It's a rocket. Nvidia's a rocket right now. If you're looking for the next level, it's like $141 was resistance last week. So if this is a bottom, got to be able to join Nvidia somewhere. This one might be turning into a long. I mean, it already turned into a long. Not might be, it already is. Got to find maybe a chip name that's lagging it a bit. You'd said Intel was holding. No, never mind.
No, Intel fell through 20.
Okay, I thought you had said it was holding 20. No, Intel's bleeding. Low.
What is it at now?
19.8.
Oh, 1980. Okay.
Where's the bottom? Oh no, like $1 away. Yeah, this is short.
Yeah, you got to watch out. I mean, some of these trades, I like the idea of looking over to find, like, you know, where is the weakness in this market right now. If we're going to look at sort of this hot list right now that's been pumping out here through eSignal, I can't really make this any bigger, but I think they can probably read it. Here's this STEM, ACHR. These are all trade rates. So AMD load. So it's like a lot of like lesser known names here, smaller cap names that are running 22%, 21% on on LODE there. VTI coming through, and maybe, again, another name that's not going to mean anything. Apple, XOM down 1%, KHC down as well. Wolf right there, down 7%. There's our UNG with a quick look. There's the Broadcom we were mentioning, down 3%. Lee Auto. So again, this is just by trade rate. So you can go down here and select various through eSignal, yearly high, yearly lows, point losers, gainers, quarterly, volume rate. So stocks going through a lot of volume right now, including GTI, Faraday. So this is another good scanner. QS right now doing some work there as well. So these are some different names that I try to look at. And what we're doing is trade rate for me, the names that are right now pumping through. AMD looks like it's trying to get going back up to the upside, as that's another name that we're short, and now it's starting to go up. So fine. Again, less than 5%, now even less than that. We just got another out at 123 trying to break higher. But where is the out on AMD for you guys if you're still in this? I was looking at the 200 period moving average, but depends on, it's hard for me to say like where your outs would be because it's going to be share specific on what you have, but you are right back into a level right now that I would think would be worth getting out of, and that's like this 124 break. So the 200 period is 124.20. So for me, I'm thinking like in and around there is probably a decent out, but if you want to cut your losses in and around 124, so be it. So right now we have a very, very small piece. It's not dinging anything here net-wise. We did take another piece out on Apple again, as it just dropped into the 70s. So you see what we're doing, man? It's like as the market turns, we're taking advantage and getting out on these dips. So you can reload it if you want, but the risk is now completely out of my portfolio. We just have FFIE, which we have 3% left on this one. We have 4% left on AMD, and we have under those percentage points left on Apple. So yeah, so far so good, but yeah, a little bit of a turn in the market. We should probably look for something relatively strong, and you mentioned Google, so that could be something.
Google's trying to go
about Amazon.
Nvidia's really gone. Nvidia's now up 1.2%, but as you just mentioned, that's a pretty solid bottoming tail candle here in the NASDAQ, at least for now. You have not really broken trend, but you've certainly just shown some strength down there at we broke down 1.8, 1.9%. I did just get out of Tesla once it broke the trend and closed this. We got out looking for a bounce to maybe take us into VWAP, but it's still looking weak on Tesla. So I still favor the short. I don't want to get away from that notion on Tesla yet, but I had to follow the rule. If it broke trend, I would get out. Now you're starting to head back into the low. So that one, I think, still valid for some shorts on pops. Palantir continues to hold. It's charging into VWAP in here. So like, again, just more patience with Palantir. This is the only one that I shorted at a top, as opposed to getting some of those lower highs that you would have seen on Tesla. Chill vibes saying maybe look at Meta for some strength. Okay, what else? I mean, obviously Nvidia was pointing out was strong. It's at VWAP, down 1.7% still. Not a lot of range here on Meta. Yeah, holding on to the bottom. Ooh, I do like it on the daily chart, chill vibes. Meta has again bounced off the 50 period on the daily, so that's a good bouncing spot here. You like the buyers to be down at that 50 period on these big stocks. Yeah, if it can close this 15-minute bar and then maybe look for a local breakout off of Friday's lows, that doesn't look terribly bad. But as the market tries to roll back over, I don't want to give up on shorts yet. Still looking at Boeing, Palantir, and Tesla. So Boeing to get in for the first time, Palantir to start looking like it's weak off of VWAP and get back into that one, and Tesla if it can get to 420. But Boeing I think Boeing's going to flat bottom break to 72. It already broke the upward trend. If it takes this 172, which it hasn't yet, I want to get into this short for the first time, down 4.5% here on Boeing. Not really cheering for it to go down in the long term, but at least today.
Yeah, good call there. We'll go a little bit of diamond hands because there it is. All right, so new stop indicated now. I'm going to get out if it breaks this level because we just took profits, 123.65. Good move down there. We just made 50 cents as soon as as Sharif says, quick as you like, right there on AMD. Where is the professor? Get that guy over here. But there it goes. Nice move to the downside right now on AMD. So that was a great hold. We'll try to average a little bit more into it now that we have this high if we're able to get something on a pop. So that's going to be a good little level for us if that does come in. And then back into, of course, we haven't hit this today. We've had lots. I mean, we both had dollar winners. But there it goes again right now. Apple. Look at this move right back in, man. And this is what we talk about. We said that this has been the difference in my trading as of late, and it is becoming more confident in the positions that we have, trading them, putting on more shares, letting the trades work out for you. Can it blow up in your face? If the trade goes against you, of course it can, but so far so good. And you got to trust in what you're doing and the work that you've put in and things like that. So for right now, for Apple, yes, sir, it is bleeding right back down into those levels. So just look at this. This is what we talk about conviction, right? Short, 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 into it, but not enough convicted to get more here, which is, that's the next stage of the evolution for myself for trading is to, average. We average in all the time. I mean, that's one of our best things is what we do. But later on into the trade, instead of worrying like, oh my God, this might now go against us, maybe we still sit there and try to trust the same levels. But again, we did have the negative bias in the futures, which is why so far here today, obviously, as we talk about this, Apple and AMD, the only two trades I've had on all day, along with Faraday futures. So yeah, man, we are trying to keep it spicy up in here. Which Canadian stocks are good to buy for the next little while? So I think CNR, which is Canadian National Railway, I think has a good opportunity to do some stuff there with a nice little yield as well and a nice downside move. As we talk about figuring out what's going to happen with the tariffs and everything like that, these guys, Canadian National Rail is huge. Like there's also, Pacific. I just like the rails. I think that they've just been beat up so much that you get a lot of value in some of these names. I look for CNR to be a play there. And you can, there's lots of different names. I would think that Bitcoin also, you can buy some Canadian. If you had some ETFs there in Canada as well, but I know that's not what you're necessarily asking for. And then my big one, Fortis, not my big one, but one that has been pretty good, Fortis, again, a energy play. That's been good there, out east name as well, Fortis, with a nice yield. But again, I'm still very, very pro-growth names, and these are not really them. So
Canada doesn't have a lot of those, really.
No, I mean, that's why, I was just going to lead to a name that many of you maybe already... I didn't talk about Shopify because it's such an American name now. Like, there's a lot of indexes. It's a popular one.
Still Canadian, baby.
Still Canadian, but yeah, a lot of you will know Shopify.
Sure.
So Shopify, I would say another name there. If you're looking to dispose of some Canadian dollars, you can go into some Shopify. But thank you there for the question as well.
Ooh, I know we have to get over, it's for the small cap recap, but we had a couple of super chats. Okay. Oh no, I lost one of them. So I see you, Kyle Burdett, but we had one from Adam as well. Shout out to you, Adam DeLuz. Appreciate the super chat. Learn the markets, make a plan, stick to your plan. Don't be a Leroy Jenkins, right? It's pretty simple as that. And Kyle Burdett, I'm getting nothing for Christmas because I ain't been nothing but quadunking. And I believe it's more like a quadunk. There's a Q in there somewhere, I think is how we spell that one.
It's like a little bit of a huh.
Yeah, that's the sound. Quadunk.
Yeah,
and you can look it up on Urban Dictionary because that is an actual term for market coming down.
For sure.
So this is now weird because the market's coming back in. Nvidia's pulling back in. Here's Tesla right back at that 420. Suddenly it's looking a little bit stronger than the rest. I still have the order to break down on Boeing, and Palantir is the other one. There we go. Palantir now starting to lose VWAP. This is what we're trying to see. Hold the lower high, and then hold underneath VWAP, which is also happening here on PLTR. So let's get on over to the screen. Time for some reloads on some shorts, and also time for the small cap recap, I believe. It's true. Yeah.
Potentially.
This is, in fact, the small cap recap. IWM, you're down about 2%. Look at that break through that 220 level. This was support back on Friday. Basically, crashed below it right off the open. So Russell 2000, just as weak here as the rest of the market, that we know it's been a little bit weaker as of late, especially since that FOMC meeting on December 18th. A lot of these small caps, though, still running. I'm not going to include all of them here in this list. There have been a lot. STEC, HOLO, STI, just to name a few, RVSN. We're going to stick here with these names here. NXU, actually a penny stock, around 80 cents, I believe, up over 200%. So keep an NXU with about 11 million share float. Next up here with a just around 6 million share float, we have WATT. This went up about 300%. Be aware it has halted a couple times, and it does have a short float of just under 10%. And last but not least, also with a notable short float is Mullen. This is an automotive name. It is pretty diluted here, pretty small float as a result because we've had some reverse splits. Around a 380,000 share float, so very small float. Market cap here, we're seeing around $5 million, and the short float is about 27%. So MULN, proceed with caution, but up about 13% right now. Back to you guys.
I feel like Mullen should always come with some kind of a disclaimer for ever trading it or whatever. Like, you know the story when you're getting into it, that small caps can dilute, and Mullen is, I would say, like the prime candidate to do so pretty much every single time it has an update. Oh, you've got it. Come on, Palantir. You could have checked up for another split second. We were just sort of saying it was holding underneath VWAP. I'm not going to chase too much. I think we'll get another chance to get back into this one as it continues to look weak. Boeing, oddly enough, now starting to look a little bit stronger, but you're getting a VWAP retracement. If it closed under VWAP, then I won't wait for a 172 break, and I'll look for some kind of a setup underneath VWAP. Google was a name that we haven't actually traded because it started looking strong. Well, now you're getting, there's the fail break of our prior high. This looks a little bit better for a short. Now you just got to be patient. Like, there's your resistance level. You could have scalped it, but it was looking pretty strong going into that level. Now all of a sudden, you've got the failed break of this resistance and the lower high at the same resistance. Looks to me like you can now, I'm going to short into this 190.60. So first thing I do is get my stop order in. And if we pop above VWAP, I'll consider it money fills above VWAP on Google. Tesla, I'm not rushing into it. Remember, Tesla is, while it is down 3% and it has worked off of 420, I have to remember the higher time frame look on Tesla. And that is, each time it has broken 420, it's made a morning bottom in the teens. So the fact that it did bottom out here at 415 and that's where we're able to grab out, well, I can't hate on that. If that's the move and it gets back above 420, suddenly you have what was a good short into the same setup that has ended up with this stock getting into the 430s almost every single time. So I do want to see it calm down a little bit here. As I said, we just got into Google. We're looking to get back into some Palantir. And I see RHY Re, is that your name in the chat? Saying Intel. I don't know what to tell you. Come on, Intel, show some life. To each their own, but there's Intel if you're looking for a chip name long, and there's Nvidia if you're looking for a chip name long. Now, granted, that is a hefty pullback on Nvidia, but if it were to bounce here, you're talking about bouncing off of VWAP. You're trying to go again from red to green. I think that's where I'd be at least attempting to look for a long trade on Nvidia, not trying to catch bottoms on Intel. It's just been too ugly. And the rest of the chip names out there, none of them look that great. Broadcom's kind of languishing. This even looks like I'd look at Broadcom for a long more than I would look even at Intel. Like, look at it, it's kind of higher lows, 235. It could easily break that one out. So it's hard to look at Intel and see that as the opportunity. So I'm into Google. It's not about VWAP. It's about this 190.60 area, which is Friday's low. So we're into it for the first time here today. Nvidia might bust through VWAP and not even try bouncing. Yeah, we're not gonna actually hold VWAP on Nvidia, it doesn't look like. But let me get something out here in front of 190 on Alphabet for the first time.
I mean, look at what we're even doing right now, as Neil mentions. Apple right now with the face slapper to the downside right there, as it's just collapsing back in right now. So again, just looking to stay and get short, and so it's been really, really good. All right, here, Rigetti. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about, I see someone talking about Micron there. I almost put Micron on the shit list today, but it did not make it there. It probably could have, for sure, breaking that 87 marker. We had this was my second best trade on Friday, and it was just whoop to the downside there, and we shorted 89.50s. And I was looking at it today, and it was just, it's like we were nowhere near here. I mean, we could have, I could have wrote down 88, something like that. That would have been more reasonable as we came into here. But this name never really got back to any shortable areas. You could have hit VWAP again, but there was really no pushback. That was in the first 2 or 3 minutes. And of course, we were already rocking with Faraday, and that Apple, we just covered some more down there. That was really, I was not expecting that. We actually went and topped up and got a coffee. And when we went down there, we went to go get one. We got AMD and Apple on some great levels, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But Micron back to VWAP would be a trade, not back to the 50 period. I think the market wants to travel a little bit if it's going to go. I still think the market's short. I'm just saying, like, we've traveled already to the 50 period a couple times and hit it and then quit it. And right now, if it goes one more time, I don't know, but that's a pretty dramatic. I remember when the market was down, I was like, 1%, 1.5%, 2%. The market could be down that 2%. I will be putting money to work probably at lunch, or maybe we'll see what happens as the market makes moves down even lower. But I do want to buy, Canadian. Oh, here's one, VFN, I think, on Canada. We might not have it. VFV? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this is what Vanguard S&P 500 index. So it doesn't.
I was wondering where you're getting at with them. Like,
yeah, there's lots in Toronto. I'm not. This is just like the SPY.
Yeah.
The only reason I bring it up is because we did have that question, and I apologize who it was from. There, we are located, of course. We often don't talk about Canadian equities because in the day trade realm, like Canadian traders will trade mainly U.S. names, right?
There aren't very many good day trading stocks in Canada in a traditional sense.
So the other thing I was going to show you too, and that of course is true, is a stock like AAPL. But look at this; it does have a CDR. So this is Apple in Canadian funds. If you come over to the screen here, it trades exactly the same as Apple, except for it is, to do the math, whatever the price is there, 7-8 to 1 or something like that on the price. But at the end of the day, it will mimic, right? So there's Apple.cc, and then you have Apple, obviously, in the main market, they're down the same percentage, right? So that would be something else. You can always look up CDRs. So just like we have American depository receipts, just like you could trade Alibaba and things like that over here in the United States when its primary listing is over there in Hong Kong, you have the same abilities to trade a Meta, for example, .cc, which is the Canadian CDR on our system. So this will trade exactly like Meta, and then there's actually all of them. There's Microsoft. I'm not even sure if there is an Uber. So I think this is where I'm not long Uber in this because I don't spend Uber's only a $60 name, so I tend to do that there. But like if I was going to buy Meta instead of paying $600 US or whatever it is today US, I'll just go over pay 32 Canadian, and then we don't get rinsed on the exchange because the exchange right now is hella crappy. It's 144, 145.
And it's not getting better.
When I put US money into a broker, then most of the time you'll pay some kind of spread. Hopefully it's a little less and there's some more friendly places out there than others, but you don't lose anything if you play the CDRs, but do your own research. Again, we are not affiliated with, I believe it's CIBC that has launched these over there. So, yeah, exactly.
That's my bank.
That's another bank, yeah. What's going on over there, Dara?
We have some crypto going on over here for our crypto update segment. This is an interesting graphic here from Bloomberg. This is basically the amount of Bitcoin purchased here by MSTR. I'm going to see if I can zoom this out a bit. There we go. Every single week starting from November 11th, and then with our most recent purchase here in December 30th. So this number actually starts escalating here as of November 11th. This is going to be after that FOMC meeting in November, reaching a height here of just under 60,000 Bitcoin purchased on November 25th. Then we start de-escalating here. We've had purchases every week, but they've gotten lower. We talked about this earlier here, Sharif and I in the big desk this morning. December 30th here, during that filing, the company announced it acquired just over 2,100 Bitcoin, valued at $209 million in cash. So this is interesting to note. MicroStrategy is certainly still purchasing Bitcoin, but this number does seem to be lessening over the last few months. Bitcoin itself actually seeing a decrease here in value. We're at lows of day below that 91.5 area. Actually cracking below this previous support around that 92, just above 92,000. Next area of interest here would be this support that we got back. This would be mid to late November here, that area around 90.7. So keep an eye. We're about $1,000 removed from that level right now. So this could be pretty interesting area of price action for crypto. Let's take a look here at some of these other crypto names. Bitcoin down about 3%, of course. Ethereum was actually holding up on the day. And interestingly enough, pulled a green week last week when Bitcoin couldn't. Right now, though, not green here, down about 2%, trying to hold on to 3,300. XRP down 8%. This is getting hit really hard. BNB and Solana both down about 4%. Cardano down about 7%. So lots of weakness in the crypto space in our second last day of the year. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to the boys.
Yeah, great look there. Adair, I use CoinGecko here to look a little bit. And I mean, Adair just ran through the ball, so there's not much for me to do here as well. But XRP, $2, like that got up to like 270 there on Gensler's ejection from the seat. And then, yeah, Solana is really the one that's been getting hammered. I mean, a lot of people jumped into this one way late. And now 186, like that was up to like 240, 250 for sure. The Dogecoin there, we talked about that with my guy back there. Obi likes the Dogecoin, so we can watch out for that. But again, that was 41, 42 cents, now down to 30. Like there's a lot being taken out there. Cardano was 120 or so, down to 83 right now, hovering around like that 95 area was a pretty high level there for Cardano. But a lot of these names starting to come back in. So I would just say watch out for anybody that is in the crypto space right now and just looking to, maybe diversify a bit. I always think stay with the bigger guys. I know Joe has some thoughts, and that will be coming up very, very soon on the Midday Show in just 25 minutes.
I guess everything's always about time frame. Right? Like if you've been recently swinging Bitcoin, I can understand why this 92 level could get you out. But long term, I was waiting for a break of 92 to look for places to add. I'm kind of the opposite on BTC. Yeah. A couple of things here. One, we're back into Alphabet. It's bounced off VWAP. We'll zoom the other way. Bounced off VWAP a couple times. So it broke that local high, rejected. We're able to short, get some out of VWAP this time, which we probably should have done the first time. And as long as it holds, I know it's above VWAP, and sometimes that's not something that you want to go into for the short side. But then you zoom it out, it's underneath that support at 190.60. So Friday's lows, that goes all the way back into the 23rd. And then again on the 20th, it was holding this level. As long as it's underneath that, I want to keep taking the shots at it to the south side. And then here, I just missed it. Shoot. But it's Carl. Someone else had mentioned Rigetti, but I saw the last one was going to be Carl. And I just talked to Wayne back there. I know you had said it, but I didn't think it didn't register how far this had actually fallen. If these are going to continue, and I'm talking about the quantum names in particular, if you're going to have made a top here and start rolling over, you've got afternoon support from Boxing Day, which is at about $14 on this, but there's a couple of others that were already, I'd say, weaker than Rigetti. One of them is QBTS. Like when these guys said that quantum names were pulling back in, I was looking at that QBTS because it was a weaker bounce on Friday and it bottomed pretty much exactly at $9. So if this can hold underneath $9, I think a continuation short makes sense there. So the only thing I'm in right now is Google. Boeing might not be doing much of anything here, it looks like. It's kind of hanging out off those lows, obviously, with the bad news. Actually, you know what? It's actually bouncing back into the high. So no break of that 172 on Boeing. Right. We're just into Google at this particular point, and we'll hang on to this one as it tries to test back to the low of the day.
All right, we got we got a new position. I just want to let people know because it's right here. We haven't, took on that Google. We took on a little bit of Nvidia here. I was just trying against this 50-period moving average. Like, I'm just wondering, we said that the market would probably test that one more time. I thought it would continue to go. It does test it there and does not continue to go. But I just, again, this is, looking at the net and making sure that you don't give, it all back or anything unreasonable here on what might be a shot play. So I'm just going to take a shot right now. We'll average it again if we get something up to 20 where it's been. But if you're just looking at Nvidia, we're still underneath. We are definitely in this channel. I'm early on this because what I was thinking is this break of VWAP is really where we want to get short. So I said, let's just put on a little bit now in case we're able to. We did get something down at 82 or something off of this. So we were short. Well, now we're short. Okay, now we're going to get stopped out. But where's my stop? Very, very soon. There it is, breaking. Did we get stopped out? Yeah, breaking through 40s. So, all right, so we'll slap a fail. Fine, but it's just, I just want to let everybody know I was trying that there and thinking more about there, getting in on the VWAP break, but we did want to test just a little bit. But look at that, there's the market. So this is what we had thought, maybe testing and then breaking and trying to go for a run. So if that's the case, man, being short any of these names is not going to be a winning material. So we will get out of that right now. We've already, like on Apple, this is going to look like it's a big candle up, but really we were very lucky. We talked about that, getting out. So some big moves to the downside there. And then even on AMD, it's trying to bounce back, but not as much as NVDA. I hope we really didn't get, I don't think we got run at the top or anything there on NVIDIA, but we're getting pretty close. I may put a small piece back on now, just in case that may have been the top, 137.50. We'll try that one more time.
Tesla back over 420, back above VWAP. We might be getting a bit of a bounce here, and there were a couple of questions about Watt here in the chat. It is halted. Current tap is 173. So like right in here, halted at 179. Downward halt on Watt. This is like the fifth or I don't know, you count up how many times. I have a scanner for that, I suppose. 6 times it's halted today, so just be careful. It probably will halt another half dozen times at the rate it's going. Certainly holding above VWAP and trending back to the upside. But in a downward halt, now the tap saying 174.
Yeah,
so
Nvidia is going
Yeah,
deep.
Google Alphabet just retested, came 20 cents in the money, and then broke the local high. So the same level that we're looking at for resistance, that Friday low, it held a couple of times, could not break VWAP, and now you're breaking out above VWAP. So once it gets through the stop, I got to jump out. I don't want to fight this.
Oh, boy.
Suddenly you're starting to see some strength in this market to the upside. So yeah, there goes Tesla looking really strong overall at 420 now. At 422, this looks like a long over 420 now. It's an over-under play. I've only played the under with some success. Let's go to Adara. Time to see what other sectors are strong, because the NASDAQ is certainly coming back.
I wish I could sit here and tell you any sector is strong, but I think looking here, it's pretty clear that we are weak quite literally across the board. The one sector with a little bit of a hope spot is going to be energy minerals. A couple of green names here. We know the energy space has been on watch with that massive pop in UNG amidst some Russia and Ukraine talks, as well as the fact that we're apparently poised for a pretty cold first half of January. So keep an eye on some of these energy mineral names. Other than that, super weak market here. Consumer durables, even with Tesla's bounce, still down about 2%. Consumer services, producer manufacturing, health technology, consumer non-durables, finance, retail trade is really red here. Keep an eye on Walmart. Ahead of this, we're expecting a decision out of India with regards to Walmart and Google and their payment processes in terms of the market share they have there. Then commercial services week, health services week, and electronic technology interesting here. Nvidia, the lone shining star of an otherwise very red semiconductor sector. Nvidia does have some catalysts here with their humanoid robot chips. This Jetson Thor, which can be used in the humanoid robots, is set to be released early 2025, as reported by Financial Times. In terms of consumer services, technology services, this is weak across the board. So very few hope spots on this sector, guys.
Break.
What is Tesla?
GameStop.
Oh, GameStop.
GameStop is very, very close to that 33 break. Just one note on GameStop. The high on, it wasn't Friday, the high on, I guess it would be, Boxing Day, was 33.08. So the local high break for me is if it breaks 33.10, not necessarily 33, but double top here today, and then triple top if you look at a 15-minute chart. This dark pool wick, whatever, like that's kind of a bogus wick in there. We care more about the consolidation here at the 33 level. So it looks like the break is potentially back on for GameStop. No particular catalyst, it just happens to be going. Tesla's now trying to hold above 420 and VWAP pulling back in. Let's see if it can bounce. When there's a supply zone like this on Tesla, you can see it at that 420. If it's going to hold above, got to at least look for some longs. We're short bias, so we didn't trade it till it was underneath. But now that it's above, got to start looking for some long opportunities. Palantir suddenly looking strong. Boeing, which we liked to the south side, it's holding VWAP, so it's not really setting up for any kind of a short. I feel like it's going to be Tesla. That looks like it's going to be next. So just trying to play a little bit of patience here. And we got a couple of super chats while we're away. One of them from Elite Services Ads. I like that one.
Yeah.
Your son's birthday.
Boom.
Your son's 8 years old today.
Kaboom.
Titus Reeves. So shout out to you. Happy birthday, Appreciate you, appreciate all our viewers, and a big happy birthday. 8, that's a great age. Just sort of coming in your own there, so I love that one. We're parents as well. That's what we do it for here. So thank you so much for supporting, and everyone give a big shout out to your son there, Titus. And Bobby Winggood, RVSN ripping today, long from 140, in ideas on a target off of this bounce. All we can ever do is pull up the chart and give you the look there from what we can see. So I will pull up RVSN. Come on, Tesla, get to VWAP. We'd love to be able to get back into that one, actually for the first time to the long side. RVSN, load. Maybe the 15's already loaded.
There you go.
Yeah, 15's going to be a better look anyways. I always say these ones, can you hold on to VWAP when you're stair-stepping to the upside? So the stair-step would be hold prior day high, which is the morning high at 150. It's not really a ton of volume, but it is holding on to VWAP and holding on to that 150. What I generally don't like about these for like afternoon plays or lunchtime plays is trying to get the long while the volume is pretty much dead. So sometimes you can get that flush through VWAP and then try and grab the long off the 150 level instead of chasing some of those highs because the volume's not giving you what you'd like to see ultimately on RVSN. Kind of a later day play. Like usually look for these to start moving again at like 1 o'clock as definitely tapering off here volume-wise.
All right, Titus, you are awesome. Happy birthday to you, my guy there, Titus. Thank you for the super chat, and thanks, Neil, for covering that. All right, we feel a little smarter about ourselves now than we did a couple minutes ago. We flipped over to the long on Nvidia, so we will take an L, obviously, as you had saw me short pretty ridiculously over and over and over again there on Nvidia. But okay, now we're back into the short, or back into the long. Sorry, we are holding this. I do have an offer at 97. It started to go like that meme crazy, which is why I punched into the long, and then it kind of stopped a little bit. It just kept on like taking out all these offers, and right now it's having a hard time in and around this 138. I do think once it takes 138, it's blast off and it's up and away, but still got to get into those levels. So we'll watch out for that one. I mean, look, pullbacks in. I want to be long against VWAP here, so I'm not getting out of this until it breaks through 136.50. So we're averaging in. Like if this comes back in, look for something at the 50 period, then look for something in and around 137, then the average in. We are now 2 pennies away. There we go. Did we get it? Oh no, we got to reload there on AMD. We might have to watch out for this play because we're long on Nvidia. We just missed that 97. Went to 95s. Maybe we'll, there it is. Okay, finally. All right, let's watch out for AMD. The reason is that I did have another short up here on AMD, but we got to be as careful as you know what on this one because we're already long what we thought was a better stock there with Nvidia. So let's just sort of lick our wound a little bit here. Well, not licking any wounds. AMD's a good stock for us. But let's just get some more out here. If it does fall back in, we just reloaded this into the 40s. We're going to start to take some out right now at 40 as this falls back just a little bit. Nvidia is also falling in a little bit here. So, all right, it looks like we did fail up there at O's. So that was 138. We have an out. We have 97s there. So that was good. And now it looks like we're getting pay dirt now on AMD. So yeah, we're a little worried about that. But it looks like Nvidia right now falling from graces. AMD now falling from graces as well. So nice little move back in on the chip names. Okay. Net not really changing because we were able to get that AMD trade, which is going a little lower than I had thought. So I'm going to take out some more here on AMD and just wait to see what can happen there. We just shorted this name right there at 50. So 30 cents in the money on AMD, but Nvidia gave back 50 cents. So wash there, but I want to get longer Nvidia anyways.
Oh, and it just as I was typing into the chat, Palantir was already at 70. I didn't realize how quickly this had gotten into that 78 level again. But it just did a mean revert, tried to grab it, and obviously it was screaming like everything else in the market, but bouncing off VWAP. There's your double top high. This was the close of the bar underneath that trend line that it had just put in, so obviously looking like a short back into 78. The local high is 78.06 for everyone that's interested. If I do get short back on the way through Palantir, I'll look for VWAP as an exit point. And obviously, it's now trending to the upside. I think you can pretty much clearly see a V-shape. It's a V-shape recovery on Palantir. So if it puts in a higher low, you respect it and then try to look for that long. But it's still, to me, it's a short because it's underneath that 78 level. We'll try to pick it back up. But on the dips, let's see if Tesla can actually hold on to this 420. That's the key level that we've been concerned with. and it's now starting to pull back into 420. This is the time of day where I don't want to catch the falling knife. I want it to give us the rounded bottom off this 420 level and VWAP. Might have missed Palantir, but by the time I realized it was at 78, it was kind of already on the way back into the downside. And Bitcoin holding above 92,000 all of a sudden. I guess maybe there is some strength coming back into the crypto names. I feel like Boeing is come and gone in the opportunities to trade that one. So I'm going to stay away from that. And, Tesla's not even holding on to VWAP. So it's right back underneath VWAP here on Tesla. And I know we had gotten a question about Intel, whether, Intel do something. Well, Intel did something, popped to VWAP, and on a dime turned within 1 cent of VWAP. Sometimes it's just as simple as weak stock, short it, and short the continuation. If it wants to start holding VWAP, I like that usually as a lunchtime trade. So if I can't get into Palantir, which I might have missed the opportunity at 78, it's at 77.5, there's always just scalp trading Intel off of VWAP at 19.9 that's going to come into play. So just still Tesla and Palantir that we're interested in. And let's take care of some business with eSignal, Sean.
Yeah, I showed you a little bit of the trade rate and some of the scanners that eSignal does have available, so make sure you do check those out when you get a chance to. eSignal right here, one of the best. Trade smarter, not harder, upgrade to an elite experience. If charting has been, on your mind or something that, you've been looking for an upgrade with or anything like that, I would definitely recommend heading over to eSignal Infinite Data, instant trading, charts that really you can chart anything. So to me, they do change the game. And, all those instant algorithmic trade ideas, they do have those built in as well. There's back testing, which can help you. There's the scanning right there. Yeah, obviously you can make little notes. Anything to do with stock tweets, you can easily retweet or post up any of your ideas on there as well. I really appreciate the fact that it's entitlement based, so you can get going on various you can get various accounts going. So you want to trade the pink sheets, you want to trade Canada, anything like that, it's all available. Okay, we are getting, we took some 50 period there on Nvidia. We could have took 137, we didn't. I was actually waiting, now that I'm looking at this, 136.85 is where I'm sort of sitting down. That was sort of where VWAP is, VWAP's at 70s there. So I was going to say, if I do take it and we do wind up losing on this, it'd be a breakdown below 136.50, give it a little bit of room. So I wanted to get the bulk of the position, like an average in, like a proper average in, down closer to that 136.80 area or so, just so that if and when the market bleeds out, we have enough exposure at the right prices. Because the thing is we still have this big trade on board now as well, AMD, trying to break through 123. Actually, I'll put another bid right here at 05s just to take some off, because it's a hedge, but I am planning on getting more Nvidia, so I want to see if we can be right on both angles of this trade. But all right, let's go back over to Adara at the desk.
We're going to do here is take a look at the U.S. dollar, which is in quite the bull flag on the daily chart. We had this nice push up here starting December 5th. This big green candle will give us another second wind here, and that would be the day of the FOMC meeting, where we did basically have a more hawkish tone than expected. The Fed projecting, previously than expected or hoped for, cuts for 2025. So moving the market down, but giving the dollar a push. Now here we have another nice green candle with a little bit of bottoming tail action here as well. As of right now, above that 108.3 levels. This is the highest level we've been at in about a week for the DXY. Higher than expected pending home sales month-over-month for November. The year-over-year print was also higher than expected. And it's also worth noting here, Chicago PMI actually much lower than expected, 36.9 versus the estimate of 42.7. It's going to be a bit of a lighter day for economic data tomorrow, of course, New Year's Eve. But then on Thursday, we're to come right back swinging after the market holiday. Initial jobless claims bright and early at 8:30 a.m. Then at 10 a.m., we'll get construction spending data. And then on Friday, quite a few numbers at 10 a.m. with ISM manufacturing PMI, a couple other ISM PMI data. And at 11 a.m. on Friday, we're going to be getting our first Fed speaker in quite some time. Keep an eye out for comments from Fed's Barkin. So even though earlier this week, a little bit slower as we do have the wrapping up of this year, should be a little bit interesting as we head into the first couple of days of January. Also, the CME Fed Watch tool, which I always want to draw some attention to. Now we have 88.8% of participants expecting no cut in January. This number has actually gone down. As of last week, we were expecting 93.6% of participants expecting no cut. So now we have a few more people here, a total of 11.2%, expecting that 25 basis point cut in January. It's basically been all but foretold we're not going to be getting that cut, but we'll have to wait and see because we know the Fed can surprise us if that shock 50 basis point cut in September is any indication. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Adara. We're getting some nice little rallies back. Right now, let's go Nvidia. So I was just like, you know what? Let me take a little piece there at 137. So we do that right now, and that's 50 cents now as we go back into the money on this trade finally on Nvidia. Look, it's only 10 cents. I'm not super excited about it, but we are very excited because we were able to get some AMDs also at the 50-period moving average. So we were a little nervous right when we first got it. We talked about that because we were starting the long there in Nvidia, but we play the weak name in the chip sector, and now we are out of more than half of this trade and punching out more right there at 05 because I really want Zeus to go. If Nvidia goes, oh boy, we're waiting at 60s right now to get out of a piece. If we can do that, which is coming up right now, maybe if we spin this, we'll get a 60 fill. We'll see if we can do that right now. There it is. Okay, that worked. There's the 60 fill now as Nvidia is starting to go a little ham right now. Hopefully we can end the day where we need to be at the highest spot so far. There it goes. Monster move, Neil, on Nvidia coming all the way up. Let's see if we can get all the way back. I'm at 77. I'm going to take something out here at 70s. Looks like it wants to try to resist that. Oh no, that's crazy. It just went to 75. We're at 77. I don't know why. Let's see if Nvidia keeps it going. So good couple trades there. 30 cents now in the money on Nvidia.
Yeah, it's the only one that looks like a long to me.
Yeah.
Everything else is looking incredibly weak. Tesla tried to actually, you know what? Tesla didn't try to bounce at 420. I was about to say it did not. It flushed through. There was never any support at the 420 level. So as far as I'm concerned, over under, when it's under means look back for the short. The first consolidation is under 419. So we're going to jump back over to that. Palantir bounced off of VWAP. So we're not short Palantir yet. Either it loses VWAP or we get a retest of that 78 high. Starting to get into a bit of a patience mode, not wanting to, I don't want to chase anything too far that's away from the price area that we want to trade. And I don't want to jump into some kind of a new name that isn't giving us a good setup. So one of those is suddenly, okay, never mind. GameStop back underneath VWAP. It's trying to claim VWAP again. I still like a breakout. But if this can hold above VWAP, maybe a joiner into GameStop, just because it's lunchtime, and I'd rather be moving to something that can give you that juice even if the market does nothing, which does lead me to that. So just still want to stick around with Tesla, that 420 level. I feel like it's the key. And now that you might be testing back under it again, we'll look for the short. And again, this setup, it took a while to set up underneath 420. I'll be the first to admit, if you were looking bullish over 420 this morning, you were doing much better on Tesla, but it still works to that short. About to retest with a little bit of strength here on TSLA. And then the other name which we were talking about, of course, was Palantir. I might be inclined to take a triple top breakout on Palantir, but until it breaks it, I will still short that 78 level. 78.10 goes, I don't mind taking a breakout trade. But we'll take it this third time into that 78 top. It's already worked for us once. Let's see if we can get it again.
Oh boy. 92 and change now. Look, we hit the money when this thing was at 60. Now it's at 95s. All right. Apple 50 cents, AMD 30 cents, FFIE 40 cents, and Nvidia now the biggest position by far. Nvidia, I'll talk about my own share size. Like right now I have 10x Nvidia, everything else. So there it goes right now to the upside. And again, you can ask us in the chat, just tag us. You can ask us about our positions. You can see them on the board as well. If you want to know like how weighted we are into them or something like that, you can definitely do that. All right, so there's another couple outs for me at 90s. It's failed up here a couple times. We'll take $1. This is $1 right there because we just rolled that back up at 137. It's not $1 on our average price, of course. We'll wait to see now if we can get above this 138. I mean, there's a 139 fill coming. I mean, the market has to figure itself out, right? I mean, there's 138.60, 130. I think we can get to that. There's the drop-off zone that we've been through. Now back up. If we could take that at 139, that's sort of where we're looking at from Friday. I got the day right there. Nice move back in. And there's the break of 138. And man, oh man, are we cooking right now? This has been a good one. I I got to get back and start swimming a little bit here, but I don't really want to leave these positions. All right, I'm going to take out some more here at 06s as we just climbed above. All right, a little bit of a fallout. We'll take some 93s. There it is on this one, but hopefully we can get back above into the O's one more time. There it is. We just got 96s now. Back above that 138 mark. There it goes. All right, good. So I'm at 138.06 to take a piece out there, and then we just let it ride. And I may change because I got to get out of here. I was going to wait to average in a little bit more. Thankfully, we didn't need to do that, so we make all the money now. Maybe 137.50 break, something like that back. Oh yeah, there's the 06 break. Maybe something like that back in. So yeah, so far so good here for Nvidia. You know, lost on it early, making some back here as we just noticed the momentum. We take that from our past experiences of day trading. You know, reading the level 2s and being able to do all of that. And then that's just seeing that. We've called Nvidia going meme crazy sometimes. And that's what I felt like it started to do there to the upside. It's such an aggressive stock today, up 0.7. And yeah, so I think that it'll be bought up on any strength, and that appears to be what's happening. It's why we had AMD written down here as the short. And we'll be up, right now we're up more money on AMD than we are on Nvidia on the day. It's just Nvidia's trying to take that over right now. So nice move there. There it is. Now it's an official Dollar Club winner as Nvidia's going ham right now to the upside.
Yeah, Nvidia continues to be the strong one. It is the champion. Maybe there was a catalyst on it, and I don't think it was a big deal, but Nvidia is that darling stock. And at one point I was going to mention, we were talking about the chips, there's a huge disparity between SMH. It really just comes, SMH holds twice as much in terms of weighting in NVIDIA versus, what's the other one I'm looking for?
Soxel?
The SOX. Yeah. And that's the big difference, and that's the biggest differentiation that those two indices have ever had all time. There is another, now the stock won't load, this LPSN. Here we go. LPSN, another runner. It's $1 hold, almost exactly, and breaking higher. So another big mover on a small cap. I saw a few people talking about this one. Doesn't have too much price history around here. The only new trade we got back into is an older one, and it was right at that 78 double top here on Palantir. If it gets to VWAP, we'll take it. We've already started scalping into 77.5, but it's just this simple line. If this can break back above the high, then I want to respect double top in a triple top, and I think it has room to go 78, maybe to 79, 79.5, something along those lines. But until that happens, we'll stick with the short on Palantir. Once it held that lower high again at 77.8, we jump back into the trade. So just trying to stick with the names that we liked earlier that are still setting up. And now it's 11 o'clock. This is what happens. GameStop's back above VWAP. I'm going to go long off VWAP here on Jimmy. And then if it breaks out the top, that'll be a separate trade on GameStop.
Yeah, Sharif just showed me something. I think Adair's going to try to confirm this, but apparently the stock market's going to be closed Jan 9th, so next week, for Jimmy Carter's. I've never really seen them do that.
Before President's Day?
I don't. Sharif just showed it to me. He just showed it to me. So that would be... I like the day off, obviously, but I like the trade. But anyways, day off, maybe, potentially. We'll just confirm it. Yeah. I'm not, Sharif showed, from Yahoo.
Yeah, I believe you.
Pretty solid source there. So we'll confirm that as we go. But oh boy, man, NVIDIA continues to go higher and higher, and AMD continues to go lower. We've got on the perfect hedge, man. We're long this name and short this name. Come on. So far, so good with Apple working out as well. Hey, thanks for a great show, everybody. There's Faraday Futures again, going back to the upside. Oh shit, I got to get out of here. All right, see everybody. It's been a blast. I just offered Faraday, so we'll get out some here at 61. I'll see ya on the flip side. Good show there, Neil.
Have a good swim.
Yeah, well, if I can get there. All right, is it raining, Sharif?
You can get there.
Drizzling, okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
No, water. What am I made of sugar over here? All right, we'll see everybody soon. See ya at 2.
Take it easy, guys. There's a bunch of people reporting this. See, but
what is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, even though I'm wearing my glasses today.
Still
Excuse
Sharif.
me.
Still Sharif.
Yeah, I know, right? Hey, we're both wearing glasses. I didn't even notice that. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. Joseph, shout out to Darwin and Native New York Image Company. Happy hunting today. Trade War, shout out to you as well. Daniel Vargas, what's up, fam? Jam going on with you, Daniel Vargas. Hope you had a fantastic kind of long weekend. We'll wait for everyone to come on over. We got VW and Ezekiel. There we go. We got the world's greatest mod, Mr. Longshorts and Corey Pratt. Shout out to Christopher Wagner and Sixto V. We got Day Trader Cut, BKM Trader. We got Yak, Blue Baron, and then a different Baron. We got Baron, we got Blue Baron. We got Captain Physics and Cesar Sandoval. Shout out to Reg, nope, not reading that last name. Pilot Josh, the Piper, JC, Dang Finance, and shout out to Covalence, aka Covalent Bonds, aka Grade 10 Chemistry. We got Tim Snyder, Stephen Ford, and Stock Up. Shout out to Felipe Lopez and Stock or Put, like that. We got Billy Bezos and Ralph Woodward, Bora Hut and Andrew Chow, Frank Dang Hong. Let's go to you two as well. We got D Jackson, whose message got withheld by Bears vs. Bulls. He might be saying naughty things. Shout out to you, D. I'm going to have to see what you said right now. Dollar bill is there
dollar bill, y'all.
Who else we got? We got Ralph Woodward. We got Maru. We got Anish. We got the Gauntlet. Joseph, good morning.
Hey, yeah, man, I was just reading what D. Jackson said. I don't know. He didn't really say anything. He said CTRA.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
I'll have to Google that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's up with that, brother. But how was your weekend? Everything was all right?
It was good, man.
Yeah,
It was
that's
good.
good,
You know,
that's
sister was over. Brief, super brief. Here 4 days. She's in, she's out. Kids were here. They got the stomach flu.
Oh,
the whole, it was fantastic, Joseph.
way.
It was like a little hospital in my condo there with everybody, you know,
Emergency
taking
unit.
the time out. How's your weekend, homie?
It was good, brother, but we'll send it up to Adara.
Oh, she's got some? I'm not plugged in.
Not plugged in. My guy's not plugged in.
Thank you to Sheree for sending me this initially. I can confirm the New York Stock Exchange and by extension the NASDAQ going to be closing on January 9th. This is to honor President Jimmy Carter after his passing. I looked this up. This is actually a customary practice here to honor deceased presidents. This started back with the passing of 18th President Ulysses S. Grant. So this has been going on for quite some time. And the most recent time this happened was December 2018 with the passing of George H.W. Bush. So this is, I guess, the first time we're doing this in about 7 years. Keep an eye out, though. January 9th, the market will be closed in its entirety. That is both the NASDAQ and the NYSE. There will also be early ending to bond trading that day as well. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adaria. I just want to confirm that I got the 411 there from Yahoo Finance, but you can never be sure enough. So we'll keep an eye on that. Don't forget, guys, we have Martin Luther King Day as well on the 20th of this month. That is also a holiday for the market. So we get a couple of holidays, but I was telling you off camera, Joseph, I got a half day on the 6th. I got a full day on the 7th, and now I got a full day on the 9th.
Rubbing it in.
Hey.
Just pouring the salt in the
No, the only reason is I'm Orthodox. We follow the Julian calendar, so my Christmas Eve is the 6th, then we got Christmas is the 7th. I always liked that growing up, bro.
Yeah,
because everybody got the regular holidays, and here's me, bro.
There you go. You're reaping the benefits of both the holidays, I guess. Exactly, if you can, there's no doubt about it. Okay, yeah, we know Sharif's got a interesting lesson today. I'm looking forward to this one because we're going to correlate it with something else. So I seen the title of this here, folks. But you know what we're going to get into before we weasel into Sharif's lesson of the day. I mean, I don't have too much to say about it here, folks, because we don't have a green sector on the board today, all right? So just keep that in mind. So we'll go through the win play show here as always. In first place, we have the energy sector. So are we getting a little defensive here? Maybe, possibly. It's looking like it from the top sector performances. And then we have the financials in second place, down about 1.17% on the session thus far. And then in third place, we have the utilities down about 1.2% as well, folks. So then we'll go third, second, and then last here. So technology down about 1.45%, being the third worst performing sector thus far. Materials down about 1.6% as well too, and then consumer discretionary down 1.7%. So consumer discretionary, I decided to take a look at Amazon and obviously Tesla. I think there's weaker stocks, but I guess from a tech perspective, they are a little underperforming. but that's okay. I do think that we can somewhat slowly rebound here, Sharif.
All right, before we jump into the lesson, we got a good one for you today. We're talking about a head and shoulders pattern, so get your listening caps on. I want to talk about the current trade I'm in. It doesn't show up on the board because I still have yet to take another fill. I've taken one fill. I'm in WATT. It's up 310%. I see it, I observe it to be holding the pre-market high level in and around that $1.60, $1.50 area. Stop is below the volume weighted average price in the high 40s there, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. But it is this one right now, ladies and gentlemen, and whoever else. CYN is absolutely flying to the high side. It is breaking through highs. It looks like it may halt here. It is halted. 137 is the halt level on CYN. It has got a very huge market cap of $7.5 million. And if you can't tell, if you're just getting to know me now, why I'm being sarcastic, 27.7 million shares traded on the day with a float, Joseph, of a large and enormous, our gargantuan 1.4 million shares.
What?
That's very small, guys.
So that's like 27 times float rotation?
Bro, that's normal with these small cap gappers. It's like sometimes we measure them in the 30s.
That's
you know what
crazy.
I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah. So CYN, Joseph, is the one that I'm talking about, and Trade Ideas has this one pegged at 19.42%. Of that 1.4 million share float is being borrowed for short. That data can be up to 14 days old. So as I always say, use it with caution, but help it guide your general idea for the name. CYN, guys, halted to the upside. Big boy mover, started off its life south of that 70 penny area. I believe we closed out Friday at 63 pennies. You're going to see me involved in this one if it does hold up. But Joseph, we got a good lesson today. We're talking about that head and shoulder loves, baby. Hold on, what? How come this one says double tops and bottoms? No, hold on. I'm gonna have to pause for a second because the lesson ain't jiving with the text over here. So I'm just gonna send it to you for a hot second.
Yeah, of course, guys. If we pull up to my chart here, guys, you're gonna see I took a second stab here on Tesla. I thought that we were going to curl back over, break the volume weighted average price. That momentum slowly started to pick up there. So we entered, and you know what? I took this out a little later than what I should have, okay? I should have waited a little bit, but then we got right back in at a lower price. You know that's my style of trading. I like to sell, even just if I realize that small loss, and then get in the position with a better price, but my guy is ready to rock and roll.
All right, as I always want to preface, this lesson is based on Chapter 5 of John J. Murphy's amazing book, Technical Analysis of These Dang Financial Markets. I added in the dang there, but no, it is one of the Bibles of TA. So this lesson entirely based off it. Let's get to work. So this lesson introduces the head and shoulders pattern, one of the most reliable reversal patterns in technical analysis, according to your boy John Jay. We'll discuss its structure, its significance, its practical application to real life trading, followed by a breakdown of the inverse head and shoulder and the role of volume in confirming these patterns. So we're going to talk about the head and shoulder as well as its inverse head and shoulder cousin. They're kind of the same thing, a little bit of a different twist. So what is the head and shoulders pattern? As we always do, let's explain the concept de novo, right? The head and shoulders pattern is a reversal pattern, right? That signals the end of an uptrend. So by definition, when you see the head and shoulders pattern, you gotta look at the trend preceding it. Is it uptrend? If it's not, then it's not going to be your 100% head and shoulders pattern. You may see a pattern that looks like a head and shoulders pattern, but it won't be what we're talking about here. So it must be preceded by an uptrend, okay? In the beginning of a downtrend, which is what the head and shoulders brings in. So it's a visual representation of the battle between buyers and sellers. Let's talk about the structure. It's got a left shoulder. Can you believe it? An initial peak occurs during the uptrend, followed by a decline. I'm going to show you what it looks like in a second. Then you have the head, right? The price rallies to form a higher peak ahead of the left shoulder. This is followed by a decline again near the low of the previous shoulder, which we'll call point B. Then you have the formation of the right shoulder. That the price makes a rally again, but fails to reach the height that it got to in the head. So it's a little bit of a lower crest, AKA a lower high. And then you get the neckline. This is the point where the textbook says, get into the trade. You don't have to get into the trade right at the neckline. You can be a bit more aggressive and get into the trade on the right shoulder. We'll talk about that in a second. Are we going to do it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
We're doing it live.
Love it.
All right, guys, trade ideas. This Christmas, give yourself the gift of smarter trading and trade ideas. Don't miss out on 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to the premium. Unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. But hurry, this special offer ends December 26th. All right, so it's gone now, folks. Use code TRADERTV25 at checkout to save big at TradeIdeas.com today and make the holiday season your most profitable yet, folks.
I like it. I just got to tell Brendan, market closed Jan 9.
Jan 9th.
All right.
Closed Jan 9th.
Just want to make sure, he shows up to work.
Yeah, you know what I mean? He's like, where is everybody?
Brendo. Love him. All right, so the key takeaway here, guys, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline. Those are the components of the head and shoulders or the inverse head and shoulders that we're going to refer to. So 4 main components of the pattern. The key takeaway here about the head and shoulders pattern is that it marks the transition, essentially, from bullish to bearish market sentiment. The symmetry and the clear break of the neckline are essential for identifying this reversal pattern. And this is what it looks like, okay? You get an initial area crest, AKA the left shoulder. Let's call that point A. Then you get a retracement off that crest. We make a trough. We'll call that point B. Why? We referring to these areas and points because they make sense for the neckline break. And then you get the highest of the high there, point C, okay? That is the formation of the head. We drop from the crest of the head down into the trough of point D, but we don't keep going down. We make yet another attempt at a new high. That is a failed attempt at a new high. It has to be, by definition, lower than point C. I'm talking about point E there. And then we dip back down, and then we can kind of just, we can look at the neckline from here, okay? So the importance of volume here in the formation of the head and shoulders pattern cannot be understated. Let's talk about it. It plays a critical role in confirming the pattern as a whole. So during the left shoulder, volume typically in this case is rising as the market pushes to new highs. Makes sense, right? You need volume in order to move up. So keep that in mind. During the head formation, volume here may begin to diminish. It's not a hard and fast rule, but in the formation of the head, you may see a lower amount of volume than what you saw in the formation of the left shoulder. It's signaling to you waning buying pressure, even though prices have made new highs. And then during the formation of the right shoulder, right? The volume often decreases even further than it was during the formation of the head. This is signifying to you that buyers are incrementally losing strength. And then the break of the neckline. This is important because this is when the textbook tells you to get in, right? A decisive break of the neckline accompanied by increased volume confirms the shift to a bearish market from a bullish market. If the break happens on low volume, however, it may signal a false breakout or breakdown in this case. So you really need to be in tune with the volume here. If the neckline break is on anemic volume, it may be a false breakdown or what we call a specialist breakdown, forcing you short only to have the price rise again and then trap everybody in. And, obviously they make money on that. So the key insight here after all this is rising volume on the break of the neckline adds conviction to the reversal signal, increasing the reliability of the head and shoulders pattern. And this is kind of what we're looking at. We're making the left shoulder. Boom, we move up. We make we make the head higher point than the left shoulder. And then we dip down above the low of the left shoulder, forming the right shoulder, but not high enough to get us above the head. And then we drop back down again. And then look at this area here. We actually gap down below the neckline. There's basically a price action volume where no trading took place at that particular price. And look at the volume confirmation that comes with that neckline break. So then you kind of are seeing the right thing. You're putting all the check marks beside all the different requirements for this pattern. Left shoulder formation, head, right shoulder formation, and then a big volume spike on the neckline break. But it's also important that we understand this pattern in order to gauge where our profit taking should be, aka our price objective. So after the head and shoulders pattern is confirmed with the break of the neckline, traders seek to estimate the price objective or the target that the price is going to reach on the downward move. The simplest method here that we can employ to calculate the price target is by measuring the vertical distance from the head of the head and shoulders pattern to the neckline. And then you're going to take that basic distance in price and you're going to project it down from the neckline. For example, if you had a $100 area from the top of the neckline, or from the top of the head, to the neckline, you're taking that same $100 area and you're projecting it down from the neckline all the way down, and that's where your profit taker was going to be. The simplest form, it's not a hard and fast rule, but one that often we see. So the distance is then projected downward from the point where the neckline is broken. I already gave you an example, okay? The adjustments here are important. Consider the market conditions, though. If the volume on the neckline break is particularly strong, the price target may exceed the measured move. So the measured move, in other words, with big boy volume is the minimum that you should be waiting at there. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the maximum. So what you could do is you could possibly get out a little bit on that price target for the measured move and then save a piece for the dream, so to speak. And this is kind of what we're talking about there. This distance from the top of the head to the neckline break, you take this distance here, whatever that distance is, and then you project it down from the neckline break, and then your profit target is in and around there. That is the minimum. All right, so the inverse head and shoulders, kind of the same thing, but the trend that precedes it and the volume a little bit different. Let's talk about it. So the inverse head and shoulder is the opposite of the regular pattern and signals a reversal this time from a downtrend to an uptrend. So what does that mean? That means before we see the pattern or when we see the pattern, it's incumbent on us to look at what the trend was preceding it, and it has to be lower lows and lower highs. If you don't have a downtrend preceding an inverse head and shoulder, you should automatically be skeptical. So structure, similar to the standard pattern, but inverted, kind of obvious. It's in the name. So it consists of a lower head flanked by two higher shoulders. That's the look there. The breakout, the pattern is confirmed when the price breaks above this time, the neckline with higher volume. So volume here operative as well on the break of the neckline, which is suggesting to you a new uptrend. And the price objective, same thing. The target is measured the same way as the regular head and shoulders pattern by calculating the distance between the head and the neckline and then projecting that distance upward this time. That's where you're going to look to take your initial profit. And the practical insight here that we get out of this whole thing is that the inverse head and shoulders is often seen in bear markets or after a prolonged downtrend and serves as a valuable signal for traders looking for that potential long opportunity. And that's what we're seeing. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline break, take some profit. Okay, we're going to stop here, and then we're going to talk in the next segment about the practical application of how to use the head and shoulder in day trading and swing trading or whatever time frame off which you're trading.
Hey, good stuff there. So Sharif, I was enjoying your lesson and kind of wanted to bring this up.
Hit it.
So what do we see here? Do you know the
We got an uptrend.
Yeah.
We got a bit of a right shoulder.
Right.
We have a weird looking head, but that's okay.
That's all right.
Everybody's symmetrical. Bodybuilding.
Exactly.
And then we got a bit of obviously a move there. Into that 100,000.
That's it.
Hey man, okay, have at it, baby.
Yeah, that's it. So that's what I was thinking.
Back to 50 then, huh?
Yeah, I don't think we're going back to 50. That would be quite dramatic. But I do think that we are going to see a little bit of a pullback in this thing, maybe just a liquidity grab. One thing I will highlight on Bitcoin is that the selling pressure hasn't been immense. It hasn't been very swift or quick or anything. That a little bit of a slow burn to the downside. Can that pick up? Obviously, that is extremely possible. But what I did here is I actually let go of some of my position here, Sharif. As I mentioned before, that was my thesis. And I said, I think that we were going to break kind of this 92K level and that $90,000 level with some projection of more potential downside. I think that's going to be the case here. this buying has been relatively weak as well too, so the rebounds haven't been as strong as the overall market. So as we hover around these key support levels, I do think that eventually that we're going to open up below them, and then that selling pressure might start to step in as well too. So just be wary of that. Whether you're holding the actual spot asset or you're using IBIT as your vehicle, just be prepared. I was discussing with Sharif and some of my other peers over the weekend as well too about just selling some calls against the position. But in my stance, it would be more profitable for me to just realize some of the gains that I have, opposed to just selling calls and then allowing that to depreciate. The price to depreciate. My unrealized losses or my unrealized gains would diminish quicker than what my short calls would allow me to kind of recuperate in that sense. So again, just offloaded a little bit, nothing crazy. I'm glad that I did that. I do think that there's going to be some more downside, maybe the mid 80s or something along those lines. But we need a positive catalyst, I think, to get Bitcoin to start rolling again. I mentioned before that I thought this was a little bit offsetting kind of the way we consolidated here, but then kind of that move didn't seem genuine to me, and I stated that multiple times. I thought something was kind of fishy with this kind of this push up here. I think it was maybe just more or less momentum and people being excited that the fact that we exceeded that 100K benchmark and then now went a little bit higher, but we didn't hold it very well, and we didn't kind of get that volatility skew that I talk about as well too, that Wayner was telling me about to the top side, other than what we had in this breakout. Like, these are the kind of days that I was expecting to see if we were going to exceed that 1.25 or head to that 1.25 price target. But as of right now, that's not the case. Not saying that it won't go there. I know a lot of analysts still have their price targets high 100s by the end of 25. Totally fine. What we do is we just offload, realize some gains, and then we have the ability to get in at a lower price as well too. So I do think we continue to the northeast on Bitcoin. It's just going to take some time, and I don't think they're going to make it as easy as some of us seemed that it was going to be, because I think as soon as it broke out at that price, and then we had the new administration coming in, we were excited. There was a lot of buying in it, but again, that has since cooled off. And then maybe we just need some more breath or more adaptation to Bitcoin on that front, guys. So yeah, let's take a look at Tesla as well too, using TSLA as the vehicle as usual, just because it is a leverage product. It's still down on the session. In the second entry here, we started to take a little bit off the top. And now we're now pulling back a little bit. So it might be another little bit of a choppy session here, I'm thinking. With the Qs still selling and still negative on the day, let's see if we can rebound and then hold above the volume weighted average price. As of right now, it's struggling to do so, with kind of Nvidia being the outlier of one of the stronger stocks on the session. But now I know a lot of people asked me to take a look at some tickers for them, and one of them being LAES. All right, I'm not overly familiar, so I was doing other things with LAES. Let me pull it up here for you folks and just get a general idea of what this thing does. So, Seals Corp is a Switzerland-based holding company operating primarily in the semiconductor industry. The company focuses on developing and selling tamper-resistant semiconductors, chip processors, etc. Sitting around an $860 million market cap. From an intraday perspective, yeah, this thing is moving extremely well. I mean, Nvidia was moving well as well earlier in the session, kind of just cool off and consolidating right now. Nvidia is, but from a daily perspective, you can't really go wrong. This is insane, actually, if you think about it. So from a percentage metric, let's see how much we're up here from December 10th. So from earlier in the year, we're up over 2,000%, which is absolutely astonishing and fantastic. So if you've been sitting in this thing since the 10th of December, you're sitting on some pretty pennies. So congratulations to the person who mentioned this. The positions boards are down right now, folks, but they will be back and running shortly, all right? So again, back to Lays, this is really fantastic if you've been in this stock for an extended period of time. If you're looking to get into it now, unfortunately, I don't know too much about this company, but that volume stepping in, I'll always look at that from a technical perspective, and it's supporting this breakout. So yeah, really good look there on LAES, and then we'll take a look at one more here before we send it off to our guy, Sharif. OPTT was another one here. This is Ocean. Yeah, let's pull up OPTT. Ocean Power Technologies Inc. provides ocean data collection and reporting, marine power, offshore communications, and domain awareness service products. Okay, $105 million market cap. Intraday perspective, looking absolutely fantastic. Putting in a really stellar session so far. Let's see what we're up on the day. Yeah, 58% on the day. Really, really nice look from that, from a zoomed in standpoint. Let's take a look from a broader perspective. And yeah, not something I would necessarily look to get involved in. I'm not necessarily the value type guy, but again, that volume supporting the breakout, and it's looking good as it continues to trend higher, Sharif.
All right. Okay, we're in a few trades right now, Joseph.
All right.
Watt. All right, so we got in at that $1.53 or so. First profit taker, $1.60. I'm waiting at 65s. It's showing 64s on the ask. Let's see if we can get something here. A bit of an anemic bounce, quite frankly, but we'll see if there is some continuity here as we bounce off that key area of technical support. I was looking at that. There we go. We got the fill. We're looking at that $1.50, and quite frankly, I believe that $1.50 on WAT was just a little bit higher than the volume-weighted average price, which is hanging out at, I believe, $1.47, $1.46. Next profit taker, 171. We're taking profits here before that $1.75. There is resistance at $1.75. That was my initial entry. We rejected $1.75 here, and we had trouble with it over here. So keeping an eye on that. I am, though, caught in a downhaul, purposely, though, on CYN. This thing got moved up big into $1.65, got in my initial position here at $1.43, and then I added the larger position at the volume weighted average price, planned $1.24. It's currently showing a tap of 122, 2 pennies below the current close price. So the move is here, anything below $1.10, it's all over for this trade. We'll keep an eye out on this one. I'm talking about CYN up about 97.5%. Currently, though, halted to the downside, but above the volume-weighted average price. Kind of an ugly V-shaped retracement from the $1.65 all the way down now to $1.25. So I don't want to see this necessarily breach VWAP. It's going to have to hang out there. Now, you say, Sharif, well, this thing started out its life at 63 pennies. Why are you not looking to gauge support off the dollar? Well, I would typically gauge support off the dollar. That's, though, for the initial breach, the break and take of the dollar. So if it, initially comes from, say, 85 pennies, takes that dollar, goes up to $1.20, I'm looking for it to defend off that dollar once it gets above the $1.20. But I think it's gone sufficiently far enough from the dollar that it should be using the volume-weighted average price as support. We'll have to see if that's accurate. Currently, the tap essentially break even now at the $1.23. AISP, the other one I'm involved in here. This one, not the biggest percentage mover on the day. It's only up almost 15%, but it was predictable. It had consistently higher highs and higher lows. The volume on this one, though, I gotta tell you, not really to my liking. 3 million shares on a $6 name, it should be doing a little bit better. I'm waiting for a break and take of that 6.5. I got a planned dollar cost average to shadow that 6.25 area where we had a lot of trouble. Look at that double top initially for that bull flag continuation. Rejected off 6.25, 6.33. Ex post facto analysis here. I likely should be moving up my dollar cost average, not from 6.25, but to 6.31, 6.32, something along those lines. We'll see how this one does. So involved in a few trades. CYN and AISP, all small cap gappers. Once I do take a fill, guys, it will show up on the board. We see Joseph, your boy, he's in that Tesla long, TSL 2984. Mine will show up there in a hot second. Are you in that, right?
Yeah,
okay.
we're in that, baby.
I thought you were nervous there, like, yo, what? I'm not in no position. Yeah, I know, because that's happened to me, Joseph.
Like, yo,
where
what?
I didn't know that I was in a position. I looked down at the position board. I'm like, come on.
No.
Yeah, those usually stops that you haven't cleaned up that get you in that kind of trouble.
Trigger you in something.
You know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, just 1 second here because CYN is open. We're long here. The DCA for my average cost basis for CYN is 131. We're back up until 130. That ain't the move though. Looking for a bigger move up. Adara is at the big desk.
Let's take a look here at some of these sectors, and because this is usually the segment where we take a look at names that are sharply outperforming or underperforming the S&P 500, but with everything so weak, And with it being the end of the year, I wanted to take a different approach. So we're going to look at the 3 weakest names this year to date on the S&P 500. I got this data from StatsMuse. So we're going to start here with WBA. Down about 2%, well, almost 3% on the day. This is a daily chart. This one actually down about 60% on the year. This is the first candle of the year. Lots of downside, which kind of forecasts the rest of this year, starting around $25.50, currently below $10. One of the biggest catalysts on watch for this company are some reports that it's getting involved in a buyout here with the private equity firm Syracuse. So WBA could certainly have some upside potential for next year, but this year, lots of weakness for Walgreens Boots Alliance. Then we have mRNA. This is the 3-minute chart for mRNA, but we can look at the daily as well here for Moderna. It's worth noting they're down about 59%, almost 60% year to date. This is the daily chart. They went from a high here, it looks like this is in May, of around $170, currently trading around $39. This one also has some things or catalysts here on watch as we head into the new year. Chief among them is the appointment of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as part of this health, department for Donald Trump going forward, Health and Human Services, what he's been appointed to. So he's known for being not pro-vaccine. That could hurt companies like mRNA. Last but not least here, Intel. We're going to pull up the daily chart for Intel as well. They're down about 58% year to date, and they are the 3rd worst performing stock on the S&P 500 this year. We know Intel's been really beat up, especially compared to some of these high-flying stocks in the semiconductor space like Nvidia or even AMD earlier this year. We basically started the year around $50 for INTC, currently trading just below $20. Pat Gelsinger, CEO, was ousted as of early December, and that's the most recent negative catalyst for this name. Other companies in the top 10 worst performing stocks include Celanese at number 4, down 54%, Estee Lauder down 47%, Dollar Tree down 47%, Enphase down 44%, Humana down 44%, Dollar General down 43.5%, and CVS. So a lot of these health names and these names in that consumer services sector, pretty weak, guys. Back to you.
Appreciate you, Adara. Thank you very much for that. Adara always dropping knowledge lines in the middle of the day there.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, got the
She gets pumped about that.
Yeah, she is really pumped about that. Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. No, our good friend John Von Sawyers in the chat asked me to take a look at TQs for him.
Okay.
And I'll do exactly that because when you are the type of person that John is, you get what you ask for. So, yeah, you know what, John? I kind of like the overall market here. One thing that I kind of wanted to use as an example is I like to look at the volume-weighted average price as somewhat as an elastic band, right? It can only stretch so much before it snaps. So the way I'm going to look at this from this perspective is that we've been trading below the volume-weighted average price for pretty much the majority of the session. We are now trading above it. So I want to see if that elasticity can hold within the volume-weighted average price, and then maybe we head back down to the south side. Maybe we're just hovering it because of momentum, a little bit of cover rally, or is it going to be a genuine move, and we snap it, and then we sit on top of the volume-weighted average price? So this is kind of my look on the TQs. I'm going to wait for a retest of 80s on this to see if it can hold. Other than that, I think with the strength within Nvidia, if it decides that it wants to take a second leg higher and or Tesla wants to start to cooperate, I think that this momentum to the top side, if you would like to call it, can continue. But as of right now, I'm going to say the primary trend is still intact. We're still moving to the downside. But I just want to see what happens around VWAP here, if we can either hold it, if there's any indecision candles above it that indicate, hey, maybe we're going to go back and make that second leg lower, or another confirmation of holding the volume-weighted average price. So if we come back, test it, and then we bounce back on top of it, then I like the overall market for a long. So that's just my 2 cents on TQs. And then someone asked me to take a look at LivePerson Inc. Interesting, LPSN. Never heard of this either. I think this is more along my guys, but let's pull it up here and see what LSPN actually does. All right. Okay. So, okay. Fundamental Explorers. It's not what we wanted. 1 second there, folks. Okay. Well, it's not giving me much here on LSPN, but from a technical perspective, we zoom out a little bit more here, and the picture gets a little bit uglier. So again, I can't give too much of anything on this other than that from a technical perspective. starting to break out on a daily. We broke some key resistant levels here. Not looking too bad, slowly recovering, but putting in this big doji of a day. Wait for this candle to finish its print and the volume that may or may not be supporting it. So other than that, it's not looking horrible, especially after it held these lows around 77 cents, almost double that from those lows. So again, not a horrible look, but I think there is better things. Well, I know there's much better things to be trading other than LPSN. But yeah, here we go with Tesla. Sharif, we are starting to break. We held the VWAP really nice. As the overall market continues to move higher here, John, looking for the TQQ's thought. Again, we're holding this. I do think that there's going to be somewhat of a pullback. The volume is starting to stair step to the top side, which is definitely positive, as you can see here. So again, I think you'll get a little bit of a pullback. If it decides that it wants to hold the volume weighted average price on the pullback, then I think you can be okay. And then maybe there'll be somewhat of a trend change on this session. But as of right now, Tesla's still hovering, Nvidia kind of just consolidating, waiting to see if we make that second leg to the top side.
All right, Joseph. Here we are with CYN. This is the big boy mover. It's up 126%. Excuse me. And it's not like an exclusive pre-market runner. By that I mean, it has the best of its move in the pre-market, which is, very typical for these small cap runners, small cap gappers, whatever you want to call them. When you get a small cap gapper that does the majority of its volume, the bulk of its move, subsequent to the opening bell, subsequent to the pre-market, I don't want to say, it's rare, but it's not as common as these ones that run in the pre and right after the bell. So CYN kind of got the majority of its volume at around 11 o'clock, 10:30, this, that, and the other. We're involved with it right now. Cost basis of $1.28. Just took a print at $1.42, waiting next at $1.48. It's not as aggressive as it was before, but it's a 10 exponential moving average hold on the 5-minute. It wasn't even weak enough to get to the volume weighted average price. That could all change. This is the one that was caught in a down halt in, but again, it was a planned entry at that $1.25. So we'll see what this one does. Taking out a little bit over here, but don't want to take out too much, right? Because the whole point is to ride this one with the strong upward momentum it's got at the moment. AISP clearly here has a seller at 50, and I won't be convinced otherwise. I took profits at 50 for that exact reason. My next profit taker at 56 is, but as I watch this continue to chop and churn at that $6.50 area, I am becoming more and more convinced that the size of the iceberg order, aka a hidden seller at that $0.50, is a bit bigger than maybe I once anticipated. So right now, posted on the gateways is baby size. That's what you can see. It's what you can't see here that is preventing us from ascending. Now, one way to kind of gauge the size of the hidden buyer, the seller, or the iceberg order is to have a look at the level or the time in sales. Okay, you're keeping an eye for the orders that are coming in at that 650. Look at these green orders, all at 650, and then to look at the size of those orders. Like that one's 700, 200, 843. You're trying to gauge how much buying is coming in relative to what's being posted on the gateway on the level 2 to try to gauge how big or small the iceberg order is. At least that's my 2 cents on that. Here we go with that 650, likely gonna reject again. Keep your eye out on it. We're involved in it right now, waiting for that 6.5 break to take. But my man Carlos Rojas, 20,000 Colombian pesos. I don't know how many Canadian dollars that is, but it doesn't matter. It's 20,000, and that's a big number. And even if it wasn't, we're gonna thank you anyway, brother. I appreciate you for that. Now, he wants us to look at OPTT, and that's exactly what we're going to do there, Joseph. OPTT. So Ocean Power Technologies, just by looking at that daily chart, I already like it. Okay? Above the 200, above the 50. You got the golden cross with the 50, crossing above that 200. You're getting more volume. Now, obviously, if you zoom out, it's not a good looking chart, but that's what a lot of these ones are. That's how they start off their life, and then they get booming. Now, clearly, we've got a couple of outsized days here with high RVOL, but the beautiful thing is we didn't just die back off after making a big move. No, we kind of consolidated at that 30 penny area. You could tell someone was buying up a storm at that 30 penny area, and then we continued on our merry way, making higher highs and higher lows. And what I do like about the recent price action on OPTT is that we're closing, I don't want to say we're closing at the highs, but we're not giving up the entire move and closing back near the lows. We're not doing that. We're closing relatively near the highs. Currently, we're at 68 pennies with a low of 50, the high of 80, so we're a bit closer to the highs. Now let's look at this one from an intraday perspective. Let's zoom on to the 5-minute here for OPTT. I'm going to throw that ticker on in a hot second. I do apologize. OPTT, here we go. Just behooves me that I got to give you the deets on this bad boy, OPTT. So, Ocean Power, $101 million market cap, a nice amount of volume traded today, about 126 million. It's got a float of around 55 million shares. And let's find out what Trade Idea says about the short float, about 7.8. So not bad at all. Here's what I like about this, Carlos. Incrementally higher highs and higher lows. It touches at 80, it pops, it drops, but look where it's finding support. Lo and behold, there's a buyer of note here at 67 pennies. Well, what's so special about 67 pennies? Couple of reasons. One, it's an area top. We whiffled, we waffled before we could break 67 pennies on a decisive basis. So there is a price action resistance in and around there. In addition to the price action resistance we had earlier at around 1030, 1045. You also have the volume weighted average price there. So it's a good area for a dip trade. And the beautiful thing is, once you're close to that area, you can enter near the volume weighted average price and then put your stop a little bit below it so you can manage risk a bit differently. So this one, not on my radar because it's south of 85 pennies. I filter out everything south of 85. So this wouldn't have made it onto my scanner until it had gotten about 5 pennies higher than the current high a day. But it's a good looker. Let me know how you trade this. OPTT looking definitely like it might be making higher highs and higher lows with an 80 penny top. Now, back to AISP here because we did take out 50. We haven't taken it out on the $0.50, but look what we're printing now on the ask. We're at 51s. Looks like there's a bit of a bigger seller, though, at 52s. Let's see if we can squeeze here now that we've taken out that seller at the $0.50. CYN, I see printed me at that $1.41, but I wasn't able to get anything at that $1.48, and down we go again. Multiple topping tail candles right now on the 5-minute on CYN. Still, though, that's the bad side. The good side is we're still above the 10 exponential, and by extension of that, we're still above VWAP. So I don't like to see these topping tail candles, nor do I like to see the incrementally lower highs. That means sellers are currently in control, despite the fact we're still above VWAP. So if you look at each successive candle, it has a high a bit lower than its predecessors, which means sellers are becoming a bit more exuberant with every successive candle in the same way that we always talk about buyer exuberance. Joseph works, I guess, the same there. So last one here before we send it back to Joseph. Let's have a look at our boy Watt. JJ Watt's just hanging out over here at $1.60. We're in. Where are we in? We're in at $1.53. It's holding up at the volume weighted average price. I've got a clear area where I'm going to take this out. If it breaches that VWAP area, I'm gonzino. Otherwise, we're going to try to hold on for the trade. Joseph.
Hey, good stuff there. Yeah, 20,000 Colombian pesos is just under 7 Canadian dollars, my guy. So yeah, there you go. Thank you very much for that super chat. And guys, way to go on the poll. We already got 1,200 votes on the rundown poll. So that's fantastic. That might be somewhere around the record. Yeah. But yeah, just going on to like hyperinflation and kind of just the conversion rates. I know that 100 Jamaican dollars is roughly 1 Canadian dollar. So, and I know there's a country in Africa, I don't know if you can fact check me on this, but they have like $1 billion notes. You know. It's super. Yeah, they have like $1 billion notes and stuff like that, which is absolutely insane. So, yeah. Okay, guys, let's take a look at Tesla. We know what's coming up, I believe. Adara, fact check me on this too. Deliveries on Thursday, is it, Adara? That's correct? Expected, okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm assuming we're gonna get that. But let's just kind of zoom out here and see what happened the last time the deliveries came. And this was kind of when we were in this bottoming pattern. I've talked to you guys about this V-shaped pattern multiple times, consolidation phase, liquidity grab, another consolidation phase, and then a breakout. Somewhere along these lines on this day was a delivery day, and then that's what just sent the stock soaring. I think this is going to be really important for Tesla as well, too, considering how extended we are to the top side. So I'll be looking forward to seeing this these delivery numbers, and what happens with the underlying stock itself. Is it going to send it to the northeast, or are we going to pull back a little bit more? And then I think if the street doesn't like it, then those 366 levels and this prior resistance is definitely going to come into play. So only time will tell on that Tesla delivery front. Be patient. And let those deliveries come in. And if you're looking to buy contracts, don't just wait, right? Because the volatility is going to step up. We talk about this all the time. You don't want to be buying contracts when volatility is high. So maybe you want to grab them, now that I think about it. So when they're lower, if you're looking for the anticipation, because when the volatility steps in, those premiums are going to kind of be elevated as well too. Or will they? Not kind of, they will be elevated, all right? So it's Zimbabwe. Yeah, thanks, Neil, for that. Zimbabwe is just, they have the $1 billion notes there or something like that, which is absolutely insane, just due to hyperinflation. So I think it was either Argentina or Venezuela that was having that same issue as well too. So let's continue to hold on to this Tesla, folks. We're in on TSLA, mentioned this before, but let's touch on why I'm in some NVDA. I was kind of expecting a higher day break, and it's not quite working out how we would like. We know that we have this ascending wedge forming on NVDA, so I was kind of, and unfortunately, I was anticipating for the volume to step in as we made that push to break this key pivot level, and now we're kind of rejecting as the overall market is starting to pull back as well too. So I'm really curious to see if the TQQs and the Qs are going to hold the volume weighted average price. If we get any sort of bid, then I think that we can continue to the northeast and break that and break this kind of wedge that we're forming here on NVDA. But again, we're going to need to see that volume step in, and we're going to need to see it step in fierce, all right? It can be a little bit of a grind, but if we're going to break these key pivot levels, then that volume needs to step in and then be able to be sustained as well too. So just keep that in mind, folks. Again, and now that we're forming lower highs, you got to be a little bit more cautious about this situation and just be a little bit more definitive on when you're going to get out of the trade as well too, guys. All right, so continue to let me know. Mitchell Rose, buy them calls. Yeah, exactly. Now the time would be, right? Like the volatility is low on it, and then you get that anticipation of the volatility stepping in, the implied volatility going to pick up and increase the premiums on Tesla, especially with those deliveries. Just actually a volume increase alert on NVDA from Momo. Well, I don't have it just yet. Again, you're going to need the market to see itself turn around before I think we can suggest that we're going to break the high a day on NVDA, especially with the Qs starting to pull back a little bit more here. Let's take a look at some of the other Mag 7s. Like what's Apple and Microsoft up to? I kind of like this on Microsoft here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
On Meta. It's not overly liquid on this platform here, but as you can see, we have this candle with that inverted hammer. So you can use this as a definitive stop and then play the breakdown. So I wish there was a leverage ETF to play this thing, but maybe we'll look to get involved, get a little bit of a pullback. If we decide that we want to hold this 595 level and then head back south, then I think that would be a good trade. But zooming in here on a 5-minute standpoint, okay, so it was the pre-market that was really weak, and Meta has since pretty much recovered. So looking pretty good on Meta compared to some of the other stocks. Let's take a look at AAPL. And it's slowly recovering. So, the market seems like it wants to pick up a little bit of steam and have some relative strength, but all we can do is just sit here and be patient for now.
All right, new position. We got into INTZ as it worked through the volume weighted average price. This one was a big mover. It's up 168%. It did breach VWAP. Seemed to hold that 5.25, but it was below VWAP. I didn't get into it until it reclaimed that level. It seems to be having trouble now with that 580-ish. I think it did weasel up into 585. I don't think I have the best price for this one, so I've done my my due diligence here. Put my initial entry as a smaller position with my planned dollar cost averages all into the volume weighted average price with my stop a little bit below VWAP right now. But as I'm watching this one, it seems to have a lot of trouble with that 585, 580 area. We are long in right now on INTZ right at that 580. So currently break even on this one. Let's have a look at CYN. It did dip right back into VWAP and did hold. But again, CYN is putting continuously lower highs. I don't want to say it's got a flat bottom because it really doesn't. It's got, kind of a mixed mixed bottom there with some higher and some lower, so not as discernible as you could say the lower highs. We'll see how this one does. Where are we long on this bad boy on CYN? We are long $1.28, so currently about 1 whole penny in the money. Let's have a look at the other one over here, WATT, still above VWAP. So these small cap gappers kind of chilling today, not as aggressive. They're not breaking down below VWAP like sometimes we see when small cap gappers are not in vogue. They make big moves above VWAP and then kind of retrace and then give up the entire ghost. So you're not seeing that yet, but you're also not seeing continuity with these names. So I'm packing my patience over here. Last but not least, AISP. This one did dip into the 10 exponential moving average and has a bit of a higher low right now. I did set up for a dip trade at 6 1/3 to catch the breach of the 10 exponential. It didn't fill me, came into about 636 there. So no fill, sadly, for me on that one. I'm going to keep it active, though. I think it is a sound area to try to pick up some on AISP. So those are the ones I'm looking in right now. They're not really flying like we were used to these past, I want to say a few weeks, but I think it's been more than that. Probably more like a couple of months now that the small cappers have been running. So we'll keep an eye out on all these bad boys. Watt, again, off that $1.50. What's going on over there, Joseph?
Tesla's buzzing.
Well, Tesla's buzzing. Hey, let's have a look at TSLA coming into that 424. My man is long TSLL, so he's printing up, baby. And TSLL has got a nice looking V-shaped recovery, Joseph, with incrementally higher lows and higher highs, taking out this area trough, not on a closing basis, but that 1040 print that we put all the way up to 423 1/4. While we're above that by 50 whole pennies as we try to take that 424 level to go Greensville on TSLA. Got to go all the way up to 431 2/3, a far distance from that now, but obviously on the way there, we're going to take out more key levels. Another key level would be this pre-market high or pre-market top high at 426 and a half to 427. 427 is the implied balance high. The IB high on TSLA, exactly 427 on the dot. So we're looking to do a nice recovery there. Only down 1.92. We were down much worse at the lows there with Tesla. But as I look at it, you're seeing V-shaped retracements on a lot of these. Well, I don't want to say them V-shaped retracements because some of them look more like U's, but you're getting a recovery on most of the mag name. It looks like Meta looking the best here with that 486, 485, 58 low. We're at 459.65. We just printed the day's high on Meta. You just printed the day's high on Amazon as well. Microsoft just printed a day's high. Google just printed a day's high. As I mentioned, though, Tesla had a bit of a different open there. It zagged. It went to 427 and then dropped to 415. Nvidia, we're still below that day's high. We printed that and went a little bit early. The Katina man was involved in that one, 138.67. So we'll keep an eye out for these Mag 7 to see if they can continue to recover. Good look for them right now. So I'm still involved in my small cap gappers, but I want to let you know that the ones I'm involved in are certainly not the only ones moving. Holo, HOLO, another great one. We were trading this one on Friday, and it's back again. It had a decent day on Friday. I'll submit to you it has a better day today, and one that I've been watching, I want to say, for like 6 months, maybe even longer. I was trading this one when, Adara was still a newer trader. So 465 right now on HOLO. A beautiful move up off the 50, incrementally higher highs and higher lows. This one is a bamboozler, though. I've seen the bottom absolutely drop off Holo in the past, so make sure to manage risk soundly with this one. 13.5 million percentage, 13.5% is the short float with a float of around 5.46 million shares. So definitely a smaller float and a larger-ish short float right now on HOLO. We might have to bamboozle our way into this one. It's looking good. That's why. So I'm keeping my eye out on all the Mag 7 as well as these small cap gappers. We'll keep an eye out on them if anything is running. I want to let you know about another one, another small cap gapper, another one that we've heard many times before. GRR. GRRR, Dara. It's a bit more an expensive one, this one here. It's about $24.75 but the direction is sound. It's holding up, it looks like here, with the closing prints all above the 10 exponential moving average. It did that before as well. So when it moved up into 25, it dropped back down to 23.25, held the 10 exponential on a closing basis, and here we go again on GRR. It's about 30.61% up on the day, and let me give you the details on this one as well. So GRRR, Gorilla Technology, $273 million market cap with 6 million shares traded today and a float of around 9.4 million shares. And the short float on GRRR, 16.5%. That's what I want to see, baby. I want to see small floats and larger short floats because we can definitely get some movement, Joseph, when we have those combinations together. What do you got?
Sir. No, I was just looking at something that Andre sent me, and this is crazy. I don't know if it's still accurate, but dude, $100 trillion in this Zimbabwean note here. Yeah.
Zimbabwe?
Yeah.
Why don't they just adopt a different currency, bro?
Bitcoin. But they changed it. They changed it, yeah. But it was something along those lines, which was absolutely crazy. But yeah, maybe they can adopt Bitcoin there, Sharif, because then so get the Satoshis rolling, and then they can start rolling with the boys over here in the Western world. All right, so yeah, guys, let's continue to monitor what's going on with Nvidia, slowly grinding higher here. Tesla's breaking out, so that one's working really nice for us. I think we just have to be a little bit more patient. I think it's either we continue to the top side or we just completely fail on NVDA. If the overall market decides that it wants to participate, then I think we'll be sitting totally fine. But again, only time will tell, and we have to be patient and just stick to the trading plan, all right? So let's, speaking of sticking to trading plans, here we are on TSLL. See that, and again, I'm not going to complain too much about it, but I should have been out of this significantly earlier, especially at the breach of this resistance zone. I think this was just a liquidity grab. I'm glad that we got back into the trade, especially just due to signals that I've seen. And I'll pull up those signals on another chart so we can see them more clearly and why I decided to take those trades at those specific levels. All right, so again, as we can see here, guys, we had a really strong primary opening drive. So you can see this is the initial 5 minutes of the opening drive, really strong volume supporting it with just a little consolidation phase after that strong move out of the open. Perfect. The volume is low. That's something that that's exactly perfect. Love that. Yeah.
Fighter, right?
Yeah. So again, we like to see the volume start to step in. I don't know why I'm pointing at it like you guys can see, but so we like to see that volume step in here on that second one, on this second leg higher, and then we kind of just pull back here once again. Totally fine. Had the inability to test this new high a day. Pulled back, grabbed some more liquidity. Again, we're just chopping around, break some key resistance levels. But then again, this is why I got in over here, all right? It was just this specific candle on how it was kind of an outlier to the previous couple minutes. So we were strong to the top side, and then we continuously pulled back without any form of a green candle within 10, 15 minutes or so. So then I see this candle print right here. I said, oh, okay, let's see on the pullback. If we breach this, the thesis is invalid, no problem. But sure enough, we held this candle. This is just key volume price analysis signals that I always look out for, the lesson that we did. And so that's exactly why I decided to get into this trade, was because of the print, close as a hammer, and that isolated volume signature. But we are going to.
We gotta do this super chat. Sorry, first. Joseph.
Oh yeah, send it
Nick Dub, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Shout out to Ron as well. BBAI, we threw this one on the upgrades and downgrades today. Sorry to keep you guys waiting there, Dara and Neil, but I just wanted to mention this. Big Bear AI did get an upgrade today, and it's finally catching some volume. These last two candles have 1.5 and 1 million shares each. It's taking out the high of the day as we speak. 458, Big Bear AI. Keep your eye out on this one. Shout out to Nick Dub and Ron, printed into the highs. But we will talk more about these small cap gappers once we get back from Adara and Neil with his lesson of the day.
We actually might get a red to green story here for the NASDAQ. What a push up here. This is at 10 o'clock. We started to find that base around 512 on the Qs. Now we're down just 1% on the day, but be aware there is clear previous support here around 517.80s, basically 518s to be aware of. Currently around 517.30s. Let's take a look here at the S&P 500, which also making kind of a similar path here. Now actually down less than 1% on the day, much like the NASDAQ basing out here around 10 a.m., just below that 585 level. And UNG was really the story of the morning in terms of positivity in a market that was generally negative. Definitely removed from its highs around 1950, but still up about 16%. We have some reports here that Ukraine is not going to be renewing Russia's gas transit deal, and also apparently expecting a durable cold for the first half of January. So lots of things to keep an eye on here in the UNG space. In terms of other tickers to be aware of, beyond the small caps, which we certainly know are running, Shree's been giving you those, but we have some mega caps on watch as well. TSLA trying to break back into 425s. Quite the recovery here. And it is worth noting for TSLA, we're expecting deliveries potentially on January 2nd. Then Nvidia making the nice push to the upside as well. This one had an early positive catalyst, or at least interesting catalyst, with regards to its push into robotics, as reported by Financial Times, which actually interviewed the VP of robotics for the company. So NVIDIA here with the robotics catalyst, well outperforming its peers in the semiconductor space. Make sure as well to vote for your favorite ticker in the poll in the chat. I believe that poll ends a vote right now, so you have one of 4 tickers to pick from. Then after we do the Playmaker poll for the S&P 500 trade, at 1 p.m. we're going to get a whole new poll, 4 new tickers to choose from. The top 5 of the 4 tickers between the 2 polls will be covered on the rundown at 2 p.m. with Sean and Neil. But speaking of Neil, he's got a special treat for us. That's his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Darius. Sometimes all of your setups in the morning, you line them up and you tee them up and it hits your levels, great. But when it hits your level or when it sets up that trade, could turn an A+ setup into a B or a B into a C. Something that you like a lot is maybe your number one idea that suddenly turns into a trade that you should take, but a trade that you have to temper expectations in, whether it's taking less shares or whether it's having a tighter stop or maybe it's having a smaller, I guess, take profit expectation or target window to get out. And the examples I'm going to use here, one of them is going to be Palantir. We'll stick to what we were trading this morning, Tesla and Palantir. Now, obviously, Tesla has been bouncing off 420 and did so again today. Hindsight being 2020, you can see this now looking strong above the 420 level. But if we looked at what's been happening on Tesla, it was trend down and it was into that 420 level. It was looking weak like the rest of the market. Simple over-under would dictate if we were breaking the 420 and we just had follow-through on the breakdown, maybe you could have had one of those $20, $30 moves that we usually see when Tesla's weak. $20, $30 moves trending all day long. At some point, if you continue trend, you're going to do that off of that 420 level. And oftentimes when you see those big dumps on Tesla, that's right at the open, then follow through the rest of the day. Right at the open, follow through the rest of the day. When it's been dumping and continuing, a lot of times it's doing it early. Not always, but a lot of times it's going to do it right off of the bat. Now, unfortunately, Tesla didn't do that. It ended up being a bid right off the open. So it did make a rather decent sized bounce to the upside. It ended up being a short, eventually setting up under 420. But by the time it got there, it didn't have the home run setup. It had like the single double setup. Short to 420, play it back into the teens. Take your $1, $2, $3 winners, maybe 4 at absolute best, what you're holding out for. But it never really gave you more than that because it just set up a little bit different from normal. It doesn't mean you don't take it, but as I was sort of saying before, it might mean that you just scalp it a bit more, be willing to stop out, jump back in with a tight stop, and be willing to trail out thinking you're not going to get that home run. So it was just more of an adjustment trade on Tesla because of when it's set up. That same trade, if it does the dump holding under 420 instantly, like right away, you see it hold underneath, higher low, and then break back out. If it does the dump and hold under, I think that is a better potential where you should be more aggressive, wider stop, and let it just flow. But that's not what you ended up seeing happen in Tesla. Now, conversely, Palantir did give you the good setup early. Now, granted, okay, Palantir, did I not trail out? Okay, let me just, oh, here we go. Look at that. I was about to punch out manually because I'm like, oh, Palantir is breaking trend. I should be getting out of my long. And then my trailing stop just hit. But that we'll get to the long in a second. Palantir was a much cleaner setup because it was a simple short into the prior high. And it did give you exactly what you wanted off of the open, which was a pop right into the level you want. There's your wick high. There's your lower high. So this is an example of one of your A+ trades or an A trade staying in a trade. And this is where, you ideally, and why I made this lesson of the day, because Tesla, and you saw me get into Tesla for the scalp trade, right? At that 420 level, and it's not bad. But then look at Palantir, right off of the level that we liked, at the open, double top off the same level. Could have neglected to trade Tesla and just doubled up in Palantir. That was an option. It ends up being the better play. Now, both of them go a couple of dollars, but one of them's an $80 stock and the other one's a $400 stock. So it's a better move in Palantir. So while profitable on Tesla, and both these two stocks are my best stocks, one of them was setting up exactly how we wanted, whereas the other one was kind of just okay. So probably should have doubled up on Palantir in that moment. And I'll give you a little bit of a bonus here. Oftentimes, and we've seen this before, if you've got an A+ setup, like big support turning into resistance, just keep in mind the lack of follow through here. You get the exact move you want. You get the 78 pull right back into 76. That's going to be the obvious target. But sometimes when it reverts, higher low, higher low, higher low, break out that top, you've got to be willing to reverse these things. You saw Sean reverse over into Nvidia. For me, it was reverting into Palantir, sticking with your guns. It gives you 78 into 79, which is next resistance. So when you've got a big key level, be willing to play it in both directions. But more importantly, if you've got a setup that is an A+ and stays in A+, it's not just about sticking with it, because we kind of stuck with Palantir and kept on trading it, but sometimes the one that turned from an A to a B, you can jump away from it. Put more into that A+ setup. I like both these two stocks as two of my top two. They're both positive. But if you look at when Tesla set up that 420 short, Palantir was giving me a better setup at that time. So it has nothing to do with being up or down on the stock. They're both good stocks. But in the moment, one can be better, and it deserves your attention just a little bit more. So timing does matter. Tesla wasn't perfect when it finally set up to 420. It was a little bit late. You want to make sure you're taking the best trade, and just because it was setting up okay at 9:30, you thought it could happen, doesn't mean it's just as good when it sets up at 10 o'clock. It can still work, but it doesn't necessarily mean you did the right thing. So your lesson of the day is trade setups and time of day do matter. Ensure that it looks just as good pre-market at the open as it does maybe a little bit later on in the day, or be willing to find something a little bit stronger or a little bit weaker, depending on the direction you're going to get into. Good luck for anyone that's in that Palantir long. Looks like it is starting to come back into 78.5. Maybe we'll get a VWAP bounce.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just, all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts, every day, around that noon hour, dropping what we call around these parts, Joseph, that Neilage. So make sure to join us every day on the How to Trade show, and then Neil does his entry, his cameo halfway through.
Hey.
Not halfway, a little bit earlier.
Look and subscribe. I pity the fool.
Yeah, if you don't like and subscribe, what are you even doing?
Yeah, what are you even really doing?
Know.
I don't even know. You're not doing what
Ram says exactly.
Exactly. So
a lot of stuff happened here, Joseph, while Adara and Neil were giving us the goods. Let's talk first and foremost about Watt. So JJ disappointed me here. Look, here's the deal. We got in, nice entry at the volume weighted average price, scalp, got that nice move into that $1.75, and then it all went to hell. It all went to you know what. It dropped down below VWAP, so it's currently down halted, which is why I flattened out here. As soon as I saw that halt primer start to kick in, I got out of Dodge. I don't know how I feel about Watt, okay? It's too ziggy-zaggy. There's no real directional trend this one had. It's real. It's the best part of the trade. Was in the pre-market. You always hear me talk about that. So Did well on this one, but I gave back a little bit there at the end. I see Big Bear AI. It is breaking out. It is really going now. It's 12 3/4, 4 3/4 just got taken out. I'm talking about that high of the day.
Wow.
So keep your eye on Big Bear AI. I'm going to get to it in a hot second. But Watt, done. Unless it holds a VWAP, I can absolutely get into it again. We'll keep an eye out on this one. AISP continues to knock on the door of that 50 penny area. We already talked about the big boy seller that's hanging out at that $50 area. What keeps me interested in this one is the incrementally higher lows. Okay? So even though we get dip trades, even though we get retracements into that 640, high 30s, they're incrementally higher lows with that flat top and 6.5. I won't be convinced otherwise. That's what I'm looking at right now on this one. CYN, it's below VWAP. That's the end of the trade. We're going to give back some on this one. I'm not going to DCA into this one. It doesn't look good. Incrementally lower highs, lower lows, breaching VWAP. That's gone. But I'm quite happy with how INTZ went. We got out of the majority of the position through that $6. I think I got $6.15 at the high, and then it came back into VWAP, and I had my planned dollar cost average at $5.55 to shadow the volume weighted average price. I wanted to hold up here. Anything below 5 1/3 and the trade is over. 5 1/3 is this area low. So if it breaches VWAP, I'm willing to give it, a couple of pennies here and there in order to breathe, but I will not give it anything below this area trough over here. We've de-risked substantially on it, so the planned DCA has me really reinvigorated because now we've got shares de novo back on this one. Let's see if it wants to pop back up. I'm all ears and whatever the hell else you can be, okay? So INTZ, good look. Let's see if this one wants to work its way back up. And then we got to put BB Dang AI up on a trading screen by Rigetti, even though you're moving up nice, but we're going to remove you here. BB Dang AI, it doesn't trade on the NQ. Where the hell does this trade? It's on the New York. It is an easy stock, okay? Keep your eye on this one, 4 3/4, topping tail, Joseph, into that 476, and now we're down into 4 2/3. But like I've said many times, guys, everything okay, Dara? Like I've said many times, with these small cap gappers, the topping tail candles are not as operative as what you would see them on a large cap, a mega cap, whatever else, okay? You're going to get that kind of volatility with these small cap gappers that will manifest in a topping tail candle only for that topping tail candle to be reclaimed. And in fact, usually you break a higher high above that. So BBAI, Big Bear AI, it was the recipient today of an upgrade vis-a-vis HC Wainwright. They like it, Joseph, to the tune of $7. It's an upgrade here from $3 to $7. I don't know if it's a market perform to an outperform or what the exact upgrade was, but it is on the upgrade side of things. So keep your eye out on that one. As I see it here, INTZ just stopped me out through the break of VWAP, so we'll give back a little bit there. Still positive on it, though. Keeping my eye on these. Okay, so now we got the Playmaker pool. How'd you vote?
I voted short, man.
You voted short?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is that kind of day.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Just for, you know what, in giggles? I'm going long.
You're going long?
Yeah, you can't be both of us going short on the desk.
Both of us can't. I think we did last week and we were wrong.
We're both wrong.
We were both wrong. I mean, the chat, man, statistically, the chat is not wrong. We've been doing exceptionally well, I should say, on the Playmaker poll, folks. So yeah, and having fun with this. And I'm starting to notice this thing is starting to gain a little traction here.
Yeah.
People in the chat are talking about it. Dara's putting it in her segments now as well too. So and Ramin's got her thing. So we're gaining a little traction on the Playmaker.
Talking about it too?
Yeah. All right, then it's done. It's killed.
All over.
It's killed now. All right, sell. Yeah, sell. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna have some fun with this, guys. And I was thinking over the weekend, and I mentioned it before. Maybe we'll do a little exercise. Maybe we'll do an outlier week where instead of just doing outright shares, we'll pull up the options chain, and then we'll do it from a contract perspective, just to see what kind of leverage is provided, how it kind of differs from just buying outright shares. I think that'll be extremely interesting because we know that one contract is equal to 100 shares. So maybe we do that, pull up the pull up the options chain, and then we can select just the contracts as well too at that time. I think that would be pretty interesting. But guys, yeah, let's continue. And I just want to mention the Piper. Nice work there. Saying you just took a step back, just reassessed the situation, a couple deep breaths, a couple laps around the house, in the office, and then back in the chair, and then to execute accordingly. So good work there, Piper. Sometimes you just need that. It does get frustrating at times. So a lap around the house, a lap around the driveway, or a couple push-ups even at that, just to let some of that frustration out, and then you sit back down on your chair, stay objective, and then you have the ability to execute slightly better. So good work there, Piper. Glad to see that. So guys, let's talk a little bit about NVDA here. We had that thesis just being built on just the fact that we were forming that ascending wedge. And then sure enough, we did get that volume to step in, and then we had the break of the high day as well too, folks. So with that, we just took parts off. I didn't put too much size on this front, but that's totally okay. We took some off. We don't got very much shares left there, so we'll see if we can continue to the top side. 139 will be my final target, and then we'll hop out at that if we decide that we want to continue to the northeast. But one thing that is slowly starting to pull back more is TSLL. It's all right. We had the majority of our position out on this one as well too. So I went over the thesis on this, on why I decided to take that specific trade there. I was a little bit late to the dance, but in this case we were fashionably late. So that worked out pretty good, with the low being our definitive out on this case. All right, folks. So that's just a look on TSLL and NVDA, as the overall market just continues to slowly grind higher. I know Wayner in the back is long BBAI from 420, so I'm glad that he's printing up on this one. He was telling me about it, so yeah, nice work there, Wayner. Oh, damn, he caught the low on this one, so really nice work there, my friend. And it's continuing to move higher and higher here, that volume stepping in. So good luck on that one. And I know a lot of people in the chat are trading that as well too. So congratulations to those who are on the right side of the trade. Now, guys, continue to let us know what you are looking at in the chat. I know we were talking about the Playmaker. We got to do something here, because I was showing Sharif, for some reason when I enter some of these data points, it's giving me a weird print here. So I got to do a little bit of sorting here, because we hit our second 2-to-1 last week. But yet when I log it into the cumulative P&L, it just does something different. So as you can see here, we had that $200 day, putting us at a whopping $460, and then it does this for some reason. So if anybody can pick out what is going wrong from a data standpoint and why it's printing like that, that'd be fantastic. I know I asked last week, but it's kind of just giving me a little bit of a pet peeve there on how it's not overly orderly. So we'll just keep it at that right now until we get that sorted out and figured out what is going wrong there. But yeah, guys, let's see. Bitcoin just slowly grinding down here as well too, folks. Nothing crazy. We are hovering around those key support levels. We did breach momentarily. That volume is extremely low, so I think it's just a matter of time. If we do open up below this support system here, then I think that there's going to be that next leg down. One thing that is kind of alarming me is that we haven't had any of that momentum really step in. It's kind of been more of a slow grind to the downside, which is totally fine. It's giving you the ability to assess the situation and determine, hey, what am I going to do from this standpoint? And then you can build those if and when statements based off your trading, all right? So if and when it does sit below this, are you going to take some off, or are you going to add? That's totally subjective and up to you, all right? So again, I know I have my game plan in place, and I think no matter what kind of trade you're putting on, whether it be midterm, long-term, short-term, you still kind of want somewhat of a plan. And that's what we got for this part of my swing position here on IBIT, guys. See, CLSK, absolutely, we can take a look at that before we send it back over to my boy. Clean Spark, trading half decently here. Let's take a zoom out on Clean Spark and see what we got from a daily perspective. Oh, okay, so this is really interesting. This is something that I like to see as we go and potentially test these lows. What is this gap down and then this isolated candle pivot going to potentially be? I know Sharif likes to call these an island potential gap, especially if we open up around above that pivot as well too. So again, if I see a print like this, I would want to wait for the end of the day, wait for that candle to close, and then wait for the open tomorrow as well too. It can be key. If this stock is going to turn around, then maybe a breach of this you can build a thesis off of and say, oh, okay, well, if we break this $9 price target, then my thesis is invalid. I can get out of the trade, or I can wait, be a little bit more patient, hold your horses, and then get in when price is telling you to get in. But Sharif, what do you got going on there, my brother?
I'm liking a ton of trades right now.
Yeah.
So let's throw out some stops over here. All right, so here we go, 418, and then we're gonna take out everything 415, HOLO. Just allow me a second over here to organize myself. There we go. All right, so we're doing decent. Not the greatest, but you got some trades doing well, some not. Let's talk about all of them. So HOLO dipped into the volume weighted average price. That got me interested. I already scalped a little bit there, throwing out some profit takers. Let's throw out some more. In case, this one does squeeze, we'll get the benefit of, the squeeze up. So that's kind of the move there. Let's see what this one does. Now, the one that I'm doing quite well in, AISP. Look, this is the problem with not having resting profit takers with these small cap gappers. I had one above that 6.5. We were talking about that 6.5 being an obvious level of resistance. We got the squeeze through it, and then we got all the way up almost to 675. I only had one profit taker above at 658. That's the only one that got filled. These two I just put in after. Okay, so that upsets me because I should be doing better with that. I know that these are small cap gappers. They squeeze. They don't hang out in a price level for all that long. You gotta use resting profit takers to account for the move up and to be able to lock in profits. I didn't. I paid the price for it. So we've set some other peak wetters here. The only question I have to myself right now with AISP is on the dip into 50, do I buy more? Because obviously 50 was a level of importance. In terms of resistance, does it now act as support? That is a good question. We'll see. So I'm packing my patience with these orders here. So what else do we doing over here? INTZ, are we break even on that? We're about 5 pennies out of the money on this one. It holds that key area of previous support. That's where I put my stop right below there. We added on this one, we were doing quite well. Profit, profit, profit all the way up into that 6 1/5. And then it comes back into VWAP and I added at VWAP. It doesn't hold VWAP, but it holds that previous area low. That's what's important to me. If it's going to use that previous area low, fantastic. I'm going to get involved. So I am with it. Let's see what this one does. My stop is below that 530 level. Big Bear AI, I punched in at the highs at 470, I believe. We wet our beak there into 480. We're at 475 right now. I've got a planned dollar cost average on this one to account for the top end of the range on the bull flag. I'm sitting at 465. So if it does dip into that level, I'd like to add a little bit more. Big Bear AI upgrade today from HC Wainwright to the tune of $3 to $7. I heard Wayner's involved in this, and he was talking to me about it too. He's like, yeah, talk about Big Bear AI. He wants us to pump it, right? So shout out to Wayner's. Hope he absolutely smashes it on this. We're going to see if we can get that 485. That's where I'm waiting next. Wet the beak there at 480. That's enough beak wetting for now. Let's see if we can get some more. So those are the trades I'm involved in at the moment. Here comes AISP back to that high side again. HOLO, how we doing with that? Okay, so it goes right into my beak wetter, doesn't fill, but we got a couple of prints on this one already, okay? So HOLO, the only reason I'm involved in this one is up 80 some odd percent. It makes a big boy move through 5, tries it again, 488, technically the high. Now, let me tell you the truth. The truth is, entering HOLO here is a breach of my rules, okay? Because this is the pre-market high. That topic, that move, why the hell is this a 3-minute chart? 5-minute, there we go. So this candle over here at 9:10 a.m., this got to 528, I believe. 528, yes, 528. So that is technically the pre-market high. But look what it says over here in the green. It says 488. Well, how come? Because that's after the bell high. So that's after 9:30. So technically, the high of the day is 488, despite the fact that the pre-market high is 528. Now, why does that matter? Because I don't typically trade these small cap gappers until and unless they take out the pre-market high. That hasn't happened here. And I'm only noticing this now. That's an oversight by me. That's a mistake. So we'll at least see if we can eke out some more profits out of HOLO.
Oh, wow.
But typically, I wouldn't have been involved with this one unless and until it took out that level. We're taking out levels, though, as I see it here on AISP. We just took out 70s. I'm now waiting at 75s. Big Bear AI trying to continue as well. What's up, Joseph?
Hey, good stuff there. I was going to ask you, did you take a look at NXU? Were you talking about NXU today? Yeah, the chat was going crazy about this thing here. Definitely, yeah, definitely.
764%.
Yeah,
Nuts.
what?
What is this?
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let's pull this thing up here. NXU, are they NXU? Yes, they are. NAS, cool.
Yeah, it's flying, bro.
NXU, this thing is absolutely We're not even going to call it buzzing because it's soaring at this point. 775%. That is absolutely insane on the session. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's fantastic. Like, oh my God. These get me really giddy. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna lie, man, because it's just like, imagine you just bought a couple calls of this thing, and then you get that return $1,000. Oh my God. I got to start looking at these more, but it's so tough to catch them at the beginning of the move, right? The market is already planning on moving these before you can probably catch an eye on these things. So this thing is trading absolutely fantastic, continuing to move higher. NXU is a technology company which is engaged and is leveraging its intellectual properties and innovations to support energy storage and charging solutions. Okay, with a $35 million market cap just sitting under 36. You got $2 May 16 calls on BBAI. Thoughts? Yeah, we'll go over that in a second officially. Sharif loves your name, and I like your inputs on the options chain as well.
Officially unburdened?
Yeah, officially.
Oh God, yeah, amazing.
Officially, yeah.
And I love how we can't talk about the reason why, but it's all good. That's part of the fun of it.
It's part of it. Yeah, exactly. A cryptic message. A cryptic message is officially. So yeah, guys, is it halted now? Okay, wow. Yep.
NXU.
Yeah. NXU is now halted, folks. 213. Trading extremely well, up 775%. If you have the ability to catch some of these stocks, I don't know. I'm not going to go on too much about it, but that's something that I'm maybe going to start to look to get involved to. But I'm sure it offers a lot of due diligence. But I mean, that stuff is fun to me in my eyes. All right. So yeah, okay. Let's take a look at BBAI for you. Officially, what did you say you had on it again? Got $2 May 16 calls on BBAI. All right, well, one, you have a lot of time, May 16th, and you have $2 calls. Okay, so fantastic. You're sitting extremely pretty. You're not only are you collecting some intrinsic value, you got that extrinsic value holding steady. I'm not too sure when you bought it, but you have plenty of time. So, and that's what's going to be able to allow you to lock in a lot of profits if that's what you're looking to do with those contracts, is that you have that time value stuck to those contracts, especially if it expires on May 16th. So really nice look. You're up a couple 100% on the session, or even within the past couple of days. So yeah, officially, way to start picking up that steam in the options market, because I know you were getting involved in it, and then you were looking for specific trades and just doing your proper due diligence and getting involved in the right stocks, what it seems to be thus far. So allow those winners to continue to move higher. I'm curious to what you actually paid for those as well too, which would be absolutely fantastic to know, because that's a really nice trade, man, and congratulations on that front. So let's take a look at Tesla. I know a lot of people are talking about 3 weeks ago, just hopping into, so that's crazy. Yeah. So yeah, here's Tesla, guys, holding the volume weighted average price. Maybe we reload here to see what the overall market is, but I do think that the Qs are going to slowly pull back here at some point, guys, because this just seems like pure extension. We're just going straight up. Eventually, it will pull back, but guys, we're going to send it off to Adara real quick.
Time to look here at small caps. Once again, IWM here. That support around 220.50. So you're now broken above it, just shy of 221 right now for that Russell 2000. Much like the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, as we saw when we did the happening now at 12. Beautiful support starts forming here at 10 a.m. And we get a nice bounce. So anyone in the IWM reversion long, that was fantastic look there. Next level of potential support here. I mean, if we can get above this wick we made around 221, that would be a great look. Then we have this chop and churn here around 221.50s, and then that area just above 222. Now let's take a look at some of these small caps, some of these names popping up here for me on the volume scanner. SPCB, the first one here, Supercom. This one announcing this morning here, there is a catalyst for Supercom that they've secured some contracts with the South Dakota Sheriff's agencies, but they don't have any disclosed terms. So contract news here for SPCB with a float of 1.82 million shares and a market cap of $11.2 million. It's worth noting, not a ton of volume in this one on the day, just over 1 million shares traded on the day, and they haven't even traded their whole float yet of 1.82 million shares. There's a little GRRR, Gorilla Technology Group. That one's certainly falling here from its high of day, but one to watch here. They were going to move a little bit on Friday as well. 16.5% short float, total float of 8.24 million shares. And beyond Friday, this name has run in the past as well. ONCO, the next one to talk about here, ONCO. that is on Kinetics. Penny stock here with a really small float, especially for a penny stock, 313,000 shares, just under $4 million market cap, about 1.93 million shares traded on the day, so not a ton of volume yet, but right now trying to break that 50-cent level is ONCO. We also have JDZG, sort of a catalyst, currently halted. They did have a catalyst here on the morning, Friday morning here. This company's called Jade Limited. The company entered an equity transfer agreement here under which it agreed to acquire 75% interest in this company, Kunyan. So this JDZG, Chinese ADR here with a float of just under 20 million shares. Last one is, of course, NXU. This one halted currently just above that, actually now around $2, and we were a penny stock at the start of the day, NXU. Company's called NXU Inc. with a float of 11.2 million shares, market cap of $31 million. Lots of small caps to be aware of, and make sure you vote for the Playmaker poll in the chat to see if you want to go long or short on that S&P 500. Back to the Bash Brothers.
That's got to be my favorite segment. Obviously, Adara killing it with the small cap recap. We appreciate you there, Adara. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
What's the best-selling car currently in the world? And it's by Tesla. So I'm just narrowing it down because I want to get to my point.
The Model Y, is it? The Model Y?
So you know that the Model Y, we've had it for a hot minute. I think 2020 was the first year, right after the Model 3. So it's due for a redesigning.
Oh, really?
And that redesign, Joseph,
Dang.
is the code name for that redesign is the Juniper, not Jupiter, Juniper.
Juniper.
Ram, if you may, please. So obviously we can't see a whole lot here. But this is Juniper spotted in California, or in Texas, sorry, near Austin. And they've obviously covered everything. It widely speculated to have a connected light bar at the back, as well as more aggressive lighting in the front. The point is not to show you a car that we can't all see, is to tell you we are in the final stages of testing for Juniper. We're expecting it latest Q2, according to some analysts, up 25, Joseph. This could have a fundamental impact on the deliveries for Tesla, because we know Model Y, number one, everybody likes it because SUV, people like SUVs. But now we're not going to be dealing with a dated design. It's going to have that big boy upgrade, light bar. You're going to have the interior lighting. There's going to be the double pane glass, everything kind of like that. I'm excited. If you're a Tesla bull,
if we can pull that video back up one more time. I don't know if that's too much.
Can we throw that up again?
Throw it. Throw it back up here. I don't know if that's too much of a disguise there. That is essentially me going like this, and I mean, like, who am I? What's going on with that one? But no, it looks good. You know what, Sharif? One thing. So there's a Tesla dealership just up the road from my place there, and the parking lot was full about not even a month ago, a couple of weeks ago. Last time I went and got my car. Of Cybertrucks.
Yeah.
Right now it's empty.
Really?
Yeah, it's empty. Yeah, so they delivered all of them.
Because I can't stop seeing them on the road.
Yeah, now you're seeing them all over the place.
Everywhere.
Right? The matte black ones, you're seeing a lot of the matte blacks.
Matte black.
And the blue.
So Cybertruck galore.
Yeah, Cybertruck galore. I like that thing. I think it's just different, right? It's different than everything else in the field and in its class. So I like the Cyb. I don't think I'll be buying one anytime soon, but again, yeah, I like that thing. It looks pretty cool. It's totally different than the rest in class. But guys, here we are. Here, the Mag 7 is starting to pick up some steam. Like, look at this session that Meta is putting in, and now I know a lot of people in the chat are putting in Google as well too. I mean, we gapped down kind of in the pre-market. Well, we traded lower in the pre-market and are now starting to recover. Google's only down about 0.3% here, and slowly starting to recover, going to that opening, passing that opening drive, and going to some pre-market highs here, folks. So really strong session. Maybe just a liquidity grab in the early morning, in the pre-market, and then now starting to recover on this. I mean, I don't know how much higher we can go on the Qs before we have somewhat of a pullback, but this is a really nice V-shaped recovery right here. So again, really nice price action. It is orderly, but the volume is kind of dwindling. So I think when the sellers do step in, I think they'll maybe step in a little more fierce than anticipated. I could be totally wrong on that front, but again, just a slow grind allows the ability for sellers to step in and push price back down. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, considering how we're trading now, especially if we do decide that we want to start to squeeze, because once you have NVDA continuing to make new highs, trading around 139.13. Katina Man's over $2 in the money now, I think, on NVDA. I'm out of NVDA, just below 139. Let's see what Apple is up to as well, too, folks. And some of these Mag 7 stocks, because we do know that they have been pretty much carrying the weight of this current rally on their back here. So some breadth, and with these guys moving continuously to the top side, that's good for the overall market right now. So again, with Apple's just hovering, nothing special, not a crazy day, a little bit of a recovery here on that front here, folks. With Apple, still, we're not too far off the all-time highs here. I think 260. Oh, okay, a little bit more than I thought. Yeah, 260 kind of being that benchmark of the all-time highs. Now trading around this level here, so about 3% off those all-time highs. Nothing crazy, nothing to be alarmed about. I know a lot of analysts say, hey, the market is now kind of primed for that 10% correction, and I'm not going to disagree on that front just because of the run that Apple's been on, Meta, Amazon, and Tesla as well too, my guy.
All right, guys. Eddie R is trolling me in the chat. He's like, bro, how much do they pay you for that ad? I'm like, I'm
Tesla?
man. I'm a fanboy. You guys know how I'm an Elon Musk fan. I'm a Tesla fan and an even bigger SpaceX fan. So, usually 99% of the time I'm going to be talking well about it. And quite frankly, I have Tesla in my long-term account, not my swing account. But it's not even close to being the biggest position. I haven't added to it, and I hate holding it because it's
Tesla?
absolutely volatile.
The volatility.
But that doesn't negate the fact that I'm a fan, and that's just kind of me.
So sorry, you said you have it in your LT, not the swing?
No.
All right.
It's in the LT. All right, guys, couple of things here. Let's talk about what we're doing. So BBAI, we added right on the dip. So we get that 10 exponential add, literally bottom wick, take out a little bit 74s. Now I'm waiting at 81s and then 85s, okay? So we had been adding to it before, just added to it again, took out some profits. Big Bear AI, we're involved in that one. INTZ, still break even on that one. I'm in NXU, so I did buy that dip trade, and now look, the top is 178. I'm long 198. My everything below 160, I'm gone. Okay, so we'll see what this one does. Did really well here on AISP. I have top wick for now. I will be looking to add to AISP at around that $0.50. In fact, let's throw that in now. We're gonna sit at 651s for an add there. Doing really well on HOLO. I only have one more out on this one, up 92%. That's why I don't want to take anything out. We got long 430. Best out I have 456 or whatever. It's gone up to 465. Wow. Currently trading 463. Definitely looking for this one to curl up and test some of these highs. Okay, so keeping my eye on HOLO. But again, only one more out with this one, so I want to be quite selective with how I take it out. So that's a look right now. HOLO really going here. What else we got? We got NXU, which we're halted in at the moment, so nothing to talk about there. INTZ, we're break even on. Looking for this one to hold VWAP, then pop, HOLO, and then BBAI. Those are the positions I'm in right now. Again, with AISP, I am looking to add at that $1.50. So let me know what you guys are looking at. I see you guys talking about quantum again in the chat. Not really surprised there. QUBT, let's have a look at that one. What is that doing? Up 1 1/3 on the day. How about QBTS? Sorry, I'm just looking at them on my side charts. I'll let you know. QBTS is still down on the day. Looking to go green, though. Quite close. QSI, marginally green. How about our boy Rigetti? Okay, Rigetti just went green. It's up 4%, so we might have to keep an eye out on Rigetti. Rigetti's not a small cap gapper, though, guys. I don't want you guys to think that Rigetti or GTI is what I'm talking about. This is a $4 1/3 billion market cap, okay? So this is not something that we can just, it's not here tomorrow. Or sorry, it's here today. It's not here tomorrow. That's not the look with this one. This is it's a bit of a larger company. It's up 4.5%, having trouble with 18. Topping tail candle on Friday into that 19 1/3, and we never recovered. There is another area of resistance here at around 18, which could, hold up the ascent, so to speak. We kind of topped out there at 11:30 on Friday. We'll see if we can get
a move past that level today. So involved in all these ones right now. We're about 4 positions. Let's see what people are talking about. RC, today's trader TV, sponsored by Elon stock today. Yeah, almost every day, because Tesla seems to make it onto the morning rundown and the afternoon rundown. Okay. I bet you today probably will not be any different. People like Tesla, right? Let's see what else people are talking about there. Sarah Burdette, what about LODE? Let's have a look at LODE for Sarah. Are you related to?
I did the spelling.
It's not even close.
Yeah,
but you know, I hear Burdette, Brodette. Yeah, I gotta say something. He's not in the chat today.
I've seen that a couple times too.
You saw that, eh? Yeah. All right, LOD is a good look, Sarah. I mean, what are we up on the day on this thing? We're up 40%. It's a sub $1 name, but it is knocking on the door of that dollar. And by extension of that, it's knocking on the door highs, 93 pennies or so on LODE is the HOD, the high of the day. Let's do a little bit more wider time frame charting to see what the situation is. Well, it's been higher highs and higher lows as of late. That's as of late. How about the daily? What do we got on the daily? Where it looks like we're going to have to wait half an hour on this one for it to load. I hate that when it does that. So let's pack our patience. Okay, so this one's been moving for a few days now. Really got off the schneid there at around 25 pennies and has been putting outsized volume days. By example, Friday we had about 48 million shares traded. Today we got 36 and we're not even close to being done the day. So this one's been running. It's obviously a penny stock. Still is. Let's see if it can take that buck. Good call out, Sarah. I'm going to put that on the side chart as this could be an entirely different trade north and south of a dollar. So I'm going to take out GTI, which is one that we were trading on Friday, and we're going to put LOD. And I'm going to keep my eye out on this bad boy over here and see how we end up faring with this one. Let's go back to Holo. So back into local highs, 470. I'm not taking anything out. I'm going to take out something above 88s. So that is technically the high of the day on Holo, but as I mentioned, 528 is that pre-market high, okay? So ideally, I'd like a break and take of that 528. In fact, I'd add to it at the highs there, okay? Because the pre-market high break to me is important. Here we go with NXU. We dip down, I'm adding here. Let's see what we can get. We get some at 82s. Anything below 60, I'm done this trade. It's simple as that. So what's our price on this thing right now? Let's have a look. NXU, we've got 91s, into 89s we go. Let's pack our patience. You know, I don't like trading these halting ones, but this one is respecting the moving averages. And it's staying above the moving average. Let's see if we can wet our beak, possibly at 95s. Here comes 91s. A lot of chop and churn. This was a 10-minute halt. And so the problem is with these longer halts is that the theoretical auction price often starts to bleed, right? The longer you're halted, the more people want to get the hell out of there. So what they do is they put market on open sell orders to get the hell out of there. And when they do that, it brings down the theoretical auction price because, again, keep in mind, the auction is what it sounds like. They're pairing bids, just like the morning opening auction. So here we go, 94s now. I'm waiting at 95s. Can we cross? We're gonna have to pack our patience here. It looks like they're selling, unable to get the fill. Like how many, seriously? It won't print, that's so annoying. Okay, so we're gonna wait up a little bit higher since we didn't get the fill at 91s and now it's coming back down, true to form, that's really frustrating. At 95s, excuse me. So I'm gonna wait at 98s as well to see if this one wants to move back up. So packing my patience here with NXU, stops already in place. If it takes out anything south of 460, we're gone. Let's look at Big Bear AI, doing real well on that. We just took out the high of the day on dang Big Bear AI. I am looking now for a move into 85s. We just got 82s. This thing's up 14%. Wayner's in the backs at 420. He basically got Friday's closing print. That is what they close out on Friday on Big Bear AI. It was a 421 closing print there. And now we are at the high of the day, 482 BBAI. Back to NXU. Let's see if we're able to take out that level there. 95s was the seller. No, we're unable to take them out. 92s. Now we're putting in lower highs. That concerns me, despite the fact that we're still above the 10 exponential moving average. So NXU, very volatile. It's up 675%. Trade this carefully and for God's sake, use profit takers and use stops. If not hard, then mental. Otherwise, you may not have an account, especially if you're using big boy size to trade tomorrow. So that's what I'm in right now, involved in those ones. Let's see what comes next, Joseph.
Yeah, Sharif, the chat is definitely I'm not shying away from this one. They're letting me know that IBIT is starting to roll.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
I like
I'm not
that.
going to complain, but I let off some in the swing account, though, about half in the swing, but it's only about a couple percentage points overall. But again, yeah, a little too soon. Are we going to give myself these? Maybe. I don't know. I still have half the position. I'm still going to stick by that there's some potentially more downside. But as of right now, this recovery is phenomenal, especially it's just kind of tracing the cues. LBM Photo was talking about it. LBM, it looks like we were wrong here, my guy, especially to the top side. We're like, yeah, it's not really correlated to the top side, but it's selling. Sure enough, it's starting to pick up a little bit more steam, even though we're still slightly negative on the session, about 0.3% here. But we are really starting to pick up steam on some of these mega cap tech stocks, and as well as the cryptocurrency. Now, one thing that is slightly laggard here is AMD, and that's exactly why I don't think I'm going to chase it, because by the time this thing, it's lagging for a reason, I think, in my opinion. I mean, it can continue to move higher with the overall market, but if the market decides that it wants to pull back, and AMD is this laggard to the overall market, then expect that pullback to be a little bit more aggressive than anticipated. So, yeah, that was a tough look on AMD, and I'm kind of kicking myself here now on the IBIT sell. But again, I'm not too worried about it. Still going to stick to the plan. I do think there's going to be potentially more downside unless we're holding these levels, which, excuse me, as of right now seems to be the case. So again, at some point, as Neil likes to say, it's okay to be wrong, but you don't want to stay wrong for long. And I wouldn't say that we're wrong in this case. We may have jumped the gun slightly early, but only time will tell. And I think in the coming days, we'll be able to depict whether that was a solid move or not. But again, right now, Nvidia continuing to climb higher and higher and higher, still squeezing to the top side, up over 2% on the session now. It's another hot dog cannon from our 139. You're long 139? Nvidia?
Yeah, it was long.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, we're going to go past the chicken dinner winners. It's steak dinners these days for the Cantina family. Now, reckon in those W's, guys. And the overall market, as I mentioned before, continuing to climb higher. But let's take a look at some of the top-performing stocks from a volume standpoint, all right? An RGTI at the top of its class today with 116 million shares traded. RGTI. Let's take a look at it, and continuing to climb higher. Like, wow, absolute fantastic. And let's pull out and like look at this run this thing has been on. We're not quite at the all-time highs here on RGTI. Is that all-time highs? Yeah, looks like it. So yeah, inauguration around here. Again, yeah. So yeah, things are really squeezing right now, folks. Especially these mega cap stocks. Nvidia continuing to move higher, tapping on the door of $140. Let's take a look at Meta as well too, because it is trading extremely well on the session. We were too soon to cut off the Santa Claus rally, Sharif, because things are still climbing higher and higher here as Meta goes and tests these pre-market highs from earlier in the day. So again, mega cap leading the way on this absolute monster rally. IBIT still climbing higher as well too, putting in that volume, putting in those extremely strong bullish candles on the 5-minute. Really good look from that standpoint. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to complain too much. We still have some skin in the game. We're still in TSLA as well too. Should have played that VWAP bounce, but again, as the market continues to crawl higher and higher, I think we just get slightly more extended. Are we going to sell heavily? As of right now, it's not looking like to be the case. So at this point, you're just going to look for any form of pullback and look to get involved in some of these strong stocks.
All right. Okay, so BBAI, we just took out 85s. I'm now waiting at 92s. We'll see if this one wants to continue moving up. I'm happy that we added at 65. Shout out to Wayne. He just send it. So you can tell he's involved in that one. Good move into that 10 exponential. So that was a good add there. So I'm happy that we added there because we didn't have,
we don't have a big position anyway, but we've got a bit of a bigger one there. So keep an eye out on that one. I'm really disappointed with the fact that I didn't add on AISP on that dip down. So I've have an ad technically sitting at 51s, but I shouldn't have been sitting at the $0.50. I really should have been basing it off the 10 exponential because that's what AISP has respected on the day. I'm talking about the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. You have one breach of that, one decided breach of that 10 exponential the entire day. And it happened right over here and it was bought up quite aggressively. It was this candle here at 11 o'clock. It did dip down almost into that volume weighted average price, not quite, and then it got bought right back up. You have no closing prints, red, green, or otherwise, even yellow, because yellow counts too, neutral, below the 10 exponential. So I should be basing my entries or my ads, excuse me, on AISP at that 10 exponential. So pack our patience, see if we can get anything a little bit there. HOLO, I'm still involved in that one, but look, you know, I'm not going to take anything out. I've put my stop right below my entry. I'm long at, what am I long? 30s. I've given it to below 25, so breaches that $0.25, I'm out. But with HOLO, I'm looking at adding. So if it comes back into that $0.25 area where VWAP is, I'm going to add into that and holds up, comes into VWAP and then holds up and has a higher low than this area trough over here where we got in, I'll add into HOLO. All right, so that's my look right now, keeping my eye on that. Now, I'm involved in NXU again to the downside. I did like this dip trade over here, still above that 20 exponential, still above VWAP, and still above my exit on this one, which is a $1.60. The reason I'm basing it on the $1.60 is this area consolidation over here. So anything below that $1.60 on NXU, we're done. Now, what's the current tap on NXU? Well, it's a $1.65. So we're currently halted technically at 172, so the theoretical auction price a little bit lower. So we'll see what this one does. It's 2 now down halts in a row on NXU. Gives up any more below that $1.60. I am done with that. Now, what else do we have moving over here? BBAI just keeps taking out tops, bro. Here we go again, 92. Shout out to Wainers. We just got printed at 92s. It is continuing to go. I only have one more out here on BBAI, so I'm going to let this one run and see if we can get into $5 or something like that in and around that area. I'm also keeping an eye on LODE. It's been kind of going into that $1 area, and now we have 2 topping tail candles into that 98.90, essentially $1 on LOD. Shout out to whoever, I think it was that Sarah Brodette was mentioning this to me. So 2 topping tail candles right now at 98. The reason I mention it right there is because these are different trades north and south of $1. So when you have resistance at the $1 area like that, kind of to be expected. Now, how do you trade this? Personally, I'd be looking for a dip trade, maybe off the 20 exponential now that we've got these 2 topping tail candles. So around 93, 94 pennies to build in my position for maybe a test of that $1 area. We'll have to wait and see how this one all does. By the way, the pre-market high there is interesting, is at 94 pennies. That was the first print that we got right at 4 a.m. We zigged all the way up to 94 and we just cleared it now. So this could be an interesting trade. Katina Man, what's going on over there? The Katina Man is $1 in the money because you hit the dollar club. So I just want to let them know what you're looking at. FFIE is getting finally. The Katina Man just got some out of Nvidia at 140. He's also in Faraday futures as well, so keep your eye on that. I don't know if we've got more Trader TV, but I think he wants to show his screen, so maybe we can get the production team to help out here and show the Katina Man screen if we're able to. There he is. So he just took out a whole bunch, and now he's got more at a fee. Shout out to Faraday Future. Too bad we don't have Randy to come talk about EVs today. In any event, Katina Man doing great today, and we do have more Trader TV live. Sean's position is on the right. Neil's position is on the left, so keep an eye on that. And someone was telling, Ram was telling us about Faraday Futures about 2 weeks ago. She's got a proprietary scanner that none of us know anything about. It's called her brain.
I don't. You know what? I don't know if I believe.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know if I believe this.
Well, let's ask her. Ram.
My loss?
All right, guys. NXU is coming down aggressively into that 161 for breaches 160, and on the ask, I'm gone. So we're going to flatten out there. So that's an L on NXU. We'll look to set up possibly at that $120. There does seem to be support in and around there, but if it wants to curl up here, we'll get back in. But currently, nope. We're going to have to take out everything for an L on NXU. 2 down halts added into this one, not to be traded, I guess, under that system. So we'll see what this one does, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Well, I remember some people were talking to me about some things here. Let's FFI trading extremely nice, but let's see what. Unfortunately, we didn't take more shares here on this NVDA trade. Especially on this breakup. We mentioned this ascending wedge that it was forming, and sure enough, it broke that, and then in a couple minutes after, 10, 15 minutes later, that volume really kicked in, and then we continued to the northeast here on NVDA. So that was a really nice trade. We did get some meat of the move on that front, but again, would have liked to have a little bit more, but that's okay. There will always be another one. So let's see what we got going on from a daily perspective here on NVDA, all right? So I mentioned this before, we held these levels extremely well. Sharif just kind of went over a lesson on some head and shoulders. Are you going to call this that? Maybe. A little bit more subjective on that front from this one. But then we had the inability to breach and hold this support system here. So again, trading extremely higher now on the session, up about 2.4%. But this engulfing candle on the daily, I think, was really key. A really strong session that we put in here. And then sure enough, we just continued to the northeast with this little bit of a breath, and then now continuing to move higher. I think it's only a matter of time that NVDA goes and starts to test these all-time highs. So I think we're headed in that right path. I think it's maybe come the new year. Well, come the new year, we're definitely going to see a new all-time high on NVDA. But guys, as you see here on the market, as I mentioned before, slightly extended. Now starting to engulf a little bit of this grind that we've been on here. So again, one thing that always I remember in my earlier days of trading that really, really irked me, and this would cause me to start paying more attention to price action, is that you're grinding here for what time? We'll call it 11:15. So for over an hour and a half, you've been grinding, and then I remembered there was just a couple of days where I'd be in some trades for like a couple hours at a time, and then out of nowhere in 10, 15 minutes, excuse me, all those gains are wiped out from aggressive selling or buying, whatever direction I may be in. So here we go. We have 10 minutes of trading, engulfing essentially the last half hour. I mentioned, hey, that we were grinding. This price action did seem a little extended, so it was only a matter of time until we got that pullback. Is this pullback complete? I don't know. That selling pressure is starting to pick up a little bit. Not to be a negative Nancy or anything, I'm just explaining to what I see. So again, let's see what happens here on this pullback, if this volume does continue to be sustained, or is it just going to be somewhat of a pullback because the volume is dwindling on some of these mega caps. So I am looking at Tesla as well, Meta as well too, and the volume on this pullback is extremely low. So let's see what happens there on this Meta front, and I'll just display quickly exactly what I'm looking at. So as we moved higher here, folks, you can see that this volume is slightly lower. So that can be a positive signal that this may be just somewhat of a breath before we can continue to the northeast, folks. But BBAI still climbing a little bit higher, trading around $4.90 now. Fantastic trade from Wayner and the boys that are involved in that. So runs with bulls, that was what I was asking before. On the cup and handle, the V-shaped fill, does this turn into a handle or a breakdown, and how do you judge that volume and options sizing? I don't quite understand what you're asking me there, run with bulls, to be honest with you. So I can't answer that. I'll read it a little bit more when I send it back off to Sharif, and then maybe I'll be able to give you an answer here now. But again, looking like a micro pullback this far, because we pulled back here, and then now NVDA still deciding to climb higher, going to go and test that $140 price target, which is absolutely phenomenal, especially if the market wants to continue to move this. We're going to need NVDA to start to participate on that front. And I mean, let's take a look at AMD. Technically, essentially its cousin here. Continuing to trade, again, not moving like NVDA. And let's take a look at AVGO as well, too, to see what some of these chips. Yeah, see, so kind of lagging these chip stocks here is AMD. Can it pick up some steam? As of right now, it's not looking too bad. I mean, these prints are starting to become a little bit larger from a volatility standpoint and average true range for these 5-minute prints. But again, that volume is just dwindling and it's lagging the rest of the market. So that's something that I would not want to be chasing, because if the market does decide that it wants to pull back a little bit, I think it's going to affect AMD slightly more there. All right, so let's go back to TSLL. It's the only position that we're in right now, holding these levels. Maybe we add a little bit here. If it does decide that it wants to break VWAP and hold it to the sell side, then we'll just punch out of the trade or of the addition here. But again, it's lagging the overall market, so there must be some form of weakness and reason why it doesn't want to participate with the rest of the mega cap tech stocks.
Sounds good, Joseph. All right. So I see a new couple over here that we need to report on. WIMI, WIMI. Shout out to Team Money for calling that one out. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day, but a respectable trend and kind of another one of those ones where that's awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average. And the reason that's important is because it gives you, I don't want to say anything is guaranteed, obviously, but a higher probability entry that if you put in a dip trade to shadow the 10 exponential moving average, if you wait at least 10 minutes, you should be in the money a little bit. So this one did dip down at around that 12:10 time slot into the 20. It got bought up quickly. I don't really think it was as much as of a 20 retracement as it was a 260 retracement, which is an obvious area of previous area of resistance. That double top that we put in at 1020 and 1025, it dips in there, met with buyers, and it's printing 292s now at HOD, currently at 288, but still above the 10 exponential. So good look there. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm back into NXU at the $0.50. Just took out some there at 65s. Next peak weather above that that halt level at a $1.74. We'll see if this one wants to hold up at that $1.50. There is price action support for that $1.50 hold up. It wasn't just a psychological support at the $1.50. There was actually a rejection area there. So if we do hold up here, all the better. Packing my patience and trying to be reasonable with my profit takers, looking to front run that $0.75 area on NXU. Multiple halter, and the last couple of halts have all been downside halts. Let's see if we're able to catch a bit of a bid, moving up right now into that $1.65. But you feel like there's churning, there's a lot of shares churning, but it's really unable to ascend with the same vigor that it was ascending before. So that's kind of normal. You can't have the same squeeze second time around as you did the first, or maybe you can. So we'll continue to pack our patience here into a $1.70 we go. I'm waiting at that $1.74. It's going to have to cross. There is size here at the 10 penny level at a $1.70. Look at that. Look at the level 2 and the time and sales just chop and churn. It's a dollar name, obviously, right? So it makes sense that there is a lot of volume, Joseph. Here we go. It looks like we're going to halt, at least for the moment, at a $1.72. Could be a false halt. This happens all the time. And right now, it does look like it's going to be a false halt. There we go. It is a false halt. Into 73 we go. We get the print at 74. Keep going here. Let's go. Let's focus right now. And, NXU. Here we go. There we go. Now we're okay. So it looks like it's going to halt at a $1.75. I don't mind being caught in an up halt over here. We're long 54s. There we go. So we are now caught in an up halt on NXU. We were caught in 2 dang down halts. So it's nice to be caught in a up halt too. So that's the look there. BBAI knocked on the door of 495. That door got rejected. Coming back down into 88s now. I am going to likely put an addition here on BBAI, likely at 480 to 482. Okay? I like 82 because I'm born in 82s. I'm very superstitious like that. You're going to see me wearing at 25, 69, 82. That's just kind of how I trade. But there is price action support, Joseph, at that 480. The reason it's support is because we rejected it initially. So, and it's also the 10 exponential moving average, and it hasn't breached the 10 exponential. So let's go ahead and put a DCA. I'm going to wait at 82s over here, so we might get the fill soon because it's coming down to 85s. Come what may, all right, we're going to see exactly what we get there. We won't get upset.
BBAI in focus. Holo, I already told you guys to deal with that one. I've only got one beak wetter left on that, so we're going to let that one ride. I've already placed my stop below the 4 1/4. We're long 430, so we'll risk 5 pennies for the remaining amount over here. But if I had to guess, this looks like it is going to break down because now we're putting incrementally lower highs. If we base it off this 488 top, okay, so that's one area crest. How about this one? Well, this one rejects up 480. So we're kind of doing a compression pattern, if I could say so. We have lower highs, but at the same time, we have higher lows. So we'll have to see which way this resolves. HOLO, it's a big boy mover on the day, 87.5. It's a what's it called, a repeat offender in terms of small cap gappers, one that we've seen now show up on the scanner, I don't know, for the last 8 months, 10 months. Adara would know better. She has a eidetic memory, but Holo, how long have we been trading Holo? February, she says. So there you go. We're almost going on a year right now on HOLO. It keeps showing up on our scanner as a small cap gapper. So we'll see what this one does right now. SMX, a new one over here, and it behooves us to talk about it because it just touched 92 pennies and then it now dipped into 75, and lo and behold, look what's waiting for it at 75 pennies. Not just that psychological support around that 3/4 area. No, the 10 exponential was there. And when these things trend, for whatever reason, they have this magnetic effect at times that brings them back into the 10 exponential. Call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, call it algo programming, whatever, okay? Lots of people I know are looking at that 10 exponential. A lot of algos are programmed to look at retracements that come into the 10 exponential. So it's not just a guessing game that it's going to hold up. There is a reason why we got them up on the chart. In any event, it's holding up right now. It's got a 3-candle red setup. This is the first green candle. You could get in here, sure. You could put your stop below that 65 penny area, so you'll have to risk 15, which means that this has got to break $1 for you to have a 1-to-1. To me, that's a little too rich because I don't want to risk all the way down into 67.5. I'd rather this one breach a 10 exponential, come back into that 70 penny, 65 penny area, and then I'll have a dip trade waiting for it there. But as we wait for this one to breach or take that level, we're going to send it to Adara at the big desk. She's got something for us.
We're going to take a look here at crypto, and I always like to do something a little bit different for the afternoon or midday variant of this segment. Usually we just take a look at the Bitcoin chart and take a look at what Binance has here, but I want to take a look at some anchored VWAPs. Before we get to that, I did have one actually for Bitcoin from the election, but for whatever reason it didn't save. I will tell you, Bitcoin is currently below that level though. But it's worth noting we did bounce off that other key level here of support. We mentioned that 90.5 level. So BTC is right now making a bit of a bottoming tail candle, looking to actually go green on the day. Let's see if we can eclipse these area of resistance from the weekend, just above 95,000. And with that, we're going to take a look here at some anchored VWAPs. Shout out to Brian Shannon, who talked a little bit about these election anchored VWAPs. You know, November 5th was a huge day for the market. It was also a huge day for crypto. So this is the daily chart. I drew this anchored VWAP here for Ethereum from the election. As you can tell here on the daily chart, actually below this level currently, despite staying above it for quite some time, we make this double top, then we crack below the anchored VWAP, currently around 3450s. Right now we're here at 30, just shy of 3,400. So below the AVWAP here, but making slightly higher lows is ETH. Then we have XRP. XRP, interestingly enough here, we didn't get a ton of volume the day of the election, even though it had that push up. So I actually made this anchored VWAP from December 2nd. In case you recall, that was the day that Ripple actually became the third highest market cap in crypto. Now it's actually back to the fourth because it was eclipsed again by Tether. But it's worth noting here, we had a little bit more volume on this day from December 2nd. That being said, we actually were not able to stay above that AVWAP for very long. We've been below it for quite some time here for XRP USD. So just want to take a quick look at some of these names with anchored VWAP. Once again, a shout out to Brian Shannon for that. Back to you.
Hey, the fawns, hey.
Another one.
Oh, dude, was that you who hit that? I hit the, I'm reloaded. That's my favorite one now. I need that one. That's my favorite. Hit that reloaded for me one more time, my guy, please. Yeah, I love that, man. That's good stuff. Thank you for that. Yeah, are you still crushing it on NVDA there, or what do you got cooking up there? Shorting Palantir. Watch out for Alex Karp. You don't want him to hear that there. So we'll keep that one on the hush. Folks, all right, let's see. All right. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Another face slapper there. All right, folks. Let's get back to the drawing board here. The playmaker pool. We're gonna wait for Sharif to get back on this one. We're gonna log the trade. I think we're sitting in a tough spot today for the playmaker pool. So again, we're not in the right time frame, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. We'll wait for Sharif. We're gonna document this one. Guys, we didn't get to 1,000 votes on that, so that's a little disappointing. So yeah, let's get those to 1,000 votes next time, folks, please. And thank you. FFIE still continuing to move higher. I got out of Tesla. I mean, the market is just roaring at this point. We'll pull up IBIT because I'm in IBIT here. Why? So we had that extremely strong move to the top side, all right? And then we put in that little consolidation phase here, folks. And then sure enough, bang, as we go to break it, price starts to turn around. We have this indecision candle here, so we take it to the top side. So that's why we're in some IBIT. We're still negative on the session, but Bitcoin really, really bouncing off of these support levels here. So again, did I paper hand this? I don't know. I'm not going to jump the gun too early on that yet. Only time will tell if I decided to offload some shares a little bit too early, but that's totally fine. We still got plenty of skin in the game, so we'll just be patient on this front and see what happens. If this is going to be a permanent bounce, we'll be able to depict that. There's no questioning that on that front. But again, IBIT trading really nice. We're going to trim some here now, folks, as Sharif pulls back and we get ready to document our trade. Yeah, the playmaker poll. So yeah, exactly. I said to the people, Sharif, I think we're sitting in a tough spot here on today. Okay. But we can be wrong. We've been wrong before, and being wrong is definitely in the picture. And I want to be wrong. I voted short, but hey. So I mean,
sorry, brother.
No, it's all good.
But I think
hey,
it's one
man,
of those ones where you be fine with me being right and you being wrong.
Yeah,
so, like,
exactly.
That,
I'm
right?
totally okay with that. So let's get into this position here, Sharif.
Sir.
What is our entry price here?
Our
on the
entry
Playmaker?
currently 591.26.
26. Beautiful stuff there. Our target price is.
We're gonna go 593.26.
Love it. And then our stop loss is going to be
590.
590.26, folks. All right, so then that's it. We're in it. What was the time? 112. We're in it to win. Hey, man, I'm never in it to lose it. I'll tell you that for sure. I didn't play any hockey this weekend, which was a little disappointing. I did have some pickup earlier, so it was kind of like an off. So then I went extremely hard in the gym both days.
Like that.
So yeah, exactly.
Good.
So yeah, having fun on those fronts. But I mean, it's winter time, so now we gotta. I know my guy's on a heavy cut here. Are you still on the cut?
Oh
or?
God, yeah. Well, it's like a permanent thing, though.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
yeah.
So then it's just your diet, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So
can I tell you why?
Yeah.
Because like the whole issue of cutting for the summer, and then you're like at your peak at the end of the summer.
Exactly.
Like,
No, but
and
that's
I'm gonna give it.
exactly it.
I'm gonna go right back now. So this whole thing was exercise of futility. Like,
that's kind of what I was getting at. It's like we start now to be ready for summer, right? So when everybody's like just starting to run, it's like no, I mean we've been there. We've been playing hockey. We've been in the gym. So yeah, that's exciting. So again, just get that ready, and then by the summer you're gonna hit that peak. That pinnacle of your fitness come the middle of summer when it's nice and hot, unless you live in Florida or Cali where it's warm all year round. I just, you know what, I fantasize, I think, a little bit too much on what it would be like if I lived in 365, just consistent 24 degrees.
They don't like it. It's like humans in general, they don't, because we don't have seasons. Like my sister, right? Like she just came, they were all pumped, the kids, pumped for the snow, can't get enough of the snow, started complaining that the snow is melting.
Oh,
so it's
really?
like, are you serious?
Yeah,
I don't want to see any snow on the ground. It ruins my car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
the salt
dude, you have all the salt. How many times do you have to run your car through the car wash?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I go at least once a week to keep the thing.
Easily,
you know what I mean?
right?
It's all salty and everything along those lines. On the West Coast, they don't have the salt though, I guess, because of the ocean.
No, clearly, no. They don't have a problem in the south with salt because they don't put any salt on their car, on their roads.
Yeah,
they don't have a reason to, right?
Exactly. No, but that's one thing we'll touch on before we get into more
Sir.
stocks. I know when I go away, usually around my birthday or in the New Year's, and it's like really hot because we're used to the seasons, right? So you get that consistent hot weather, whether you're there for a week. It is, for the first 10 minutes, coming back to the cool air is nice. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe I do. Yeah. And then it's like, all right, yeah, exactly. We'll rebook the flights and head back the other way there, folks. But I mean, here we go, SPY. Here goes SPY, folks. Continuing to move higher here, breaking these highs. So we had a pretty good entry price right there, about 20 cents in the money so far on that front. But let's take a look at the top performing sectors, because the sentiment has changed and the broader picture has changed so far on the day. When we first started off at 11 o'clock, when I was reading off the top performing sectors, we didn't have a single one in the green here. So let's see if we can get this to load up. Of course, so yeah, I mean, energy still leading the way, up about 0.43%. So you know what we're going to do here real quick? We're going to pull up these ETFs, XLE, and see what we're looking at from a broader perspective. So here you are, XLE, from an intraday perspective, trading extremely nice. Let's zoom out here. This thing hasn't been trading the best. Like, this is not the best sector ETF to own here, but we're slowly recovering off these bottoms, like Bitcoin and some other key stocks here. We're holding some key support levels there, so we'll point that one out there. Nice recovery here on XLE, but XLE leading the way from the top performing sectors. And then now we have XLU sitting in second place, negative on the session, but still trading really nice. So let's zoom in here real quick. And sure enough, starting to recover, not anywhere close to these pre-market highs, but again, recovering on the day, really nice on XLU. And then we have XLC sitting in third place here, still negative on the session, 0.55%, but slowly starting to recover, leading the way by Google and Meta. So here is XLC, folks, looking really nice. And then let's take a look at XL, what is it? XL, why can't I remember what this is?
Did you put Tesla on the first poll? You did.
I think I did. Yeah. What's a discretionary? What's the discretionary XL?
Oh, I don't know. Neil, what's the discretionary
XOY?
ETF?
Yeah, XOY. There we go. A little bit of a brain fart there. XOY consumer discretionary there. XOY still recovering, but this is the worst performing one this far there, folks. So again, led by whatever the discretionary, brain fart on this one. Not going to think too hard on that, but yeah, that's the discretionary, I guess, Tesla and Amazon.
All right, I'm just getting the poll ready. We're going to have that one for you guys in a hot second. Let's just key which of the microchips to throw on there. We already had Nvidia, obviously. Micron today getting shellacked 2%, but I think everybody wants to see what AVGO is doing and have us talk about that. So we're going to throw that on there as well. MicroStrategy is also making its way on. Neil, any ticker that you'd like to see on the second poll? Because we're missing one. No, we haven't.
No, I did RG. I'm pretty sure I did RGTI on the first one.
You did. Okay, so it is on the first one. Okay. It's breaking out right now. Everybody's yelling about Rigetti. We'll have a look at that. All right, we're gonna throw on one small cap gapper over here. We already threw Big Bear AI, but that doesn't really count as a small cap gapper. Well, because it's kind of been doing its thing. We'll throw a holo on there. There we go. Ram, it's sent. Ready for that. All right, so let's look here at NXU. I'm still involved in this one. We're long 54s, just wet the beak at 75s. Looking for this one to hold the current pattern, which is higher lows. Here we go with 75 again. I'm waiting at 85, and I won't move down my exit, okay? So that's a look there. BBAI continues to print higher highs. Now, 497. I didn't get the ad, sadly, at 82s. I did want to add, it looks like the ad area was 85. After the fact analysis, obviously not going to help me there. Holo is continuing to go, and I've only got one more out on this one, and I'm not taking it out unless we get a $5 touch and bump. We'll see. We already know that the pre-market high is 528, okay? I wasn't even supposed to be trading this until it breached 528. That's one of my rules, to take it above the pre-market high. So I'm going to pack my patience. If this one wants to hit 528, fantastic. Otherwise, I will get stopped out through the break of a quarter. I just will not take it out before that. We'll pack our patience and see what comes from that. Now, it behooves us to look at RGTI because everybody and their mother is talking about it. Rigetti. It just printed high day right there at 8.25. It looks like it's bull flagging. Okay, hard to tell, obviously, if it is or it isn't, but this is what I see. A big boy move through that 16.75 consolidation area. This is the 5-minute chart on RGTI. Let's throw on the ticker there so everybody can follow along. And the closing print on our friend Rigetti was 17.10. All right, so we get that big boy move through 16 3/4. That's where I'm going to submit to you the initiation of this current bull flag is, okay? And then we get the top break there. It looks like it topped out at 91s. Then we weasel on up to 18. We do breach 18, albeit momentarily 18 1/4. Now it looks like we've got a bit of a range here. 1760 possibly to the downside. I love when Adara claps when I say range. Get it, Adara. So 17 and 17 and 2/3, 17 and 3/4 to the downside of this range to about $18, give or take. Okay, what I'm seeing though is respect again for the 10 exponential. So if you're going to trade Rigetti, my submission to you is build your position towards the low end of what I perceive to be the consolidation area of the bull flag and wait for that big boy breakout, whether that breakout is really 18 or 18 1/4. I'll submit to you the real breakout is 18 because it didn't hang out all that much at 18 1/4. RGTI, it's had multiple great days. It's a repeat offender. Not much. It's not up much today, about 3 3/4%. But it's got a great pattern on its hands, and that's all we really need to care about if we can predict the price action over here. So I'm keeping my eye certainly on Rigetti, and we'll be looking to weasel into that if appropriate. Holo rejecting that high again. However, now that I'm seeing it, there's a whole bunch of selling generally at 480. Now you breached 480 at times. You did it initially over here. You got to 480 over here and you breached it again over here. But when you look at the actual price action, you're not breaching it on a decisive basis. And you can tell there's a lot of selling on HOLO at that 480. Why? I don't know. And I don't personally care. I just know that, in fact, it's valid as a resistance area. So HOLO meeting a lot of selling at that 480 area. Now, let's look at the one that we're currently involved in, which is NXU, which is breaching now both the 10 and the 20. I don't like this. My stop, where's my stop on NXU? Because it's going to get moved up here. So the current stop on NXU is at 147. I think that that's valid just based on the current price action, so I'm not going to actually move it up. So we'll leave NXU. If it stops me out for the remaining amount, I've got a bit of a bigger position too on NXU. So yeah, I can't really weasel out any here. I don't like any of the the exits here on NXU. So I have to pack my patience on that. What else we got over here? SMX came back into that 70 penny area. We were talking about this one being a big boy mover and possibly a breach of that dollar. It's coming to the 20 exponential around 70 pennies. This could be an interesting buy area. VWAP is around 66. I personally like it at VWAP a little bit better to account for this 1150 area top, which is around, again, 66 pennies. So that area top and VWAP conflating or confluencing, as Obi likes to say, at that 66.5 penny area. But right now it's finding support at 70. So we'll have to see, can it make it down there? So let's, that's the small cap gapper look for now. Let me just make sure that nothing else is running. And I am wrong. There is a new one. There's several new ones. So AERT, Aries Technology running up here. Let's bring in the side chart and have a look at that one because it's breaking out as we speak. AERT, excuse me, AERT. So this one was running as well in the aftermarket on Friday, and we just took out that aftermarket high at 210. So this is a move de novo, and that means new, a new move essentially. AERT. Let me just throw that ticker there. Getting the majority of the volume coming in at 110. Right? It did almost no volume earlier than that. Oh boy, we're getting that big boy volume at that 110 time slot. It's currently 123. Topping tail candle, Joseph, into 2 2/3, coming back into 2 1/3 now. Possible dip trade off too. You know, you have psychological support at $2. VWAP is also at that $2 area. We'll have to see if this one can continue here. I don't like to take these just quick like that. So AERT in focus here, Joseph.
Hey, good stuff there, my brother, man. I mean, what a recovery so far on the day with Bitcoin. like I don't want to say I had this thing written off because you know that I don't, but I did think that we were going to see a little bit more downside today. That hasn't been the case. An absolute beautiful recovery. So again, just a mental note that I had to myself this morning was because we were extremely weak in the pre-market session, and I was like, okay, it's either this weakness is going to continue or it's going to be a complete rebound, and the latter half has been correct. So yeah, we'll slap one of these on them for me, and then we're not going to call it a rinse, but again, just slightly, just like just one of those moments, you know what I mean? But it's okay. As the Piper and I were talking about earlier, just relax. We're not going to get too worried about it. Because I wanted to swing the bat extremely heavy on this one, but again, we're not going to write it off just yet. So, take a look at Bitcoin. Just what a recovery off the bottom here, putting in almost 5K since off these lows. So again, really nice recovery. I did have a thesis built that this pivot was going to be kind of a rebound, and then we had the inability to break it up until the earlier in this session. So yeah, we're just gonna sit patient here on IBIT. If it starts to recover, then we can definitely get involved again. There is no doubt about that. But guys, the our SPY trade is looking a little tough here. 30 cents until I think we get stopped out. So yeah, again, I thought we were in trouble here on this one just from a position and timing standpoint, but that is okay. We're not going to cry over any spilled milk. So yeah, guys, continue to let me know what you are looking at in the chat. I'm just looking at some of the top volume stocks here. Oh, MSTR is what I was going to look at as well too, because I know Sharif just put that up on the poll. So make sure you guys get your votes in on the rundown poll. Only 194 votes, and we're halfway through the hour. So let's get those votes up, guys. Let's see what you guys want to talk about. And sure enough, Neil and Katina Man will be going over them. But sitting at $315. Here are 314 almost flat on MSTR and Michael Saylor and company. Trading below some of these key support levels here, which is totally fine. Let's see how this daily candle prints. Maybe we head a little bit lower. This thing was on such a monster run, and you can definitely call this a hefty squeeze up here. Then we have this massive engulfing candle here with that volume signature, just engulfing these past sessions and then selling off slowly and steadily. So again, let's see if it will recover. I'm sure it will at some point. But to get up to this 554 level, it's going to be hefty. I think that's going to take some time, especially after the run it went on. So for that to recover, only time will be able to fix that. And I think it will, but it may not happen as soon as some of us anticipate it to, all right? So Bitcoin's still just climbing higher, slowly grinding, slowly starting to pull over here. Meta's starting to sell as well too here, folks. So that can bring some weakness into the market. Let me just check here our stat on when we're going to get stopped out of this trade, which is 590.26. And yeah, we got stopped out of the Playmaker pool. That's totally fine. Yeah, it's all right. 590.26. We got stopped out. So just coming after our second, I think our second 2-to-1 profit hit, we just hit our second full stop loss, which is funny. Going back on our data, and this is why collecting data is really cool in my opinion, is that, like, look, so when we hit our 2-to-1 profit target here, Sharif, the next day we got a full stop out. And it's the exact same scenario here. So on Friday was our last final day. We hit that 2-to-1 profit target, and then sure enough today we're gonna have to dock an L on that one. But that's all right. That's all right. We're still yeah, exactly. But that's why we keep it at a 2-to-1, right? So just so that when we are right, we're double right than when we are wrong. Right? Double right.
That's the whole point of the 2-to-1 R to R.
That's the whole point of the 2-to-1 R to R, right? Is so that gives us that ability. And guys, let me know in the chat. Ever since we started doing this, is anybody else tracking their data or has been tracking their data in the same way? And I'm curious, if you have been, how has that reflected your trading? All right. So again, if you've been collecting data kind of how we have been in the Playmaker pool, just let me know. Just shoot me a message here, DM me on X or whatever, because I'm curious to see, like, okay, has it affected your trading in a positive or negative way? Because collecting data in this sense, essentially it can't hurt you. It can just give you more of a general idea of when you know you're going to be right or not, I shouldn't say right, but just how to operate your system in more of a more orderly manner. So yeah. Just curious to see what everybody's up to on that front. So.
Sir.
Okay, Big Bear AI, we added at 82s exactly like I wanted to, took out some at 90, and now the end of the trade is going to be at around $5. So the only reason I added at 480 on Big Bear AI is because it was an obvious area of initial resistance. At 480, we dipped down to 465 where I bought the majority of my position. We scalp all the way up into 495, and now it comes back in and tests that same area. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be parabolic off this level, nor do I even know if it's going to bounce off this level. So I placed my stop now below 480. So if I'm going to be in this trade, it's going to have to hold up at 480. We'll see exactly what we get there. Now, I'm in a new trade now, SMX, and there it goes through 78s. This one, look, let's see if it can go through 80. It had a lot of trouble at 80 before, 77.5. I'm waiting at 82. SMX, it's up 120%. We'll have to see if this one can get some continuity or it's going to continue to put lower highs like it's doing. And it's also putting in lower lows as well. So anything below 70, and I'm gone there. They're lacking continuity today with these small cap gappers. They're popping off. You're getting big algo moves initially, but when you come to actually trade them off key levels, you're not getting that continuity. And that is something to be aware of because that's part of the cyclicality of these small cap gappers, okay? They're around for a good time, not a long time. And then there's also, a characteristic to them. When they have good continuity, when you're constantly getting new money flowing in to these small cap gappers, you can see that reflected on the price chart because they don't just break through VWAP and then retrace right below. But that's kind of what you're seeing here. You're not seeing that continuity with these ones, and that has to be something that you take into account because when you sit down and trade these, you have to have a certain plan, right? Am I looking to range trade them? Am I looking to scalp, or am I looking for these outsized momentum moves? So that's what I'm kind of noticing with today. Whether it continues on for the rest of the week or not, we'll have to wait and see. BBAI coming back down to that 480 area. Again, anything below 480s, we're done with this trade. Now, let's keep an eye out on that, but also keep an eye on Holo. Holo's doing okay. What else do we have on here? We have HOL, NXU. NXU is a bit of a problem, okay? Where's NXU at, Joseph? There it is.
There it is.
NXU is a bit of a problem. Now, we've entered at $1.54. We're seeing 64s now. It's a bit of a compression pattern. It's got higher lows, but it's also got aggressively lower highs. So I've placed my stop a little bit below my entry. That $1.45 is where we troughed out last time. If we get any prints below that $1.45, I want no smoke. My only concern is, though, the bottom this is one of those ones where the bottom can absolutely fall off. A big seller can take out like 30 different price levels all in one go. And if you have a stop, it won't trigger. It'll just get blown through. And that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. We dipped down into 60s. We've been dipping down into that $1.60 for a hot minute, really starting at around 108. And we've been incrementally putting in lower highs with that 160 level acting as support. Who knows how long that lasts for? I personally, if I had to guess, and that's all that it is, I think we flat bottom break here rather than maybe curling back up and taking out my level at 85s. But the stop's in play. The profit takers are in play. Let's see what happens. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Yannick letting me know that AERT is making another move. We were talking about this one a little bit earlier. Yeah, it's holding up too, or so it seems. Yannick, not a bad look. It zigged and zagged a little bit below VWAP, a little bit above. It's got lower highs and a flat bottom at $1.90. I'm going to pack my patience with this one. I don't need to jump in to yet another small cap gapper. So I'm going to let that one cook and see if it really starts running, then we'll get involved with that one. So currently in SMX as well as NXU, and NXU making me look bad, making me look stupid because I finished talking crap about it and it just popped off. So we'll wet our beak there at 75s and we'll de-risk a little bit, Joseph, because this is a bit of a bigger position for me on this one. Actually, that's incorrect. Now we only have one more out, so we got to take out this profit taker. So I'm gonna let this one run. If it wants to take out two, fine, but I'm not taking it out at 85s anymore because that'll be the end of the trade, and that's not what I'm looking for there. So what else we got over here? All right, draining the bears account, says Joshua Lee Mallory. Yeah, I guess maybe on the overall market. Let's have a look at the MAG. I haven't been looking at the MAG here.
Oh, interesting. Okay, we could have a bit of a retracement here, boys and girls. We just dipped into 21.5 and got bought aggressively twice. I'm talking about this candle here at 12.55, and I'm talking about this candle here at 125, both of which came in at 21,500, both of which were met with buying. However, we haven't really been blowing through this consolidation area top, which in my humble submission is between 21,500 and 2/3 to 500 and 3/4. Let's see if we can take out those levels. Currently, we've got a nice move up here. We're at that 50-point level. We might be breaking through it. We'll see. So the future trying to catch a bit of a bid here at 21.5, trying to make new highs, and you're seeing it on some of the mag. Like Apple dips into 252.5. Boom, gets bought up into 253 and a quarter. You're seeing it as well, Joseph, on Amazon. It came down into 221 and change, right back up, knocking the door of 222 again. So the mag could be catching a bit of a bid. We'll have to wait and see if that's the case or not, or whether this is a dead cat bounce and just a bull trap, which could be absolutely possible on the day. We're down 2/3% on both the EQ and the ES, but that's well off the lows. I think we had bled down 1.5% currently at the worst, right? We were down 1.5% or so on the future. More, the Katina man said, yeah, we were down more than that at the lows. So a nice recovery, and you have the thank you, Joe. The ES, the NQ, and the Dow. They're all around 2/3% negative. The Russell faring the best, guys, only down 1/3%. So we'll see if these small cap crappers want to catch a bit of a move high here. And I say that jokingly, obviously. I don't mean to offend anybody who trades them. I trade them. So, yeah, you guys should know that that's just a bit of a joke. Pretty Panda, watching 3 charts at the moment. OP, TT, extremely interesting at the current level. BMR also woke up midday, as well as LDTC, looking like it could go at any point. Waiting for that volume, of course. Pretty Panda, you please me with that last little statement there, and I'm sure you please Joseph as well by saying you're waiting for that volume to kick in, because that's one of the indicators, if not like the indicator.
It is the indicator. But I like how you mentioned that, Sharif, because I never looked at it from that perspective. Is this a potential bull trap of a day? And that's a great question. And as I tend to say, guys, only time will tell. But there's something that I really want to point out here with the question that I previously asked everybody. It was like, hey, are you documenting your trades? Are you collecting data kind of like we are on the Playmaker poll? And I don't want to single you out, but Random Video said negative. Hate to see all my losses. Okay, so I just want to build on this a little bit, okay? So the whole reason of collecting data like this, so imagine we did the Playmaker poll and every day we were wrong. What does that tell us? Don't trade SPY from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, right? That is exactly why you collect data, all right? So Random Videos is like, no, you hate to see all your losses, but what if you had the data that said, hey, don't trade at X time? Now that's going to mitigate your losses, and you're going to be able to hone in on where you're more profitable. We got an ad read here with my guy Sharif. We'll touch on this a little bit more.
We want to tell them about eSignal, Joseph, which is the platform that allows you to trade smarter, not harder. If you're into that kind of thing, upgrade, I should say, to that elite trading experience that'll help you analyze, it'll help you strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize by foreseeing those profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. You get a bunch of stuff. You get infinite data. You get instant trading. You get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. And we always hear compliments about their charts. Some would even say, Joseph, that they've got charts that change the game because you can customize and analyze markets faster and in your specific way. And we all know a sound trading plan requires good backtesting. That's what you get here. You get better backtesting. You get better scanning. You can predict the future by understanding the past. It's reliable, real-time data up to the second market information from hundreds of global market sources. It's everything you need all in one place. So for goodness sake, don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now, if and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or go on into the description of this video and click the link. Shout out to the good folks there.
Hey, yeah, good.
What's it called?
eSignal. All right, but eSignal. Okay, but guys, yeah, I just want to touch on this one more time, all right? The reason why I'm kind of passionate about this, because it took me years in order to discover this. I had to do this. And before I was documenting it online or on Notion or something, I was writing it down. And then every day I would go through my notes and to see where I was the most profitable. And that's where I established my system. From time A to time B, I'm a better trader. From time B to time C, I'm no good. So what am I going to do? I'm not going to trade in the time frame from B to C. And that's why you document this type of stuff, all right? So if anybody is like, okay, well, I don't want to see my losses, someone in the chat says, well, you're in the wrong business. Exactly. You want to see these losses so you can eliminate them. You can somewhat eliminate those amount of losses. And as I mentioned previously before, if you're not profitable from 1 to 2, if we were wrong on every single trade here through 15 trades, then there's no point in us taking a trade from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. All right, it's zero. We got to come up with a new system because it doesn't work. So that's why you document this type of data in order to find where you are the most profitable within trading. All right, so that's just something that I wanted to touch on and something I'm slightly passionate about because it took me a long time. Dude, when I first started here, I was walking around with my backpack with all my data collected in a binder. Yeah, and I would show, but then the boys got me on Notion, so now I just document it on Notion. But I know from what time, from the 2-3 years that 3+ years I've been trading, is that I'm not profitable from X point to B point. You know what I mean? But I'm best at trading from A to B, and I'm not good from B to C, right? So again, to each their own totally, but if it helps me, there's at some aspect, I know it helps the boys in the back, I know it helps a lot of traders, there's no doubt that it can help you. So if you want to do it or not, that it's totally fine. I get that, but if you also really want to hone in and eliminate those time frames where you're not good, then by all means.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do or anything, but this is a really interesting comment here from Dear Oil. Look what he says. I actually take these, I think he meant this data, and add them to my chat GPT script, which I use daily to tailor my strategy. It's very helpful, especially AI has zero emotions. It sticks to facts, figures, and trends. That's not something that I've tried. And I think that's really interesting because we often hear about, back testing. Well, you can, I don't know, I haven't tried this. I'm just theoretically talking out loud. I wonder if we could take the data, back test it in ChatGPT by throwing it its way, like, hey, what do you notice? Are there any patterns that I'm not noticing here? And I think that the AI is probably a lot better at discerning that than us.
Absolutely.
So that's really interesting. Shout out to Dear Oil there. Maybe that's something that I need to probably weasel into.
There's a tool that Wayner and Brankel's sub to, and that's what you can do. You can back test something for an extended period of time, and it can tell you the accuracy within that
Interesting.
system. Okay. So I mean, there's all that stuff, man. I mean, hey. Again, you don't have to, you don't want to, but it depends how seriously you kind of want to take the
absolutely, man. So. All right, so Holo's breaking into $5 here, and where are we long? We're long 430. I'm not taking anything out. If it takes out 5.25, we'll take it out because that's a pre-market high, and that's my kind of way of trying to make up for my mistake by being into this trade before 5.25. So here, knock on the door, $5. If I have to get stopped out 4.25, I will. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Now, the trouble is not coming from BBAI. In fact, BBAI, we did quite well on this one. Again, adding here at that 480, and look at it, moving right back up into 495. I literally got bottom wick, and I'm not special. I just know that this is basically an obvious area of resistance, and I'm sure a lot of you guys in the chat saw it as well. If I'm seeing it, then you guys were seeing it. All right, so let's see if we can take out that $5 area. I've got my beak wetter right at that 5. I see Holo starting to squeeze again over here. What is it doing? Okay, here we go. It just breached 5. It got into 503. So this is a really interesting area here on HOLO. Let's see if we can squeeze and really get a parabolic kind of effect. Just to remind you guys, Holo's short float is as follows. We're at $5 as we speak right now. It's 13.5%. Now, I'm not exactly sure where the shorts are all sitting. You gotta assume some of the shorts were already squeezed this morning through 5.25. We're above 5 now, but we're having a lot of trouble taking 5 decisively. Topping tails now on the 1, several through 5. It doesn't mean it's not conclusive, with these topping tails, as I've mentioned many times, with these small cap gappers, as it may be with some of the larger caps. When you see a topping tail, put some respect on that topping tail's name. It's not the same thing with these small cap gappers. Here we go, 507 now HOD. Let's see if we can continue moving up. I'm going to sit at 5.25.
because that's where I want to take it out. So we're going to go ahead and sit 525 over here for the sell, and we'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Now, there is a problem brewing here on NXU, and I think I'm going to get out of dodge here. So I did wet my beak on some profits at $1.75, but that is yet another lower high on NXU. So it's been lower high, lower high, lower high, and a lower high with that $1.60 still hanging out. I'm long $1.54. I don't want any more of this smoke because I know what could happen. The bottom will come off. I've seen it before, and the only thing really holding me back is if I take it out here and it pops through $2, I'm smashing all these computers. No, I'm kidding, of course. I don't have anything here worth smashing over. But the point is, I hate being put in this position where, it's showing you something, but you've seen something else in the past, and that kind of sits in your mind rent free. That's why you don't take it out. What I'm talking about is here, taking it out the $1.60 only to have it curl and then take out highs. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now with NXU. It's up 564%. Some respect on this one's name, please. We'll see what we get there. Let's have a look as well at SMX. This one is really breaking down over here. So it's coming into the volume weighted average price. If it doesn't hold 66 pennies, that's the end of the trade there. BBAI, I'm going to let that cook. I've already got my stop below that 480. What else we have on? We have Holo, NXU, SMX. So we've talked about all of them already. So nothing much to talk about there. I should let you know, though, the one that we were trading earlier, AISP, really going here, 680 HOD right now. It's really making a move up. The best retracement you could have got was that 20 exponential. But Holo is going. Let's see, did it take out my level? Here we go with HOLO, 5.25 coming in. So pleased that I waited for this because I would have been kind of upset that I didn't take it out there. So we'll flatten out over here. Good trade on HOLO as it takes out that 5.25 HOD. Holo up now 117%. What a fantastic day for that name. Let's see what else people are talking about there in the chat. Let's see over here. Any insight over here? Yeah, John Womack saying HOLO. We just finished that trade, so we'll keep an eye out for some more. What else we got? Yeah, Jacob Nichols talking about Holo breaking through 5. Manic R, Sharif, Watt is trending. Any indication? I actually took that off my side chart because I traded it poorly today. And it was breaking down, quite frankly, below the volume weighted average price. But let's have a look at WATT. So yeah, it's still below VWAP, Manic. So I got a couple of rules with these ones. They have to be above the pre-market high, and they also have to be above VWAP. This one is neither. So the pre-market high is this over here at $1.74. We're trading $1.36, and VWAP is at $1.47. We're trading $1.38 now. So it's, I'm not going to trade it. I tried to trade it off VWAP and it broke down. So that's why I kind of left it there and kind of went on to do other things. So NXU, true to form, what I say, here it is. Right back down to that $1.50, flat bottom breaks through $1.60. We're long $1.54, so let's see if it wants to break down through that $1.45. Yeah, that's one of those ones where the lower highs here were operative. That's why I should have flattened out at 166. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Let's see if it breaches 145. It is on the way down though. VWAP for NXU currently at $1.13, lucky number 13. So if you're looking for a dip trade on NXU, my humble submission to you guys, wait for VWAP at $1.14, $1.13, or wherever it is by the time it makes it down there. AISP continues to move to the high side. Where is my AISP chart? Did I take it off? No, there it is. It continues to take out highs, 688. Now this thing looks like it's going for 7. Very steady mover. It wasn't aggressive like some of the other ones. AISP is the one I'm talking about. It's only up 22.33%. But it was a predictable one that you could have gotten good retracements, whether it was a 10 or the 20 exponential moving average, and it continuously, put in higher highs and higher lows. So good luck there. Bill in Wood, WKSP following the rules. Let's have a look. WKSP, not Worksport? Worksport? No way. Worksport's one of our sponsors. Okay, Worksport. doing its nice little dance there. It is, but it's just not doing that much volume, quite frankly, Bilan. 2.5 million shares on a dollar name, to me, not that great. Obviously, could be a good company, but not necessarily good for trading. A little lacking liquidity, obviously, given that it's only $1, it should be doing well over 10 million shares by now. So that's my look, Joseph. What do you got?
Nothing. It's funny. I want to mention you because I was calling this person this for a long time, and then they mentioned in the chat, it's Dear Ollie, not Dear Oil. We call him Dear Oil, but it's Dear Ollie. So I was doing it for a long time.
So did I.
It's all right. He said his wish is for us to call him Ollie in 2025. So
My bad.
Yeah. Well, that's where I got it. So I don't know why we call it Dear Oil, but I mean,
Ram has always got to prove that she's so much better than us. Yeah, she's like, I told you that so many times.
Yeah, I told you guys about FFIE like 9 years ago.
All right, Ram. We're subservient.
You know
All
it.
hail Ram.
She says she doesn't think it. She knows it.
Giving me a gesture right now?
Yeah, no, it's all love. But Sharif, I wanted to touch on something real quick that Jay Lee said in the chat, and I'm looking for what he said. Yeah, so Jay Lee says, so he writes code AI can never understand. It just deals with O's and ones, making up complex illusions of understanding, but it can never understand true meaning. All right, that's extremely deep, and I like it. And it kind of leads to the context and what I was saying to you earlier about how someone kind of compared AI to a child who has never left the library but has read every book in the library, right?
So true.
Right? So that's pretty. But what happens when this thing starts to get sensory from a sensory aspect, where it can go outside? You have these humanoid robots, and then you have these movies. So what happens when we step outside of the library? Because I think with this AI phase, we're not even at a pager stage, right? Like from a pager standpoint, if we're going to kind of compare it to something, we're not even at a pager stage, right? All we can do is just type something into a computer, and then we get a response or whatever it would be. What happens when we step outside of this, and then we start to lead towards the car phone, right? And then we start to lead towards the pager, and then now we got the flip phones, and then we lead to the iPhone 3, and then now we're to the point where we are. At what stage do you think that this can replicate it from like a humanoid standpoint? If that makes sense?
If you listen, like I'm going on what I've just learned in the past couple of years. Altman thinks that we'll likely get to artificial general intelligence by this year. He hasn't said it so explicitly, but he's implied that. Now, AGI is not the gold standard. So artificial general intelligence, just to back up for a second, there is a standardized test that they put together for AGI to say, okay, computers have reached AGI. Most humans score about 85% on that. So it's funny how like most humans don't score 100. So most humans score about 85% on that AGI test. The latest, I think 03, or it was either 01 or 03, the model, ChatGPT model, scored 87. So if you want to say we already got AGI, technically you might have a case, but that's not the move, Joseph. It's artificial super intelligence.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. That's going to be the game changer, and I think that's when we should probably start worrying about our jobs. He explained it like this. Artificial super intelligence will be like you explaining trading or calculus to an ant. And the artificial super intelligence is going to come up with these insane concepts and understand so much that it will be beyond our scope of comprehension. Or at least not yet.
We can never understand.
So that super intelligence thing is kind of the one that's scary, and it could like run rampant, stuff like that. And the guardrails on that would be super hard.
So when does he think we can get to that artificial super intelligence?
He didn't say.
So would you compare it, and I know it's such a more complex thing, but as these models get smarter and smarter, is this going to give us the ability to increase to that stage, to get to those stages faster?
That's a great question, bro. Right? That's a great question.
Because we're getting smarter, so you should be able to get to those next stages fast.
Here's the thing, though. Can I say something to you? This kind of digresses, but it builds on the same point. So remember how Google was talking about their, what's it called? What's that? Willow, that chip. By the way, for them to know that Willow solved that math problem that would have taken like a quintillion years, they can't even verify that they solved it because they need that many years currently
with current computing to be able to verify that it solved it.
Makes
so
sense.
it becomes like kind of like circular logic or like a black hole that you go down. If you get that insane chip, how can you know the chip is not making mistakes based on current technology? You're going to have to use that same technology to check it.
Because you have you can't
It's
check
insane.
it yourself.
It gets like,
Okay.
it starts bending your mind a little bit.
I see where you're getting at. But again, just to the point that I'm getting at is that we're so early in these stages. And Jay Lee, you're not wrong. I really like the way that you put that. But I also like the way that I heard of it, again, and I'll repeat it one more time, is that we're at the stage where this kid is stuck in the library. He's read every book, and he has yet to step outside of that library. So once we get to those phases, who knows where this can go? We're already on the doorsteps of humanoid robots with Optimus, and I know Kai Cenat has one that's on wheels. Did you see that one that he's on? Like, yeah, it's weird, right? So what happens as we just continue to progress in these stages? And again, I think it's only a matter of time. In our lifetime, we'll see kind of those assistants where we have someone, a robot who can do our laundry or
That'd be
something.
fantastic.
We may as well, I think we'll be significantly older, but just from like whatever the industrial revolution they're calling this here, I think that we get to those stages eventually.
Yep. Let's see what the chat's saying.
Yeah, I mean, the chat is going off here. Yeah, they're going off here.
Let's see some of the comments over here. All right, blah, blah, blah. That's why I'm all in on Nvidia and Tesla, says Vancouver Island guy. What else? I don't really like how AI tells you what you want to hear. Westall, you're not wrong, dude. Yeah, it is very convenient. And like, hey, yeah, you're right in this case, but think about this. Yeah, I've gotten that kind of vibes from it as well. You're absolutely right. I agree with you on that. What else we got over here? This is bad and people think it's all good, says Khoury. Yeah, maybe, brother. We'll have to wait and see. Shout out to Jay Lee. You talked about this one, right? AI might start acting smart once quantum is everywhere. Even then, technically, won't truly understand it, but it will be better than humans due to data reference. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Jay. I don't think we can quite verify its accuracy based on with current technology right now. Let's keep seeing what people are saying. Mitchell Rosa, Anthropic's AI already tried to escape in research. Bro, don't get me down that hole. I've got a great source for you guys to follow for AI. I don't have any affiliation with him. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for the dude. He's on my favorite social media platform, TikTok. And his name is Nate. And I'm going to give you, it's just as easy as it could be. Let me just see what his username is. The dude, and he takes time to explain AI in a non-pretentious way. So let me find out what his actual name is there. Nate. Where are you at, Nate? Damn it, Nate. Nate the Great, says Neil. Following. Let me just have a look through my following. There we go. Nate. There. Oh yeah. So his name is super simple. I'm gonna send it to Ram. It's Nate.B.Jones on TikTok, and he just has videos of him talking. But he gives you like the full deal of what's going on currently. Any new model drops. It's this handsome gentleman over here. If we can show it. Nate, yeah, I know. I'm just trying to show you. He's got a beard and he's balding. Okay.
It looks like Michael Noss a little bit there, no?
Neil said he's got a beard. I trust him already. I know, right? That's how I felt about myself till I had a beard. Then I just stopped trusting myself.
Do you used to have a beard?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah?
You haven't seen, look, it's in the picture right there.
Oh, yeah, there you go. All right, then.
I'm going to throw his name in the chat in a second. But yeah, great source. If you're on TikTok, no. Ram. I'm sending it to you, Ram. I'm sending it to you right now because he's honestly a fantastic source, and he does about like 3 or 4 minute videos. So he's not like giving you a lecture, but it's also a lot longer than your little,
Spiel.
quick spiels right here and there. So shout out to Nate again. Not affiliated with him in any way, but if you're into that AI thing, it behooves you to, listen to somebody who's in the industry currently. All right, so we're in 3 trades right now. We're kind of in no man's land on all of them. SMX continuing to hold up here. It's at the volume weighted average price, and in fact, it's putting bottoming tail candles into VWAP. So to me, it looks like it possibly could curl up off here. We'll have to wait and see. We're also into NXU. It's still holding that. Where's my NXU? There we go. Still holding that 50 penny area, so I'm packing my patience there. We'll see if this one wants to move back up. And then BBAI, I'm still holding that. despite the fact that I added at that, 82s, we didn't get that break of 5. So I'm still waiting south of 5 around right there. So we'll see what we get with that one right now. What else we got? Trust me, bro, says NER. Looks like Sean in 10 years. Bears versus Bill. Who looks like Sean in 10 years? Brother, what are you saying right now? Do you not see my head? All right, what else we got over here? Let's see what we got over here. Nate Haggins or Nate B says, Ram, I sent it to you. There he is. What a handsome gentleman right there. Nate B. Jones. So this is the guy. I don't know if he has any other social media, but guys, if you want the constant real deal with AI, he's unpretentious. He's quite intellectual. And, everybody needs a source. I'm definitely not intelligent enough to be able to kind of discern this stuff on my own, so I looked to some of the other more intelligent people. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at Neil. I see Neil say something about Baba here, and yeah, I'm getting a little intrigued myself here, my friend, because that volume started to step in, and when you see those types of things, then that will get my interest rolling. So let's zoom in here on the 5 minute. I know we don't got much time here, but sure enough, you've seen that volume step in there. So maybe we're curious to see what's going on with Baba. But I mean, as for the Chinese ADRs, let's talk about skipping out on the Santa rally here with these ones. And then that has been the case. So it's been served nothing but coal for Christmas. It seems like these Chinese ADRs. So taking a beating. And then this is what you see, right? So it goes like this: stimulus doesn't like the stimulus enough. Oh, more stimulus. Oh, still not enough stimulus, and headed back to the south side. But it is 2 o'clock.
What?
Time flies.
Bro,
when you're
how is that
time
even?
Time flies when you're having
Usually,
fun.
I feel the 2 o'clock coming on, but we're talking about Nate. We're analyzing his beard.
His beard.
We're in these small cap wrappers. All right, guys. Holo is breaking out. It's really going 5 2/3. We're gonna send you the big kahunas right now. They're gonna be trading all sorts of big caps and others. So Joseph and I will see you same bat time, same bet channel.
Options Greek tomorrow.
Bang. There you go. Take it over, gents.
I didn't catch what. Welcome, everybody. I didn't catch the last thing. What was the last thing George just said? I missed it. I missed that.
Options week.
Options week.
Oh, Greek.
Oh, okay. Then.
Greek, tzatziki and stuff like that.
Yeah, apparently it's 2 o'clock. The second 2 o'clock hits, they have to come right over. You're allowed to finish your thoughts. Anything you might be talking about. I mean, we don't always timely, or not always as timely as we could be at 11 o'clock. But look, the market,
it's all good.
It's been going a little bit sideways, but that doesn't do justice to the V-shaped recovery that it is put on. I'm still checking to see if there was something on Alibaba that caused that spike in volume. Like, it's a big one. I don't see anything yet, so maybe this was, I don't know, you know what, no point speculating. Maybe it was something technical, who knows? But Baba was just the latest mover. I'm only in 2 positions, and oddly enough, neither one of them are large caps, as Shreve was mentioning. They are both small caps, so ish. And that's Rigetti and SMX, which was that penny stock, because I got out of the last of mine when Google trailed out and when Palantir trailed out. So it's been a hot minute. And obviously Tesla's had a pretty big day. We'll talk about Nvidia. I know those are going to be on the list of things to cover. And I know Tesla's down 2 points, but it's holding 420. It's holding VWAP. One of the names that did a somewhat of a V-shaped recovery, though it didn't get back into those highs. So it's an impressive market. You like to see when things get bought back up, especially on the weakness we saw this morning. But I don't think anything is more impressive than, I didn't really notice until Wayne was yelling about Rigetti and the ilk, just how far these had actually bounced back. And by the time I saw it, I did go long it, but then it couldn't sustain that 18 break. But from red to green in a big way, Rigetti was down $2.50. So 15% down to now up 3%. And it's not just them, it's the other quantum names, which I know there was a good discussion about quantum PCs and what they can and can't do.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the exciting space for me, quantum.
Wait.
I mean, I can't wait to see all that. I mean, that could be, I don't think it's going to be the end of crypto or anything like that, but it definitely does get a little spicy there with all of that. I mean, a big name that's going to be involved with computing Although we have Google on our mind, I did not trade it.
Oh, not Google.
Today. It was going to just be Nvidia because, again, with computer processing, needs to get faster and faster, and these chips need to keep running. We got a high there, and congratulations to Stonk, Hunter, and everybody else that was saying we have a 140 in touch. All right, so we got out here at 139 on the way up. And our last out was actually that purple right there at 139 because we were like, you know what, we got enough shares to be able to run this from 137, and we started short until we were wrong. Then we went long, noticing like, hey man, we are wrong on this one, and then we went long again there, breaking 139. So out at 139 for the. And I'm sure this will be on the board in a minute. We're just getting locked and loaded there for the recap. And then, or for the rundown. Once we get going back up there to the upside, then it does really just start to take off. So we're pretty light in all these positions. We will work on a little bit more. My latest effort was to try to, and we were, again, stopped out at the top, but we had looked to short Palantir into here. Once it broke sort of this little level right there, 78.80, I decided to stop out. We only went as high as about 8 to 10 pennies higher than that from there. So that would have been an opportunity for sure to take advantage of waiting against 79. So we'll see if Mr. Palantir can get us back in the zone here later on. So that's what we're looking at. Pretty simple stuff for me.
The zone.
Yeah, we'll just keep sitting in here, discuss some names. I still got Faraday futures. That probably won't be on there. We were able to get that right.
It was on the poll.
Oh, was it on the poll? Okay.
Well, I didn't see what won, but I mean, it was on the poll.
Well, we'll say maybe if it gets there. Okay, good. Yeah, so 305 was our last out. We only have one more piece left of this name to see if we can work our magic here with FFIE. But yeah, so far so good. Watching Nvidia and getting ready to do this poll. So get your questions in the chat, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're going to hopefully come with some fire here today and go over some even better names than what we have. I mean, Rigetti and SMX are hot right now, so I got to get into some of those.
Eddie just said in the chat, Palantir up or down. I'm assuming you're probably just, well, where do you think it's going to go from here? Because Palantir almost went green. I guess this might be on the list too.
Yeah,
so we might end up going over a few names that'll go over, that we'll have to go over. But this is another one of those, hey, when the market dumps the stock and it looks bearish and you're in a reversal, I mean, how does it react, right? Like it flat bottom broke today, and the fact that it already got gobbled up, we're not even into the new year. It didn't go green, but that's like, to me, it's semantics if it closes above 78. Like that's pretty darn strong to flat bottom break it and then hold higher. So whether it's that, whether it's some of the quantum names, for sure. I see you guys mentioning LPSN, live. Sharif was talking about live person. This is somebody probably just stuck a bid at $1 on this stock and is winning because it closed at 96 cents. I didn't notice until after the fact, like right at the open. Oh, I'm missing. Was this an IPO? Why do I not have data for this thing?
LPS,
my chart's just messed up.
See.
Okay, I missed maybe 15 minute. I'll show you. 15 minute right at the open.
It's missing data.
Right here to $1, exactly to $1. And then it bounced into the highs. Sometimes I guess it's that simple, but whatever made you look at this stock, I guess because it was a gapper, it's really more about the continuation. So yeah, there's a lot of small cappers that are looking relatively good, although some of them are on the other side of the trade. Let's see what you guys want us to talk about. I'm going to guess some Nvidia or Tesla with Sharif. Yeah, like why is that?
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big kahunas are locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join Joe and I during that How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But it is a subs-only chat, so you got to subscribe. Here's a look at the NQ. We're down on all four major averages right now, with the NQ faring the worst, down 0.75%, followed by the S&P down down 0.69. The Dow also down 0.2%, but the Russell 2000, the small cap index, looking like the best of the bunch here, down only 0.3, so about 0.33%. Let's look at the first ticker though, as cited by you, TSLA. A bit of a tough day, you know, for most of these Mag 7 names. Tesla included in that bunch as well, down 2.4% right now. There was this headline today that Tesla is looking at winding down their incentives as we finish off Q4 of 2024, looking likely that they were giving those incentives to juice up the deliveries so they can pass by and get that year-over-year increase. So just to give you an example, you know, you're not going to be getting FSD for 3 months if you're a new car buyer, nor are you going to get free charging, as well as those who were making the referral, they got some money. Those will all be done as of December 31st, guys. So if you've got a referral, get it in now or no longer available.
Your piece.
Well, I don't, but yeah, get them in there for sure. Look, Tesla, I think we're already sort of saying it did hold. VWAP, it did hold above the 420 level. I mean, obviously, if you were bullish on Tesla, I think you probably did a little bit better off the 420. Obviously, not a little bit better. You did a lot better if you took 420 long in the morning, because the first thing this did at the open, and I guess we'll zoom out if you weren't watching in the morning show, what does 420 look like on Tesla? It's not just a fun number that everyone likes in the market. It's been where Tesla's bounced the last couple of weeks. So it was down there. I was initially looking for a flush through 420 and then a continuation play, thinking Tesla's been bearish. Maybe we get a retest down around 400 if things continue to look bad. So I wasn't shorted until it broke down at like 10 o'clock, and it never really pushed further than 416. So we did some scalping of Tesla, but obviously long off the 420 level, it gave you a bigger size move a few times, like $7 here, and then 5, and then 5, and 4, as opposed to like 2, 3, 4, like that kind of a thing. So Tesla, I love the fact it's holding a 420 from an investment standpoint. That's a good sign, I think, in this little bit of a pullback that they're buying it back up. I think we're not necessarily clear of it. If we lose it this afternoon, I'd probably look short again in Tesla. So it was good, but it could have been a heck of a lot better. The market was just too strong today to get that big $10, $15 move on Tesla. It just wasn't doing that.
Yeah, no. Tesla, great stock and one of the best to trade since election. It's been fantastic, and no matter the price, like Neil said there, the moves are there. You just gotta wait for them and pick your poison and make sure you're trading on the right day. We just bought some Nvidia down there low. We're gonna do Nvidia next. We just got some out as it ripped to the upside here. Watch out, market down below. All right, so we'll go over all these, but yeah, for right now, Tesla just stuck in a range. I would, always try to zoom out a little bit to try to get a little, whoa. That's right, I'm on this option here. We do not mean to draw this line there, but just to try to figure out where we're going. Oh, that line's from before. Yeah, there's that 4. We're not getting up there. That's at 435 that potentially we had looked at. Yeah, for right now, I'd buy dips. I mean, this looks pretty strong down here, 416, 417. We had some, I guess I'll have to move it over a little bit to show you guys. No. Who's over there? Get me. I can't get rid of my face. Let me just move this, because see, we have that. There we go. Thanks. Right back into here. So just some area of potential support sort of back in this area, which that bottom of the ellipse there goes to 412. So, a little bit of an action spot here for Tesla. And that's pretty much what we got down to today, 416. So right into the middle, that's not a bad take. So back into there, I think we buy Tesla. I like the stock. I like the story. Just kind of sucks that where we are today. Nice downside move, down 2 and a bit. Thought it might have recovered a little bit more, which it did early, and then it just kept on making that move, right? So, yeah, Tesla momentum still downside. I like the stock, though.
Nvidia is the only Mag 7 name, guys, that's actually not negative on the day. Right now, up 1.58 or somewhere in and around there. A couple of headlines, none really market moving. Looks like they are completing their deal of Run AI, which is an Israeli-based company. Keep an eye out for that. Separately, days after a key Nvidia supplier warned of possibly AI spending slowdown, another Nvidia supplier, Ibden, I believe, I don't know how to really pronounce it, comes in and says, well, they're a raw material supplier for these chips, and they can't keep up with demand, guys. So some conflicting data here coming from some of these suppliers.
Always the big guessing game. You know what? The proof's always in the pudding when we get the reports on Nvidia. And the good news with Nvidia has been, as long as you stay the course, the numbers are good. And even though they've slowed down a little bit, you just haven't been able to go necessarily wrong buying the dips on it. Obviously, you're in a different phase. 2023 was up explosive. 2024 was explosive as well. And I think there's a little bit of a slowdown in I guess what's the word? Like the rapid sort of enthusiasm that this catches the bid with. But that's to be expected when you've had the growth it's had the last couple of years. The only thing standing in its way right now is $140 in the 50 period moving average on the daily. I came in looking chips short, so I had a short into basically the pre-market high, and that was it. Because, I mean, look what it did after that pre-market high, which was consolidate and continue to break out, on Nvidia. Yeah, it looks like it's
starting to go now.
Yeah, it's starting to go now. But what's interesting is there's a note I wanted to make about Palantir, which we're not going to talk about. But here's a short story for what I think Palantir is. Look at 2023 for Nvidia, that crazy AI run, and then look at how it acted in 2024. Just as good, but more volatility to the downside, despite being still up. I think Palantir is in for that kind of a year next year, where like it can still be a good year, even maybe just as good, but it'll have increased volatility because that second stage, when it's already up so high, you just get bigger, deeper pullbacks. So anyways, looks like we might have, no, we're not even close to up. It's 139 that it's retested.
Go. Yeah, good. We just reloaded up there. So face slapper on the reload comes right back into the 200 period. So there it is. Now we're long at 139, another 15 cents. We're just going to keep on getting a little bit out on the upside as Nvidia I'm just trying to keep it honestly. Like I know when these trades, I'm trying to keep them simple. There's the 200 period moving average. We just bought that dip. So boom, boom is what it is. I mean, now you're in the 20. So it's just a good little look there on Nvidia. I think you just want to stay long. This name continues to be strong. We talk about that all the time. I had said lately, if you're going to dip by anything, I feel like Nvidia is the right one to do. And, definitely rewarding those that have been doing that, not only in their personal account, but also here trading. I mean, in a day that's been pretty topsy-turvy, like we had a nice move down, then now a nice move back up, and now you're trying to go down again. And Nvidia just kind of finds that bottom and pops right back up while the futures right here are doing nothing. So yeah, I'm excited about it. I like the stock. My out right here, breaking the 200 period. So we're pretty close, 138.75 or so break, and we're gone on this one. So 1-to-1 R to R now on Nvidia. All right, what up with Boeing?
Yeah, I was going to make a pun, but probably not appropriate. Down 2% is Boeing, gapping down earlier, well off the lows. Though it was a lot worse than that. Obviously fell over 4% to start the pre-market today as the airplane maker faces yet more scrutiny after the deadly 737-800 crash in South Korea. It was an issue with the landing gear. It should be mentioned that South Korea now investigating this 737-800 model and has grounded all of them there, as well as another airplane as well suffered the same issue with the landing gear, guys. So a bit of an issue today for Boeing, but off the lows.
Like you got to separate. Let's just obviously separate the devastating incident and crash from what's happening in the stock, because in some ways, if you look at the reaction on Boeing, I didn't end up trading Boeing, but the reaction is somewhat of a positive one in that it was breaking and holding the 200 period moving average. It dipped it at the open, like right into the 200 simple on the daily at $170. And about as clean as you can get, it does a big reversal and is just holding a bull flag right now. So the reaction has been bought up, at least at this point. Clearly, there's going to be an investigation, and that can go anyway. And obviously, who knows? I don't know anything, and I don't think anybody knows anything at this point with any certainty. But the initial sign is it looks pretty good off that 200 period. Now, I just recently added this to my personal account, so obviously I'm glad that it bounced. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, if they're at fault again, I got to consider whether I want to just take out the shares that I just got in. If there is something more serious under the hood here for Boeing. But yeah, so far so good. I mean, it's a heck of a reversal off the bottom, all things being considered. It's not moving much this afternoon, so I doubt I traded. I think these small cappers and the Teslas and Nvidias of the world probably deserve our attention. But Boeing, down 2%, good bounce.
So if you wind it to about 8:45 when Boeing came over here, we zoomed it out. We talked about that 170 level, and that was probably a buy. And I was just like, you know what? Ultimately, though, today we weren't looking long. So that turns out to be exactly what it was today, right there, right into there. We actually lined it up all the way back into here and lined up this 170, 171 area. So fantastic spot right there to do the trading. And then there it goes, right bouncing back up to the upside. So like I said, great looking chart. Love that Boeing trade down there at 170. If you're brave enough to take it, you win again on Boeing catching that long. I'm really glad we read it right and pretty much nailed it. Just don't have the trade. But yeah, great job there. Anybody that believed in the bottom for Boeing. Sharif.
94,000, Sean. We're above again on Bitcoin right now. MicroStrategies, though, still down 4.2%. They did drop this headline. They spent another $209 million to buy more Bitcoin. It looks like they picked up 2,138 BC for about $209 million there, bringing their total holdings now, guys, to about 446,400 Bitcoin. Wow.
Then some, like all you can eat.
I guess someone's bullish.
Yeah, he's a little bullish, and I guess with good. It is what it is. It's worked out so far for Mr. Saylor. I know Hollow's next, but it did just break another high. Let me go back. I'm just going to put this back to a 3 minute. I had it as a 1 minute to show you guys some things in the morning, but I like a 3 minute chart better. But it just broke $6. Another fresh high. It just continues going and going and going. We'll get to that in a second. I didn't trade anything crypto related. There was no follow through underneath 92,000 on BTC. And if you came in bearish this morning, like I think looking for it to hold underneath that prior support level and break down from there for a continuation play was my first thought, because I was looking pretty bearish. Instead, it was a complete reversal off that bottom. So lots of things quantum names made the reversal, chips made the reverse, some chips made the reversal. I think Palantir, like a lot of things made that reversal. Bitcoin doing the exact. So we are still holding nicely at this 92,000 area. Like if it can, I guess if we never make this break and head down to 85, where I'm sure a lot of people are looking for some dip buys, that was the first pullback when we broke out of this, then you could break this trend while holding 92, and then reasonably that would be a place to add if you're not going to get the 85s. For MSTR, it's just a different beast because it doesn't have the same strength to the upside when we get a recovery on BTC. So it's still underneath 320 and not looking incredibly good for MSTR. Like it's underneath the 50-period moving average, still in that downward slant. So I think it's in a much more trouble if we end up losing this 92,000 or the 90,000 level again. Like this is probably breaking that 300, and then who knows where the bottom might be. I get it, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I own Bitcoin. I own Coinbase too, so I can't say that I don't own anything but Bitcoin, ETH, and some Solana. But yeah, this one's almost like a stay away from me. That said, if we can take 100,000 again, then maybe the squeeze can go back on for MSTR. But generally speaking, I think you got to be a little bit cautious with this. It's still looking very bearish, even with the recovery today.
Just remember, guys, if you are trading with this Nvidia back down to 139, so we talked about our stop being 138.75. Take a little bit more out if we can get back into the high teens. I believe I have an offer. No, actually, just at 14. We'll take some out at 14 and then maybe into the 20s again, just to try to ease this off a little bit because the market is pulling back, and you don't want to necessarily be caught here with your hand in the cookie jar too many times, especially on a name like Nvidia. We've seen it fall in. I'm still really want to dip by it, but if it breaks at 200, then that's rules. And we're going to get out if that does happen. Generally speaking, those are good bounce spots. We've now done it for sure once, almost twice. We'll see if we get it one more time, and if we do, then great. Yeah, I mean, Neil just covered MSTR there. I think the same thing remains true for everything that I keep saying about Bitcoin. And, it's getting close to breaking that right now to sort of change the momentum, maybe back up to the upside. So there it is right there. That's 95.5 basically is the 15-period moving average. So, we kind of failed there. I don't think you want to wait for that. That's 100,000 again. So, if you're going to go for it, I would say there's the break up. And then you last wicked out 97.3. That's the top that we talked about. If you can take out 97 and change, then I think it's back to go time for Bitcoin back into like 10. Like I think 103, 104, like once we break through 97. So, but it's got to get there first. So I would let it calm down. Right now, just at the 50 period, nice little retracement back up. Could be a good time to trim if you got long off the bottoms. I mean, we bounced off once, twice, thrice. There it is, 4 times back to the 50. Could be a pair off situation as well, depending on your current state, long or short. Okay, let's go back over there. We got to talk about some holo.
Yes, sir. Micro cloud hologram boosting up here about 160%. I was trading this one during the How to Trade Midday show. Here's the headline. They're trading higher after they announced the development of a semiconductor dot hole spin qubit technology, obviously quantum based here. So looking at getting on the quantum bandwagon, guys. Looks like they're about to take out highs, 162%. Double digit short float, though. You guys can fact check me. Last time I checked, I believe it was around 13 to 18%.
Mine doesn't go that far back.
They split 1 to 10. They split 1 to 20. They split.
Here, your daily chart, my daily chart's not loading that far.
Oh, here, I'll call it back up here just to show everybody this.
Yeah, like Holo's 52-week high is
This
because it's got multiple splits, right?
Yeah, this is back. This is September of 23. It shows 2100, but right into here March 1900, something like that.
1968. That's the one I saw.
That's right. So you're right. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So
1968, good year.
What would happen in 68? 68 was.
I don't know.
Trying to think of something. Denny McLean won 31 games, I think, in 68. Or
That's
maybe
it. What was his problem?
Maybe it was 69. I don't know. I don't know much else. 69 was the moon, but yeah, this one's going to the moon, I guess. But like, just keep it in perspective. It's not throwing shade on it to point out that this is reverse split a few times and obviously destroyed a lot of shareholder value in the process of doing so. So when it does yet another and gets back to those. Like this area where you've probably created some bag holders, or where
come on, Nvidia.
Essentially you basically have a bunch of hedge funds that like to short it when it usually gets back to these resistance spots. Like this is the spot, $6.50. So I'm not in it, but like this is where you'd expect a bit of a checkup. If it does hold the trend, like let's just say it holds the higher low after bouncing back off the 650, that will be a good sign. The small cappers that I'm in, hopefully you're familiar. Like Rigetti is one. I did try the long in Rigetti. Going into 18. It failed an 18 break in there. It was slightly up on it, but then it did a mean reversion from like the whole, this is like the whole day. It broke the trend, went into the short, essentially got the short from prior, like the 18 level, 1775, into the quarter mark, and it's just holding the same range. So now my trail is break even, and if it breaks down, I want to grab 1680 as an out. And then this other one was just Sharif was mentioning a stock that tried to get to $1. And then this SMX, like it failed in front of $1, broke the steep trend, went short, it's bouncing off you up. I got 65s out, but I'm now pretty much out of the trade. If it breaks 80s, then I cover the entire thing. I'm holding to see if it can get down into those 50s. If there's something else that runs the dollar, always worth a look there. But I do think Holo, it's a hologram company, so I guess I should be calling it Holo. Holo is the one, at least in terms of volume this afternoon. If it can hold on to this $6 level, you got to like it for some continuation. But yeah, that daily chart speaks for itself if you're trying to buy and hold.
Yeah, it's a nice. Yeah, just be careful, obviously, when you guys are trading. Some of those names, and just like all kidding aside, you can really get burned. It's over 14%, or sorry, over 13%, near 14% short float. So that was just something I wanted to bring to everyone's attention there. Of course, on quantum and everything, it says here, microcloud hologram rockets with quantum leap. So, we'll still talk about it. Neil just went over some key levels there. We went and zoomed back and forth. If we're going to talk about, first of all, there goes Nvidia right now. Face slapper. Man, this is a big one. Like this is, for me, we were able to now see if we can hold this, get back to 140. Hey, Jay Lee, if you're out there, what do you think we should do here with this name as we continue to go a little bit higher? I'm going to get a little bit more out underneath this 50-period moving average, then let it go up. And I asked crowdsource because you guys have been nailing this one the whole time. HOLO. Hot to go. Ramin, you know hot to go? All right. Chappelle Roan. I am Chapel Roan. I am the official DJ for the home games at my daughter's hockey. So it's like HOTOHOTOGO. You can make it hard to go. Thing is, that's like our goal scoring song, but we're not scoring that many goals. I gotta get some more goals in there.
Let's motivate them to score more goals.
Yeah, I was playing I got all these good ones.
See,
man.
you're playing the classics, man.
Yeah, no, I have this app on my phone too, where I downloaded a lot of different. Here, hold on a second. I'll just play it for everybody.
That's a classic hockey song.
Oh yeah. Here, this is why I'm also doing stuff like this. Hold on a second.
We're Canadian, so of course we like our hockey.
This is not even.
World
It's not
Junior's
loading, but I have this.
Yeah, it is.
I have this DJ app. You know, and we got like some. Okay, hold on. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm doing.
That's a classic.
This is what I'm doing in my spare time. You know, just a little.
NHL 94 is better than NHL 98, though.
All right, we might get shut.
I think there's like a length. I think you have like 4 or 5 seconds, and then you're good to go. As long as it's not more than that. It's 3 seconds. Okay, apparently it's. Well, you only played for 3 seconds.
We need to go over some. We need to go over some rules before they just open my mic all the time. You know
what just happened to this?
I'm kind of not listening.
The CYN, by the way, for anyone trading this one, it just rugged. It looks like. So shout out to everyone in the chat that was mentioning it. Yeah, I don't know if maybe there was some new. So let me just double check. I'm gonna throw it into the old. Obviously an offering. Sinjin, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. 15 million share registered direct offering at a 60-cent purchase price. So that just dropped, halted down, reopened, down to 75 cents. Is my thing? Let me just turn my.
No, I don't think it's like I didn't hear anything there either.
Yeah, I just refreshed so that the next time news comes in, I'll probably hear it in my ear. But that's not very good. You can wax poetic about what happens when they drop offerings in the middle of the day versus overnight. But that's the risk of any of these small cap gappers, especially the ones that have possibly previously already filed for the offering. So they can drop it at any moment on the day that it runs. Whereas a lot of times if they haven't filed, then you get a couple of days out of the runner before they can drop an offering on you. This one's already pretty nasty. That doesn't look very good. Like it just got back to $1 after dumping $7 from highs in like a couple of months. And then the first big day offering. Yuck. Hopefully no one's caught.
This is what they do. Okay, so we'll go into Holo right now. And
this one's better.
Holo. And we'll figure this out. So just breaking through 50, a very, very light start to the trade. I feel like we want to give it to that 50-period moving average, which is $5.50. So we'll put on a little bit more, a few more shares if it does come into $6. And then we'll have to watch out for this $5.50. I mean, maybe if you put it all the way down, that's $5.35 and change right there. I don't want to panic and get out of this thing ASAP or anything like that, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. 6.55 coming into play as the new high, which is where we're stuck. So we're 60.54 and change. So a little bit off there for Holo. I just thought, hey man, it was basing out a little bit here and started to go. And I was like, one more try at that 650 and we shall join the party. So we'll do that again. And then if it does come back into these wicks, 605 or so maybe for Holo, maybe like a 608, something like that. We'll see if we can get another piece at that level. We'll average into the same amount of shares. And then we'll try to hold it. I mean, we could have just flushed the top. I mean, we showed the chart already. We could get flushed out. Like it could have just got rinsed up there. It had happened before, so I don't want to panic too much. But yeah, the 50-period moving average has been holding. So in an attempt, look, we're still long. Look, Nvidia is like fine. What else are we supposed to do? I'm holding this one. I want to try to trade for you guys as well. But here it comes. So we'll watch out to see Holo, and it's moving. It's not like it's FOMO or anything. This is a move that we have Faraday today, which has moved great for us. We had that rate early off the jump there, and that went $1 like on a $2 name. Like this was huge. That was $2.20. That move right there is $3.22. It's basically actually is exactly $1. Didn't even realize that. I don't think when we did it. And then nice little move back up. So we were able to get out of most of, obviously all of this, but most of it in and around here, 280, 290, just before $3. So let it try to work out. And I think the same thing here for HOLO. Let it just go through some shares. It's only done 158 million. So
Yeah, it's not.
yeah, that's not much. 570 or so. It can get going a little bit more. 570 is the 50 period. So yeah, maybe a breaker somewhere into here, 550 or so. We'll hold on to that one. So, put your hands up in the air and
Wave them like you just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to wave the finger.
And if you got fish and grits and all that,
fish and grits,
throw your hands in the air.
Yeah,
wave them like you just don't care. If you got fish and grits and all that pimp ish.
Yeah, we can. Are we allowed to say ish? Are we allowed to?
I don't know. I don't know what. See, now you can't play a song for more than 3 seconds. I don't want to get booted off. I don't want to get demonetized. Alphabet's starting to go. I want to get back into this bad boy. The market is now starting to turn back to the upside. So the litany of names that made V-shaped bottoms, I did short Alphabet this morning and lost, and then we got ourselves back to just slightly green on it with one long. But I'm looking at these higher lows here, like 190, if you can see these, support here, 191, 60 to 75 is held support, so I do like that. For an opportunity to get in. And then Tesla might be too far gone off VWAP at this point, but it almost tagged 425. So next, if it's going to hold 420 and going to hold VWAP, next available dip, I'm looking for the rip. It could be VWAP. You never really know with Tesla. It could easily fall $3 before going up again. But if it just ends up down here, like a 422 half, 423, I want to be eyeballs on Tesla because when this starts going in the afternoon, like what it is capable of doing. It might be a 425 breaker, but I'd like to be long before it gets down there on Tesla if that's going to be the case.
All right. If trading is your thing, then hopefully you are with me. Holla if you hear me right now. There it is. There goes Holo. 25 cents. Can we get $7? So I'll just take that out at 75s right here. We'll just wait to see where we could go. Man, what a good day for micro, mid cap, all those caps, large cap, small cap, mega cap, no cap, all that stuff. Continue to go to the upside right now. Okay, take another one out there at 77 in May. I don't think we've stalled by any stretch of the imagination. We are just out right now of 30% of the trade actually so far. And we do have another offering at 7 flat as, let's go, Holo. Real deal, Holo Field is what we're calling this stock right now.
I wonder how many people in our chat
Joe's
know
the
who
boxer
that is.
over there. Joe. Holyfield, Real deal Holyfield. Evander, the man missing an ear, a piece of an ear.
You got a raw deal because for champ, he gets remembered for not the most flattering thing. That said, he did.
No, I remember him for that. He showed up on he showed up on that Logan Paul Mike Tyson fight, completely hammered. I thought there beside Lennox Lewis. He's like, "Hey man, Evander, you got any thought about this one?" He's like, "I can't hear anything.
I mean,
my microphone's not working."
Big fight. You got to have fun.
Yeah,
right? He's doing.
I like Evander Holyfield. Lennox Lewis, good guy too. Half Canadian, half British. I think that guy.
Yeah.
Always, yeah, I know. Yeah, his mom. I think his mom. I think he grew up here, right? But, anyways, yeah. Shout out to
he never
Lennox
took
Lewis.
those big hits.
There's going to be a monster fight in Mumbai. Got signed up apparently yesterday. Conor McGregor was talking about it.
What? What's the fight?
So Conor McGregor, because he'll do anything for cash as well. He's going to fight WWE champion Logan Paul, and they're both getting $250.
Oh, that's signed.
Connor was tweeting it yesterday, so I'm going to find out. But yeah, and that was each getting $250 on that. So that's going to be an absolute monster. Logan Paul is awesome. So we'll wait to see what happens on that one, on that front. You guys can confirm that or
yeah, it looks like
I don't confirm or deny, but that's going to be quite the fight that I cannot wait for.
Well, see,
shout out to Logan.
He
fought Mayweather and all that.
Yeah, I'm much more. I wasn't that excited for the Tyson fight because Tyson's like a million years. But Conor.
Some people actually thought Tyson had a chance. That was hilarious.
Yeah, this is a little different. I will watch. I would like to see Conor fight. That's a little more exciting.
No, I have money on Jake Paul.
Yeah, I mean Mike Tyson. If you're a fan of Mike Tyson, I was just concerned the guy was going to get hurt.
Boxing guy over there.
That's just depressing. But no, that's a more exciting fight.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's going to be MMA. If it's boxing, then Conor McGregor might as well not even show up. Just cash the check.
I pulled the article up, but I haven't had a chance to read it just yet. I don't know what the rules are going to be on that.
If it's already a wrap, but if it's boxing, it's even more of a wrap. I'll tell you that much. These Pauls are not
He's an underrated boxer. I will say that. McGregor, but he's not a real boxer.
yeah,
he's an
McGregor.
underrated boxer, but he's obviously not a real one.
No, McGregor will get dealt with fast.
Some guys are saying what's going on. I thought someone said it in there, a fake fight. I mean, it is what it is. It's all entertainment, right? At the end of the day, as long as you're.
And Jake Paul could have basically, honestly, hurt that man so bad. And a lot of respect for Paul. He could have absolutely wrecked Tyson.
I don't want to see somebody that I grew up with. When I grew up, the guy was invincible, and he was like.
Jake Paul got
champ.
a lot of respect for.
I didn't want to see him get destroyed.
Yep.
Like, it's not fun.
No.
But yeah, it's different, man. It's different when they're in their prime. So the market's trying to hold up and do a little bit of a bounce. Tesla's not really in range, but Google did get the 92, so we're right at that 192. We'll see if it can make another press back into the high, but you've got this local bottom here underneath 192.75 that I feel like, 191.75 that I feel like if you lose that, then we can get out of Dodge. You keep saying holo, and it's because I go back and forth. I've said holo, hollow. In my head, it's hollow. That's continuing to go. I had a trend line on this one, but I'm going to slap it back in here because I feel like if you look how strong the trend is from when the volume came in, like as long as it holds this trend, I think it's good to go. The only reason that I'm short in Rigetti or SMX was trend line breaks. So if it dips, I like a dip into the trend line. If it fails a break at $7, I think that's going to be in play. And then we did get into Google, but Rigetti, I'm not adding into this position. If it breaks this break-even spot, I'm just getting out of it. I haven't moved the stop. It's just sort of sitting here at our break-even 17. So we're in short 73. The stop is at like 75 or something like that. So we can't turn into a loser because we have scalped out, but I'm not taking a new position into Rigetti at this price level. We'll just get out of Dodge. Tesla, as we mentioned, it's starting to pull back in. Maybe we don't get 22. That just kind of sat there in front of VWAP in case it picked us up. But it's starting to round off here, and it might be holding this 423 instead for Tesla. So I might nibble in. If it can close this bar above 423 on strength, then I'll look to get long in Tesla. Only 2% down and looking pretty good. I see Linz in the chat mentioning BBAI. Big Bear, they got an upgrade this morning. And it did eventually go up. See, they were down 3% this morning when we talked about the upgrade, and now it's breaking out. Okay, this is a fresh breakout. And it's blue sky. Oh, yeah, blue sky set up too. Ooh, I like this BBAI. Good catch. L87P as well, mentioning Big Bear AI. No, I like this 5 break. I didn't realize this was doing, because when we had this one for the upgrade downgrade list this morning, it was like, oh, this thing got upgraded and it was looking really bad. But obviously it did make the breakout, so it's got a 5 break looming. That could be clean. There's some size on the offer, but it's done 61 million shares, so probably doesn't matter. I like this.
Shout out to the real traders as everyone's watching us here today. Shout out to anybody that's took a risk on some of these small cap names. There goes, again, HOLO. That's right, I better not say hot to go, but we are pretty hot to go on this one right now. Another out. We got some out at 708. I'll take another piece out here at 704. And there it goes, man. Just an absolute monster to the high side right now. We have 25% left. So we got some out there at 7. And as it just continues to climb here, now we'll probably just wait. I mean, this is what we're doing here. Nice move on this name, Holo. We already took it's $6.50 break, right? So we're gonna make $1 on a $6 name again. We already made $1 on a $2 name earlier. So we're talking about being up 30, 40%. Well, this one was 70% on FFIE earlier. Boom, right there, right off the open, right? We actually looked at Big Bear. I think it was breaking that 440. We didn't go on it. We obviously stepped over here and started doing some of this. And then there's Holo right now. We're up about 70% or so on this one. 70 cents, 650 up to 720. So again, another $1 or so on 650, back up to the upside. Why not? Let's just join it at some point here. We'll put another offer at 40s, get $1 here on this $6 name, and just continue to watch it go up, man. I told you we'll take in small cap, mega cap, large cap, all of that. There's Faraday, and then here's Nvidia. We're running this stock as well. So it's not stopping. The market is amazing. We love to trade this thing every single day. So just like how Pat McAfee goes, football is awesome. And it's like, trading is awesome. Oh, boy. Now we're starting to have fun now. There goes HOLO. I mean, we are just stink-facing all these trades that we've got on right now for you guys. I mean, these have been big trades. So anyways, congratulations to everybody. I hope you're enjoying the show. It's been a blast to sit here and trade with you guys all the time.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Let's get these bad boys to the upside, because right now the market's not moving. So you got to look into the small cap game. I think Drago said, will hollow halt soon? I mean, it hasn't had, remember, it's not whether a stock moves 10%, it's how quickly it moves to 10%. That's what it comes down to. So it has to be within it's like a 5 minute. All the bands are within 5 minutes on any kind of a breakout. There was a break. BBAI just broke 5s. I didn't get 1s. I actually got slipped to 2s. But it's going to try to go here. Its range is not as big as Holo. And if you look at the last range break, you're talking 440 to 465 into 5. So I think more reasonably in the 35 to 40 cent range is the move that you're looking for there. While that's happening, it's bringing some of these other ones back to the upside. So I do have to pay attention to the fact that this SMX stock, which was dying, probably doesn't want to go any further. It just caught VWAP, and it just broke the downward trend as well. So I'm going to tighten up the stop here. If it can break 74, should just get out of it. It couldn't break VWAP, so you're never going to get that. You weren't going to get that dream on this one. So we'll have to get out of that bad boy. But so far, so good. Google's starting to head back in, about to test an not an all-time high, another fresh high on that name. BBAI just broke out the $5, which we just took. And I'm probably trailing out of both the shorts of SMX and Rigetti. Both good, but at some point, you got to get out.
Yeah. I wish I had the opposite feeling about at some point getting out, because we're close, man. We still have 20%. We didn't get out of everything. We had 25%. We got out of some more on Holo on that upside. But you know what else is going here is Nvidia as well. Nvidia right now, we just got some out at 42s right there, 27s and 42s. So not great spots completely on the outs, but not bad either there for Nvidia. So now it's starting to head back up to the upside. We said that we would show you some big cap, large caps, small caps, medium caps, all of them caps, and that was a good one. So there goes Nvidia right there. Oh, a couple outs, yeah. So, 30. What did I say? Yeah, 27s and 44s or whatever. I'll double check it. 42s. So good outs there so far on Nvidia. All right, so HOLO, there it is. So we got 2 outs up here at 770, 1 out there at 750. How many fills did we get up here? 2, right? So there it is. So 2 nice top outs right there at 7 and change. And again, greed is a problem, right? I mean, we always talk about being a little greedy with some of the trades, and you got to get out when the profit's there. So we're starting to feel a little downside now on this name. I don't want to get out of everything again. We'll offer some 18s. Oh no, get it back upside. Did we get filled there? No, we did not. So here comes pushing back. Just one more swipe to get us something out there. Oh, look at that 16 holds. Oh, big size showing up there at 15. So again, like when traders will see that, sometimes they'll just swipe it. So that's why you get that little move down, and then they come to see if that tests one more time. And remember, there's a lot more shares going through, there it goes, than just this, right? There's also dark pool trades. Most of these Ds that you'll see on here that are just ringing through there are all D prints. They're all inside trades. So meaning they're not going to show up here on the, there we go, we get the 18s that are not going to show up here on the level 2. So, all right, so good out there on 18 as we get lighter and lighter now on HOLO. And Nvidia, yeah, look at those spikes. We were going to short the Qs as well. It almost got there. I can talk about that in a minute. I'm going to punch some out here at 34. So there's another out on Nvidia. Look, we're 50 cents in the money on Nvidia, 50 on Holo, and 80 cents here on FFIE. But this one is whatever. We're just going to watch out for Nvidia, really. Hopefully that can keep going higher. And then there it goes, break back down in. So where do we want to get out now? I don't need to get out all the way at the bottom. Let's just get out if we break. It was always going to be the 50 period. So that right now is roughly, we should have like a marker on this, 625 or so for that. So is that right?
We can line up the...
Yeah, 625 or so. So we're long right now at 650. So... you know, to take a couple bucks or whatever on this name, hopefully, is what we're looking for. We've already gotten some out there for $1.20, so 25 cents on the last 15%, probably palatable. So, all right, that's what we're gonna do. Set the stop right now for 650.
Yeah, actually, it's the same level, but just barely underneath. If you draw a trend line from when the volume picked up and it started breaking out, like 660 is like if it holds that, then I think you got like a round 2 setup. And that's what I would be looking for. That's essentially what happened to get SMX like on volume, although it was much steeper. But if this can hold that kind of a trend, I think that looks very good for Holo there. All right, Google, just very quickly, or Alphabet, I should say. So it's bounced off 192, but we haven't really been able to make the breakout into the actual high of the day. I'm just going to get the reload in. If we get back down to 192 again, we'll just take the evens and see if we can keep adding into it. Into the high, the NASDAQ has done a bit of a turn, not much, but little bottoming tail candle and trying to grind back into the high. So the idea is trying to scalp a strong stock back into the highs on the NASDAQ. And if we can't break out the highs, probably a good place to take profit as we are heading into power hour, obviously in the next 15 minutes or so. So if we're going to go and make a run at these highs, look for some strong stocks to be in the long. There is one name that I think might be a short again, because Palantir looked over when the market bounced. Palantir's back to 78. So all roads apparently keep leading Palantir back to this 78 level. It was a short this morning at that price. It then broke out from 78. I thought, and I said this when we started the show, hey, if you close above 78, it doesn't matter almost that it's red because you've got this great higher low that just got put in. Like it's a rejection of the flat bottom break at 78, and they'll be incredibly bullish for this bad boy. Unfortunately, it's about to take down 78. If we lose VWAP, I should be short this name as far as I am concerned. But anything can happen very clearly. But Palantir hasn't had a green candle on the 15-minute in well over an hour. So it's been definitely trending back down in. I'll keep an eye on it. If it bounces off VWAP, obviously that would be kind of bullish. So I don't want to necessarily rush into Palantir short, but I have the eyeballs on. That's the only thing I'm looking to get into a short on, would be if we lose VWAP on Palantir. Everything else, like Tesla, doesn't want to give us VWAP, but I still think this looks pretty strong. It's above 420. BKEY? BKY.
Is that what someone put in the chat?
Yeah, I just heard another one that's starting to go here.
You heard that in your ear?
Yeah, it's working now.
Oh, okay. Mine's not. Okay, I'll find it.
Yeah, anyways, this BioKey, BYKI, looks like it's the last one to make a breakout. Obviously, a pretty good look here. High volume, but pretty thinly traded. Yeah, this is not the most liquid stock. BKY. Here's what level 2 looks like on BioKey here. Like for a $2 stock, spread can open up like 7 cents, 5 cents there. A couple seconds ago, all the real size is like 10 pennies down. So this looks like it's a dangerous one. I'm probably in no. Yeah, there you go. And there's like a second we were like, yeah, there's not much of a bid on the stock. It just dropped like 50 pennies. So not sure this is going to be the one. Always be careful. Just because a stock has volume doesn't mean it has liquidity. They're two very different things. Because you can have lots of volume, as Sean said, going off in the dark. You pull up a level 2, and there's nobody to punch out on, which is exactly what we just saw. So, all right, looked like it had a chance. But unfortunately, this BKYI not going to join the runner list. So still just Google. I guess Rigetti isn't breaking out. And Holo just held the trend. Although my trend line keeps disappearing. This time I'm going to hit save. There you go.
Yeah,
so it's going to close this green above the trend line. To me, that's a place to join. And because that's the first available dip in front of the trend, as long as it closes on a green candle, then throw the stop underneath 660 and try to enter the long here on Holo. As long as it's continuing the trend, I like it.
I mean, just to appease me, try to test in my ear to see if I can hear you, because I'm thinking, okay, I hear you. Okay, so hopefully my thing will be going soon. On that one, I always want to hear if there's any news about anything regarding anything at all times. So, all right. Oh, speak about news. What's up, Adara?
I'm going to take a look here at some of these small caps that just made some moves. Neil mentioned one of them here, that BKYI, BioKey. Couldn't find any catalyst on this. It has run before. Total volume here, 4 million shares. This one is a really small float. 1.6 million shares with a market cap of $8.7 million. There's also SKYX, and to be clear, this is just to provide some info on some of these names that are running. This one actually not a ton of volume here, 1.32 million shares traded compared to the total float of 60.8 million shares. Short float here of 4.93%. There's another one here that got a little bit of a move, but has much less volume. That's going to be YSXT. This company actually only IPO'd, from what I could see here, back in December 19th, 2024, so pretty recent. YSXT has traded about 600,000 shares today with a float of 17.6 million shares. Just some info on these names that have rallied recently. As Neil mentioned, many of these have very little volume, guys. Back to you.
Volume is key when it comes to. I muted myself to sneeze. Yeah, volume is key when it comes to small caps. Like, don't get that twisted. Like, you don't. In a general sense, yes, volume matters on the Teslas and the Nvidias of the world, but in a general sense, you can usually just sort of sit down, know that there's going to be, on a normal day, Tesla's going to give you volume and Nvidia's going to give you enough volume to trade. But you don't know that just because a stock has a big percentage up. There's a vast difference between Hollow, which is up 195% and done 183 million shares worth of volume and has all kinds of bids everywhere. That's not my chart. That's a Boeing chart. Good for you, Boeing. Look at that bull flag on Boeing. But look at that bull flag on Boeing. It is a good-looking chart, all things considered, obviously. I don't want to make light of anything. But yeah, Hollow's volume at 183 million and actually increasing as the day goes on, right? Like, you're getting the biggest volume candles or some of the biggest later in the day, which is always a good sign. So it just held trend, although they're still selling at that 713 level that you mentioned, Sean. So it just broke back up through 7 even. It did close the bar above 680, which is above the trend line. So I got 89s in front of that 80. If it closes underneath this trend line, I'll get out, although I just realized I won't short it because even if I wanted to, I haven't paid for locates or even checked to see what they cost on Hollow. I was able to get 30 cents there, but not much follow through. If it loses this trend line, usually that would be a short for me. I'm going to at least price out to see how expensive it is with an hour left to go in the day. It's like $3 to view up or $2 to view up.
Yeah, I'm still. I'm getting, as Neil mentioned, I'm getting some out here on this name. I don't trust too much of it now. I mean, it's been great. I mean, it is what it is so far. But you can't take everything all the way all the time. So let's wait to see there. That was a good one. Our best outs are up here in the 770 area. So that was pretty good for us. Was it 770? Yeah, so that was a good one. And we'll just see if and when we can get a little bit more action here on HOLO. AMD SMR, trying to move around a little bit. This was another name that I was somewhat interested in. Load. All right. So why am I getting this notice? I don't know. I may be breaking the 50-period moving average. I don't know. But yeah, not moving around. I sort of thought it would have been moving a little bit more than that. We saw some good trading on Intel breaking below 20, but how low did it go? It went as low as, it looks like here, 1975, so right down into there. Good level there, so we'll watch out for this. Again, is Intel worthy of a buy at these levels?
According to Baxter, yes.
According to my eldest, yes, but do not trust him. Okay, so that was that one. I didn't want to look. Joe often talks about some of the different sectors. I heard him say XLE was up, and I was like, what? XLE is up? I mean, I don't remember last time I saw XLE up. So we can have a double check right now on XLE, and indeed, it does look like XLE today is up. So up on the day, XLE. So a good level there on energy. We talked about how beat up some of these names have been on the daily chart. Looks like it's trying to base out somewhere in and around here. So good levels there for XLE and whatnot if you're looking for something, in the energy space that's not picking individual names, that is possibly making some lows there, XLE. So something to look at as we continue to go. But yes, after that, I don't know. Any questions you guys want? I mean, you're still talking about Holo there or Hollow.
Apple wants to boom.
That's someone just said there, maybe.
Apple.
I always like Apple.
Apple is the one stock that'll get to it'll get to a new high in the afternoon. Not an all-time high, but it'll get to a top in the afternoon, and it just does so in such a quiet manner that it's almost like we don't give it enough respect. But yeah, a lot of things have reverted back to the top. This looks, you could pick your poison. You could be buying dips in Apple, which is similar, like this little reversion and then consolidate higher, break out the top, very similar to the Alphabet chart. The only reason I pick Alphabet is because Alphabet's only down a quarter. It's very close to going green on the day. It's a little bit stronger in that sense. And Apple's still down almost a full percentage point here. Actually more than the NASDAQ. It's down 0.9, NASDAQ 0.8 on Apple. So yeah, Apple, good. I love the fact that it's at the highs, but not nearly as much strength. I think if we break this out, that should be able to carry some things to the upside. One note on Holo.
Yeah.
As every single bar that closes, my trend, my trail moves. because I got to follow my rule, which is get out if it breaks the trend line. That said, I couldn't get locates because I think Metro might be temporarily down.
Oh,
but I'll try again. But look, it's about to break trend, so I don't have my stop at 660 anymore. It moves to 670. Every single time you get a new bar, sort of you can move it up if it's on an uptrend. So we did get some out there at 713, kind of a random price, but I'm in at 60.89s and now out when it loses the 70 level on Hollow. So it tried to break that trend, tried to hold that trend, now it broke. I can't short it because I didn't actually get any locates, and I wouldn't chase it this far anyways. Like either you're getting short as it breaks, I wouldn't necessarily want to chase that move down like 50 or 60 cents. It's not worth it. So it might be too late. I can try one more time to get the locates, but yeah, we weren't able to pull them in time to get that.
Okay, yeah, good little move there. We were able to catch that and get out of. I mean, now we have. Again, still 5%, so we did carry some of it back through. We did talk about where our stop would be. Oh, we put it at 6. We actually didn't change this. We stopped looking at it there. 625, so breaking right now through the 50 period moving average. It might be worthy of a little bit right here, so we'll see if we can get a little bit of bid. Okay, there we go. So we do rebuy a little bit here. There is a size there, so we can have a look to see if it will hold it. Remember where our stop is, though, 625. So let's just be careful with that. That's where we are willing to stop out, 6.25 there. So that means on the way back up, we're long at 650. We need at least 675 to do anything. But here it comes. A good call on the retracement back down for HOLO. If you're able to see that top, that was a good one. All right. So we'll put something at 75. Not that it's going to get there before it gets to 25, but here it comes. Hands off. Hopefully, not hopefully, it will.
I have a theory about what just happened.
Throw out to stop. What?
Volume from Hollow into
else?
RVSN.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times you'll see this phenomenon where you'll have an earlier runner, like RVSN was a little bit of a gap in runner. You'll see it start to break out and pick up the volume right when the one that was the flavor of the day, and might still be because Hollow's still up a ton. So RVSN now breaking out fresh highs. Of course, now I can get the locates on Hollow kind of well after it broke that 675 area. But like I said, I'm not going to chase it. There's a buyer there for 100,000 at 630 anyways. But now RVSN starting to go. This is another. Hey, there is that same thing about Australia, which I always get. This is another, you can call it repeat offender. I feel like we say that way too often, where if you zoom it out, hey, look, $20, $23 way up there. Ignore that. The last bounce, significant bounce it had resistance at about $3.50. So I think it's got some room on it, even though this is a bit of a ridiculous move. This time, I'm going to go at least for posterity, get some locates, because if it does go into 350 and then revert the trend, I want to be ready to go for this one and not have to wait. You don't want to be paying for locates after it gets to your level. Like if it gets to 350, I want to have them in hand, assuming that the price is going to be right on this bad boy. So RVSN.
Price is wrong, biatch. I saw some Happy Gilmore last night, actually.
Okay, like I think I saw something about there being some kind of a...
There is a reboot.
A reboot.
Yes, on Netflix at some point.
I haven't heard details.
Well, what's his name passed away? I forget his name.
Carl Weathers passed away.
Carl Weathers. Yeah, Chubb.
Passed away, but they still have Shooter McGavin.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever that actor... I don't know the actor's name.
Yeah, that guy's great, man.
Shooter. Let's go to Adara.
That movie's ridiculous.
No, that was bad. Sorry, Adara.
We did hear earlier today that the market will be closed on Thursday, January 9th. The reason for this closure is to mourn the death of former President Jimmy Carter. Now, we had heard from the NASDAQ and NYSE confirming that close, but we hadn't heard yet from the futures market. Now, CME Group has announced its hours here for January 9th. So I'm going to let you guys know here in case you happen to be trading futures here or CME. They're going to be implementing early close here for the agricultural, equity, and interest rate markets on that date. So the U.S. equity markets will be open until 8:30 a.m. Central Time here on January 9th, and all U.S. equity options expiring on January 9th will now expire one day earlier on January 8th. So be aware if you had any options expiring on January 9th, they're now going to be expiring on January 8th. If I hear anything more about this date, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
You're expired.
Thank you very much. What's crazy is when you... It's not crazy. It's just when you brought that story earlier... I completely forgot that they had done this for Bush.
Yeah, I didn't. I was like, what? They're doing
Yeah,
that?
and it was only like 5 or 6 It was like 5 or 6 years ago. Like, it is a normal thing, and obviously we were trading back
2018,
then.
right?
Like, so we would have had that day off in December. But yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing to do. Obviously,
Oh, for sure.
100 years, a great life, obviously, and
Fantastic, damn.
pretty accomplished there. You always want to be able to trade.
I take
Let's be
100
real,
right now
but-
if someone was like 100.
Yeah, if you give me the over under like 100. That's a
there.
great
100, I'm
life,
there.
man. That's a great life.
I mean, what are you gonna push your luck, take 104? You know what I mean?
Well,
100's pretty good.
there's only like, I don't know. I still don't know what the odds are to getting to 100. I'm sure it's still very, very slim.
Yeah.
very
I thought
good
it's still mid to high 70s expected rates nowadays.
I thought in Canada women are over 80, but I could be wrong about that. Anyways, it doesn't really matter.
My
It's
wife's gonna live to,
fantastic,
like,
and we're all
120
blessed.
probably.
We're all blessed to live in a time where you say whatever you want. This
Yes.
is one of my biggest beefs at all in the world. Is the manner in
By the way,
which people
Holo.
don't act like we're not living in the best time there is to live in human history. But just one more thing. We
The
just made a
Bitcoin.
fresh low on Rigetti. It's now bouncing off 17. If it holds 17 again, I'm jumping out above 1730. So I'm moving my trail on Rigetti, as this feels like if it was going to break down a VWAP, it should be doing so here. So I'm going to cancel bid, put the trail on this one, and that RVCN, or RVSN. Like, as soon as I paid for the locates, 50-cent drop. Again, too late. Gotta be Johnny on the spot. That mean reversion happened like that. But I still think it has room to that 350. So I'll look to see where this one can bounce. At $2 level would be ideal, but maybe we just find the first consolidation.
People are actually going to start to believe we know what we're doing. I mean, look at this holo. Like, hello, right down to the downside right there, and boom, right back upside holo. A holo in one right there for me today, because that was.
And it's Happy Gilmore.
I mean, we don't stop. Okay, but it's pretty ridiculous, that one, holo in one. Okay, well, there it goes. Nice trade there. We're all going to get some more out on Nvidia as well. So nice upside move. We got the jokes today. We started watching season 2, episode 2. We finished The Bookie with my guy Sebastian Maniscalco there.
I like,
he's great.
That guy's
And The Bookie there on HBO Max. Season 2. It's a great one, gambling, so on and so forth. He is a bookmaker, and it is hilarious. So that was kind of why, if anybody's watching it, the other guy that he has there, his partner, wears these hilarious like tracksuits and everything. It's the best. So shout out to Sebastian. That's a great show there for sure. Just quickly, I don't know what else is going to happen here today. We talked about where the market was a little bit anyways. I mean, it's pretty barcoded. That's why we went over to Holo and are able to find that stock. So we're pretty grateful to be able to do that and get that. I want to thank everybody in the chat for that. So if there are any other names, I was looking at Disney earlier actually and thought that there was going to be a fade there in DIS. Let me see if that would have worked. I mean, the futures are coming back down. So where was that trade? Okay, yeah. So we were looking. It's too bad. It was only a couple minutes ago. It's only a 1 minute chart. Meant to talk about it and lost my train of thought. What else is new? And it was just coming back right into here. So that was 111.50 basically was my thought process there for Disney. But again, just see, it's like pretty straightforward there. Nice bottom today down there at 110, all the way back up to 111.50, now fading back. I thought maybe from here to here into the 200 where we've already bounced again. So watch out for a 111 reignite there on Disney. Could get going again. Look at, hey, what's up, Reg? What's up, Reg? Look at RR. Rich Tech Robotics. Is this another one? Okay, it looks like you are right. This does look like it is another one. All right. I mean, we're waiting for, if
there's too many.
Warren Buffett's not, he's like, okay, you guys are just seeing everything here. What is going on? But there it is right here. RR. Yeah, nice upside move. Nice risk to reward on this stock if you were going long today. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight candles there. You got a little bit of a dance there on Friday, but nice move up to 350. Yeah, I like the stock. Where are we today on VWAP? Nice. Yeah, good look there, Reg. I mean, above 320. I like it if it pulls back into that area.
So there's another one again, and it's an oldie but a goodie. Watt, which Sharif was calling TJ Watt.
TJ Lots.
I mean, which one do you...
Big Lots?
Which Watt do you say nowadays? right? Like I
The other
feel
guy.
like, I feel like
What's
it's
the
JJ.
brother?
It's JJ.
Yeah, the guy on Pittsburgh.
Like you don't see the retired guy, Hall of Famer, but yeah.
Did he make it? Did he have a jacket or not yet?
TJ Watt?
He's going to make it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he
guys are
should.
monsters.
He
They're
will.
doing
No,
Peloton
he will. He will, obviously. But Watt is halted to the upside. Again, this could be the next breaker.
Say what?
For sure. Like 181 halt, 183 tap, 190. Check that. 202 high of the day. 202 high of the day on Watt. So it could, like, it can reopen and break out the high without halting again. So it can certainly break out this top without going into another halt. And then you have like 220, 230. Looks like a little bit of overhead resistance, not to throw cold water on it. It'll be open in about 5 minutes or so. I've seen this GUR stock. Shout out to Invader Zim, which is one of the more underrated cartoons of all time. It's not really moving, but you never know. We've seen a few of these come out of nowhere and start doing volume. I probably should have, hindsight's 2020, but this SMX might be making another bounce off VWAP here. So as it pulls back in, like this is the penny one. It's in the 330 million shares of volume, and it's trying to bounce. And you have to, you got to give it some credit on the daily chart here. There you go. Zoom it in. Like this wick here is about 70 to 71. So that makes some sense here. If you look at the first volume spike has a top at 71, well, where is it trying to hold? Right in around that same range. So as long as it holds on to like 65 cents, I think this bad boy's got a chance. SMX for a continuation play. John Nelson saying, careful, Watt is a scam. Shorted that at 23. Ooh. Whenever we're talking about a low float runner, we're day trading. Like we are literally never holding these. You hold them minutes. You might hold it hours if you get it from the morning. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, like maybe, yeah.
I can't say I have never had a swing trade in one of these types of stocks. I mean, a couple of years ago, I had one in Tellurian, and that was actually pretty good. They ended up getting bought for like $1. But I think ultimately, you got to understand a trade is a trade, and momentum is momentum. That's what these are. They are pure momentum. You all know the risks. There was we even had an offering drop midday, mid-afternoon on one of these runners here today. So yeah, they usually are penny stocks and $1.50 stocks for a reason, but you can try to play the momentum. If you get a breakout here, you got a halt level at 181, let's just say, it breaks out the top, you throw a stop at 180, trail it every 10 cents or 10% that it moves up, that's a trade. You know that you're not going to be, I know that I wouldn't be holding it past 4 o'clock anyways. With 50 minutes to go, do I have eyeballs on this Watt after it reopens, and RVSN is still trying to catch a bid after that pullback. Really starting to struggle. And yeah, Bearded Warrior trades. Palantir is still weak. It's also still above VWAP. So I don't want to, like I don't usually short things as they're getting to VWAP. I feel like that's usually a bounce spot for a lot of stocks. But it does look relatively weak. It's just not accelerating into VWAP like I'd expect.
Yeah, no, watch out for that play. I've been doing, you mentioned that because I say something similar right now with Nvidia. Just if it doesn't look, it's 310. Obviously, we're not like paranoid about these imbalances coming out or anything like that anytime soon. I think there's a long ways to go until we get that. But for right now, just noticing some relative strength, relative weakness in the market, and this name that has been relatively strong, trying to give something back a little bit here, anyways, as the market goes there with Nvidia. So. All right, Tesla. Let's have a quick look at Tesla and see what's going on right now. So here goes Tesla back to the upside. Again, just holding on to that 420, 422 area. So 421, a VWAP spot there. Nice little look into that range. So we'll have to see what's going on now with Tesla. Dip buy into VWAP, good. That's been holding all afternoon. So Tesla, good here, holding. That goes back to 2 o'clock. There's 130. Nice little dip down below. If you're going to, again, we've already talked about the magical level there of 420. Seems to want to hold right there as well. I'm just, what are we going to do with Holo here? And I'm just kind of saying that like, we're not going to do anything with it, but it is coming back in just now. Remember where our stop is? We put that in now. We're going to hold it there, $6.25. We were using the 50-period moving average as a break, so that could be something at some point there as well. So if you are in this name, just be careful as we get ready for it, and a little bit of a push down now on Holo and maybe the rest of the market. Our fair day isn't moving. I'm watching it here. There is some size on the offer, so we'll continue to watch out for that to see if there's something going on there with these these guys on the sell side. A nice little size push down to $3. I mean, obviously, if we break that, I think we can get that 310 again. So let's hold out for that 310 on Faraday. So that would be a potential level for us there of interest if that does come in. Roblox, Meta. All right. So, anyways, there's the side.
Watt's back open.
Okay, so there we go.
So Watt's open. It kind of opened relatively flat, maybe a couple of pennies higher. Looks like 83 it opened. Still has that 202 top with the 180. I mean, I think it's sort of obvious to look at the prior halt level for an out, but it still needs to run this high for a potential breakout. So I don't want to give it too wide of a berth, but I want to respect that it is one of the stronger names out there and trying to run that top 360% to the upside, but that's not the percentage that it's up doesn't necessarily matter. I mean, the story is it's 10% short float and it's a 6 million float. It's on 160 million shares, right? So the volume's good. It's holding out solid volume as well. And if it gets that break, we'll take the breakout trade and see if this one can fly. Remember, it is late in the session, but there's still plenty of time for like scalp style trades or runs. Something like this, if it makes a bigger move in the aftermarket, it's like a so be it kind of thing. You play it into 2 o'clock and we'll see what can happen. So there's my stop order if it breaks a fresh high. I'm only really crossing a few cents because it looks incredibly liquid. 160 million shares. It breaks 202. You don't have to cross to like 220 or anything. You can cross a few pennies and should be able to catch that fill on this. Tesla is still, I mean, it's only now, like, we talked about Tesla like 50 minutes ago. It's only now getting to VWAP.
I know. Yeah.
Like, that's, wow. Like, a lot of these smaller names are just not as crazy. Oh, sorry, a lot of these larger names, I should say, are not as crazy as these smaller ones is what I meant there. So there's Watt breaking 2. Got 03s when it broke 02s. So every time it makes another press, I'll move the stop. I don't want to get trapped in a halt, which is at 10%. So right now I want to give it to the halt price, which I do have my stop order in. But every time it makes a fresh high, then that would reset. Like, I only want to give it to that 180 level. Break here, stop there, and if it can get to like a $2.50 or $3, great. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Like, that's one of those. It's a nice binary trade, but you do have to adjust the stop with this. And here at Real Trading, I like to manually adjust my stops all the way through. But if we break that halt price, I'm just quite simply jumping out of it. I'm still not really thinking about shorting Holo or Holo just yet, but that RVSN is one that is starting to come in. And if it does double top, that's a different story. Like this one I'm watching, oh, come on, you gotta be kidding me. Like I just said, this one's starting to look like I could do a bit of a reversion. And then another hammer candle down 10%. Every time I look at this thing, it drops 10%. Ridiculous.
Just really quickly here, we'll show you what's been going on. So I think Bill Ackman said something about Fannie and Freddie. So they're starting to go right now. Nice upside move there. You can also look at FMCC as well. We give a big shout out to Mr. Jeffrey Mendel.
That's a pretty
a good friend of the show, of course. Up 20% here. So, you could see a nice little level there at $3. You could watch out for them. Some other names, DIDIY are popular names there in the pink side of things as well. But a nice little move high side right there for that space. You guys can maybe find that story or Adara there.
Comments from.
Yeah, it's comments. I thought it was comments from Bill Ackman.
Oh, you know what? I think I might have it because this one had a. Oh, I'm not reading all of that. Yeah, he's posted on X.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I mean, here's the thing. I'll show it to you on X because I'm glad you brought it because obviously it's a big story. But yeah, we'll go to Adara. She can summarize, but you probably want ChatGPT to summarize this dude's comments. It's like several paragraphs.
Okay.
Let's go to Adara for the goods.
Bill Ackman is known here for very verbose Twitter comments, to kind of put it lightly. I just have the NASDAQ up here. Basically saying here that I assume he's referring to Pershing Square here, which is the fund he runs, have owned Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac common stock for more than a decade, saying that they currently trade around their average cost, but, quote, as such, they have not been great investments to date. So it starts here with kind of a negative note, but then saying a successful emergence of Fannie and Freddie from conservatorship could actually generate here more than $300 billion of additional profits to the federal government. So there's a really, really long post here, but this is kind of an interesting note here. He's saying that basically these were not trading well. There is a potential for them to trade well. Also saying that the junior preferreds here are a good investment, but they don't offer the same return because their upside is capped. But again, it is worth noting here that $300 billion, not insignificant. Saying that because Trump likes big deals, the emergence here of Fannie and Freddie from conservatorship could be, quote, the biggest deal in history, and he's confident that Donald Trump could get it done. So a lot of this is really just hemming and hawing here from Bill Ackman. Again, very verbose Twitter poster, but that is the summary of what he said.
All right, if only I knew what verbose meant, but yeah, that was a good one there by Bill, creating some.
Best way to think of it. The dude, you know who in our fantasy league?
Yeah.
Every time he posts in the chat, there's always someone in your league where they can't say something in one sentence.
Right.
It's he doesn't have, and this dude, and credit to him, he's in the finals, actually going to be decided tonight.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah, I was wondering.
Pretty much the entire league's going for the other guy.
Yeah.
But it's true.
No, yeah. I mean,
whole league is cheering for one dude, and everyone is against him. Because every time he posts, it's like a full book. And I just keep saying, too long, didn't read.
TLDRs.
Yeah.
But yeah, good there. Thanks, Adara, for that one. Now pulling back a little bit. Here's FNMA right now trying to pull back just a little bit now. Pulling back in through $3. And, watch out, again, below here. What goes up must come down. And this could still hold out, maybe a tomorrow trade, maybe something like that there on Fannie and Freddie. So watch out for them. All right, meanwhile here, Nvidia continues to go a little bit higher. We are still on this holo front as well. Here we come now, breaking back down below $6, trying to get through 650 right now. That's going to be our stopping spot right there. JP Morgan, absolutely criminal assault to retail. What's up, Havana Woody? Was there something going on with JP Morgan?
What happened to JP Morgan?
I don't know, Havana. What's up with that is what I have to say.
Maybe elaborate there.
Yeah, maybe just talking about the fact that like big banks just keep screwing over the little people, maybe. I don't know. But that would not be the first time. And yeah, there's obviously some ill will. And maybe you're talking about Fannie and Freddie as well. So I don't, unfortunately, I don't know enough about like that story, needless to say, as far as like what it means to bring Fannie and Freddie back into sort of like they were saying there off the commons and figuring out, all the debt that they have and what's going on with the interest rates, mortgage rates, so on and so forth. So I don't know enough about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So definitely check that out on Bill Ackman's.
Yeah, if you're interested, you should read I would just read the whole thing. Like it's a lot to take in, but hey, I mean, he's taken the time to obviously express his position. Which,
he has a couple $100 billion in it, doesn't he, or something Adara said there?
Yeah, like he's got a big position. But it's like, I don't know what his price is. Like if you look at it over the last, if you go back far enough, I don't know when he dug into this thing. Like how long was this underneath $1? Like it was underneath $1 for a couple of years. So, it's at 3 right now. He could be doing really well. Or, I mean, he could still be significantly out of the money, all things being considered. So TJ, or not TJ, JJ Watt, or I guess I should call it TJ because it's retired. We took the break with the stop underneath the halt price, took the break, no scalping involved. This was it's either going to go or not. Right? Like Watt needed to amp the wattage and make a run from 2. If the day's range is 1 to 2, I was looking for at least 2 to 2.5. Like that would have been the idea, but it does not hold above the breakout price, but it's a simple out. You want to try to cash that one as it's going. If it fails a breakout this late in the day, I don't want to hold on to it too much. Like even Rigetti. Yeah, Rigetti hasn't trailed out yet, but it's about to here. So I gave it the chance to break down and maybe fall a little closer into VWAP, but the prior high was 17.25, and that's where we have our trailing stop. So really just one entry into Rigetti. I was looking for another small cap that could do this type of a trend reversion for the short, but nothing's really setting up all that well for that style of a trend. I think Holo, it did it, but at the moment it made that break, although I could still get it in, I wasn't able to get the locates on Holo. But this one could still give you that trade. Stop out 7. You need to have it up here at 680.
Oh, for Holo, yeah. So we are still in that trade, and we've sort of talked about where our outs may or may not be for that. So I was going to say Fannie and Freddie again, but Faraday futures right now, nice little move up to that 310 area. We did not get filled up there. We will wait to see if we can get that filled. That would be nice if we're able to grab some of that. So FFIE now trying to go back up. You know what name was? I keep hearing like a chirping sound. Is that? I don't know who's doing that. I don't know. Do you ever hear that chirping sound? I don't know. I don't know. I keep hearing a chirping sound. Do you ever hear that?
I mean, I know the sound you're talking about. I didn't hear it just now, but I've heard it on the
shouldn't
floor
say anything. I
before.
think it's a mouse.
Well,
To be honest with you, I don't want to freak anybody out. We used to have poor Katrine, if anybody remembers Katrine there. She was freaked out about...
I saw it it was a couple of weeks ago. It was just before Brennan left.
Okay, well, it's...
there are
coming back, so is
there's
mice.
traps.
Yeah, there's a few, but I don't...
There was one day that I had to... Anyways, whatever. I did have to catch one around here.
Ooh, that's
They're little
fun.
tiny. Like, it's not...
Yeah, they're just like...
The real problem, the real problem is like when the rat poison traps. Like even if you catch it and put it outside, like once it's been poisoned, they don't have a chance. You know, like you might as well put it out of its misery, because they're not going to be able to move and evade any predators. So Tesla just dipped back into 422, 422.22. So the first higher low since VWAP here on Tesla. So I'm in at 22. This is what it looks like. That's 20. That's 21. And so this is potentially 22 holding on Tesla. We've seen this do some good moves late in the day, but I want to mention it hasn't really happened the last few days where you've had that parabolic move going into the close. It's actually been the other direction, but stranger things have happened. I want to give it a relatively tight stop here. If it loses local support, then we just jump away from it. This Tesla is holding VWAP for now. It is still down that 2%. SOUN apparently moving in here. That's an oldie, but I don't know about a goodie anymore. This is volume up here. I feel like there's so many of these small cappers that have these big time runs today that are stronger than SOUN. Like you probably want one that's actually making fresh highs. It gives a nice general upward trend. I don't know that it's anything parabolic. Like last week, it needs to break to 25. I think a 25 break still looks good on SOUN, but you're not going to get that today. Pretty much no chance. All right, so, oh goodness, Manfred. Manfred in the chat.
What's he saying?
Tesla long-term target is 220. So my question to you, Manfred.
That's possible. I mean, I don't know.
Are you waiting for 220 to buy, or are you actually looking to get some puts on Tesla? That's always the operative question. I don't actually take shorts in my long-term account. Like I've never bet short and bought puts in a stock before. It's just not my cup of tea. I've sold covered calls on stocks that I've owned. That's about as bearish as I get in my long-term portfolio. I just like to try find something to the long side. It's just my game.
Yeah, same. I don't ever really look short. But I mean, I think that's you asked the best question there.
That's
already.
aggressive.
It's like
man.
Where are you on that call? Are you running it into that call, or is that where you're looking to pick some up? I mean, we could all say like my target for Nvidia is like 105 or whatever. I mean, if it doesn't get there, then are you holding the bag, or do you lose on the short? Do you cover down there? What exactly is the plan of action? So good question. Thank you right there again for the chats. All right, so just quickly out there, we should have got more out on Nvidia. We didn't do that enough. So obviously there we go on NVDA. We'll wait to see what it winds up doing now as it continues higher and higher. But 1.51%. Nah, we're getting light. So we're going to have to wait. There's the break. What about if we just break this? Then we'll just get out. We're underneath the 200 period. That is 138.90. Our stop is already... What I meant by getting, our stop was already 75. What I meant by getting higher was like our stop, we need to start thinking about getting this out. So 138.89 stop right there, basically flattening us on NVIDIA. So we'll wait to see if there's any love there for that one. But so far so good here on NVDA. So nice little move to the upside. Holo, we talked about where we're trying to get out of that one. If it does break down, it breaks down. We'll hold this into the close. See if we get some, post Christmas cheer out of Holo, trying to go a little longer on this one and hold it. Again, well worth it to me. We can get out for flat right now. We've already taken this product upside, and we'll wait to see if it breaks that 625, which is going to be my next out. So that's what we're doing right now. I still like names I'm trying to dip by. We've recently bought some Uber down. Our average price is like 68-ish. I'll double check that, but it must be because we bought some 80s, we bought some mid 70s, and then we bought in and around this area, maybe even a little bit lower than this. But all in all, Uber, I like the stock. It's just, you can see here on the daily chart, been beat up What's up, Ramin? Just if we can go over here just to show you guys some of these charts. There was Uber down there as well. And then the name that I've switched over because I have so much exposure to S&P 500, not really S&P 500, but more NASDAQ. So I'm over and trying to buy diamonds on dips. So didn't get anything today, but that was something else looking to add more into the longer term portfolio. So it's a couple ideas there.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I tend to swap in and out. I'm always buying something on dips in the market.
Right.
Like there's unquestioned. If the market pulls back 5%, I'm buying something. I'm either buying the Qs, I'm either buying the SPY. I've only ever bought the diamonds. It was when you guys were mentioning it on the podcast.
Yeah. It was diamonds versus something else.
Yeah, and I just didn't like where the Qs were at or something along those lines. I'm like, yeah, I'll just buy some diamonds. Or it could be an individual stock. But there was a super chat here I wanted to make sure we got to. Right here from Rohit Sharma. Thank you for the super chat, Rohit. Happy holidays to you as well. Hey, it's still a holiday season.
Yes, sir.
Technically, we got New Year's coming up. FFIE last hour push. Well, I mean, this is now cheating. When did you send this? Because I don't know if you can tell the time. I can't tell the time when you sent this, but it just went to the high of the day, or essentially to the high of the day right now. So it would be easy for me to say, yeah, late day push. Well, it's already there. So congratulations if you bought the dip on this. Looks like it pulled into VWAP pretty nicely. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily chase this. I just had the break in Watt that didn't go. So I don't know if I want a late day break as good as that might look. Yeah, I guess the Tesla buyers just don't want to be there anymore. This might not be a thing, this 3 to 3:30 Tesla program buy. The way it used to go, and I'll have to pull a 15-minute chart up, it was just a couple of weeks in a row, where what you'd see is oftentimes some point in the last hour, you'd get you get some kind of a parabolic move to the upside. It would do like program buying into the close. Doesn't really have it, but I've sort of told myself every time it looks like an upward trend, I want to buy the dip going into 330 in case it happens. But it just lost the bid one more time in Tesla, so it could be done for now. Shout out to another super chat, Hope and Wait. We got 10 British pounds. Here we go. Love it here, guys. Could you give us some tips on layering your position? So if you're going to DCA, which is what it is, you're talking about dollar cost averaging in the position, the first thing you want to have is an out. Right? If you DCA without an out, well, then to me, you're gambling. But if you DCA, let's just say you like Tesla at 420 because it's going to 420. It just happens to be the stock I have up. Let's say you like it at 420, but you don't know where it's going to bounce. So you want to start it underneath VWAP and you want to buy into 420 and you want to cover it, this top's 23 to 24. Okay, so between that dollar range, you've got upside of $3, $4. That's reasonable. So maybe you want to get in some at 21, some at 60, some at 420.20, let's just say. Know where your out is. Have a stop order in, and then always tell yourself what's the amount I want to risk to lose, and whatever that amount is. If your stop is at 419.70, and let's say a blended price if it got to 420 would be at about 420 and a half. Well, that's 80 pennies or so worth of risk, and then however much you wanted to lose, do that math. You do that math, and then you can DCA in. It sounds simple, but I think the step that most people tend to not consider is, hey, adhere to your out, and then B, kind of do that work to know this is where my max position would be, and I work into that. Like, you can't do that and then take the full boat at the first entry. Like, that's where you would end up getting into trouble, because then you're going to have like 3x the risk that you wanted if it broke that 420 level. Just an example. I mean, Tesla, I'm not buying it at 420, but just to give you an idea there. Hope and Wait.
Hope and Wait.
I love the name, by the way.
Yeah, great name. We got out of Nvidia there. Look what's happening to Nvidia now, as it's not hoping or waiting. It's going to the downside right now. So good exit there. We talked about where our stop was. We just put it at 89. So good little level to go. My wife just keeps messaging me here. Our daughter got invited to some tournament in Brampton actually in June already. Like the scouting has already started.
Oh, yeah.
It's for like elite hockey and stuff like that. So what they want to do is all these teams want to get these players signed up for their team. It's like a spring team. So you can commit like all over the place for that. So they're all trying to like wrangle here as it gets closer and closer to it's springtime. So they're gonna try to grab my Gia. So that should be good. All right, nice little break to the downside. All right, we'll take advantage of this. We talk about making sure that you have opportunities to take advantage of things, and there it is right now for Holo. Take advantage of that up into the 80s one more time there as a Holo continues to go up to the upside right now. So a good little trade there for anybody interested in Holo. Downside, I don't know, but we've already taken off the risk now. This first Faraday futures, it does break our level, so we now have a stop here. I'm going to put it at 310 right now. We didn't actually even have a stop on this name because we were so out of it. The money was already there. So we'll put that now breaking back a little bit below that. We'll see if we can get some love back in for FFIE now, hopefully to that downside now for FFIE. Well, up to the upside, but our downside is the protection. So 310, 311 right there again. We did have, someone's asking you about AMD for a swing. Yeah, I mean, we were short AMD today. So that was a good trade for us on the short side of things. No idea if it's going to stay short or not, but I like it, man. Underneath that 125 for me. I mean, I'll let you go in and say what you think about a swing trade on AMD. But
well, I kind of, not to be a broken record, but I've sort of said what I was looking for in AMD, and it's not there yet. I want it breaking this channel, doing this, closing above this bottoming channel that it's doing, or downward trending channel, close above. If it consolidates, it has to break out the top. So it was very close. All it needed to do was break out 145, and then I would have looked for a swing trade long on AMD. And the valuation's getting much better. That goes without saying. Your PE is going to look really good when the stock drops from 180 to 120, clearly. So I think it's getting to that point where it's going to revise. But I'm just connecting the dots from here, like this low, this on October, and then all the way down. It's been holding that trend line. And since that high, there was one little test above that didn't follow through. So it needs to close above this trend line for me and then take the breakout from there and then give it, like if it does this move, like it would break out 145, let's just say it didn't happen, but then you'd be in somewhere here ideally with a stop underneath this prior low as a trade. That's what I'm looking for personally on AMD. Clearly it's not happening, and the short is still working on AMD day after day because this downward channel is completely unbroken. There is no stopping it, unfortunately. But what can you do? Watt is halted.
Ooh.
You know what? It's only at
Sack.
211. Yeah, I know. He doesn't have the sack record.
No. I'm just saying sack, like someone sacked it.
I don't even know who has the record. Oh no, I know. I know it's Strahan, the fake record.
Yeah, Brett Favre.
That still pisses me off.
But whatever, I mean.
It is what it is. But you shouldn't.
I mean, I didn't go back and vet all the sacks that other guy. It was a New York Giant guy.
That's what I'm saying.
Forget his name.
LT is the greatest defensive player of all time. Watt halted 211 and 211 tap. Right. Currently looking pretty strong back to the upside. I mean, even if I was still in it, it would be in the money like 9 cents. And to me, I was risking 20 pennies to make more than that. But now it makes a late run. But you got to adhere to your rules. I wasn't intending on holding it back into this prior high. I think you'd maybe hold along here into that level. Like if you were along the dip, you can give it back to that prior high. But still looking like it's wanting to run some. I was trying to think of a pun. The wattage is still good. I don't know, something along those lines.
No, there's definitely no power outage with that stock.
No, there is no power outage. Yeah. All right, I'm now on the bid. I'm just going to take out Rigetti here. I keep saying if it keeps bouncing in this range, which was the late day breakout, that I should get out. So it's now looking to hold 17. Yeah, I'm just going to pop it up here and just get out of the trade. It doesn't seem like it's got the juice to fall any further at this point. What else is there? Critica Meta saying, look at Nuke. I thought that thing was done. Nope. It's still at $40. This one baffles me. No volume. Nobody seems to have done less than 1 million shares worth of volume, and somehow it's still holding higher lows. This was, if you don't know, this was like a $1 stock that went to like $80 a couple weeks ago, all the way back to 30, and somehow was managing to hold $40 for reasons unknown. Yeah, I don't get this one.
Reasons unknown.
No, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like usually when one of these unwinds, it unwinds pretty much the whole way. And this one seems to be holding up pretty decently, Nuke. Up 7% today, but that's kind of a nothing burger. No volume, nothing really to see.
Okay.
If you're holding on to it, good luck Their critique said this stock paid off your school tuition.
Which one?
NUKK.
Ooh.
I mean, you've really got to time it right to pull that off.
It's like anybody that's like has like tuition or anything involved in the stock market, like just
To me,
there's profits there. It's like
like I wouldn't
take out a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially
When you hear the stories, like I'm going to mortgage this to buy whatever. Yeah, well, if you do that, the second you can pay it back, take that money back out and let the profits ride. You know what I mean? Like, then that goes with like leverage as well. But you must have had this on day one or day two. Hopefully day one. Otherwise, that was a tricky one because anybody that bought on day three is out of the money on that stock, and they're out of the money good. Like 30, 40%.
Yeah, watch out for that. All right, the other one there was, you know what? Oh, I said I'd do some work on this, and I did it. Is it Oklo? What was the one that's, I think it is Oklo, isn't it? Yeah, Oklo. Okay, it's nicely bouncing back up to the upside there, too. This was one of the names that OpenAI was involved in, I believe.
Yeah, the nuclear one.
Yeah, it was Oklo. So this name, not necessarily going nuclear right now, but that's a good name as well. We just talked about NUKK. And then the only name that I've ever played, and I was thinking about going into the ETF, of course, as we talked a little bit about that, was going to be the SMR, which is right now new scale. I heard about this initially from many traders, but Michael Noss also was liking this one. It was a play from the IPO. This name's only like 4 or 5 years old, but SMR right now, not making too much money, but a nice upside play there, I think.
It's down 5 points today, though.
No, I know. I'm on it right now. I was just like, it's not. It's just at a level here where I'm not, I'm thinking about getting more, but we'll wait for it. Okay, I think we're ready to go over to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience where you can analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data can lead to instant trading, so you can know where the market's moving before others, because you'll have access to lightning-fast data as well as charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way, with better backtesting and scanning to help you predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data leads you to up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets, and there's everything you need all in one place. So don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. It's also worth noting here, I'm seeing some cybersecurity-related headlines come up here, so I'm going to pull up the cues. For one here, U.S. Treasury apparently has announced that they said some documents were stolen by Chinese hackers in what they're calling, quote, a major incident. There's also here a cybersecurity firm called Beyond Trust saying that they actually notified the Treasury that the hacker had used security keys to access some of their workstations and documents. Just be aware here, keep an eye on some of these cybersecurity names with regards to that hack of the U.S. Treasury. Back to you.
Hacking of the U.S. Treasury, hey?
Yeah, that doesn't seem good.
I mean, is that more of a case why we need like some Bitcoins to be hovering around in there? You know what I'm saying? Like you're not going to be able to hack out for that wall. But right now, Bitcoin 94.3 coming into play there for BTC.
Well, Pandub's not looking too bad there. It's...
Oh, Pandub? Yeah, no, I mean...
Yeah, Palo Alto's down like maybe a point, but then its chart looks exactly like the futures here today. So not much of a divergence yet. Well, this was a point. There was a... When the boys, the Bash brothers there were talking about quantum computing and not being able to verify those calculations by Willow, the one place that, in my opinion, I don't see how it matters that much when it comes to cybersecurity, because you don't have to if you deploy quantum computers and just have them go hack, then you don't need to verify. Either you crack it or you don't. So it's a little bit of a different story. That's why I think the very first threat is going to be into cybersecurity. Like the second, because that's how things work, man. I mean, ultimately, the second you get new technology, you tend to see some nefarious things on some level. I'd be at least a little bit concerned. Not that I'm not selling any PanW shares or anything along those lines. Oh yeah, keep forgetting I had a reverse split. Yeah, I'm not selling that. I did sell CrowdStrike, but that was for a different reason. Yeah. No, it's because CrowdStrike was more of a trade after the dump.
I was just saying the name. There's just another name in the space I like.
That Watt is, by the way, now it's at 250. So it did eventually get to 250. Yeah, what's up, Watt? It used to trade at $4. but this is super strong now. It's really starting to go. So eventually, it's not halting anymore, but it is continuing to fly. 240 and going higher. As we had said earlier, this was clearly a bit of a liquidity squeeze on a downward trending stock, and overhead resistance sits at about 270. So I think 270 would be the spot. If you want locates, well, it would be too late in the day. I wouldn't pay for locates at 340. There's 15 minutes to trade it, as far as I'm concerned. But just look at this triple top
yeah, that's
here.
right.
I'd suspect there's going to be some people that would be more than willing to sell shares at $2.60, 270 here on Watt. So it's already a good run. This thing is up 500%.
Right. Yeah, everything for me is pretty much, we haven't looked at actually. We should have maybe looked a little bit more potentially here at our friend Palantir, as that really faded out off of 78.50 right there. Good little level there on the 200 period moving average. Now you're seeing it fade back out a little bit. There it goes, PLTR 78.50 and change, 78.50. Good level there, 78.25. Nice downside push there, down 1.83%. The market really did give back a little bit here over the last 20 minutes or so. It's not huge, 21.5 down to 21.540 down to 21.460. So definitely some levels of concern there as it pushes a little bit lower on the NASDAQ right into VWAP. So some good buying opportunities. But as Neil mentioned, I don't know what's going to happen here on the imbalance locator today, but this is what it looks like so far. It's nothing. Like when we had some of those imbalances coming through for us last week, you had in the millions, like millions and millions and millions. So for right now, not really giving us too much feels here on that. I mean, the Pfizer with a nice little sell, 1.3 million, $26, not much happening there on PF.
U.S. Steel was a sell, but I think we all know what's going on there.
What is going on with X anyways?
Well, it's going to...
I know we know what's going on, but what is the...
Yeah, I think you're just sort of counting the days until it's official that this deal isn't going to happen. There was a push, and I don't remember exactly who the organization was, but there was an organization that was actually pushing, talking about the benefits of this deal for jobs in the U.S.
Right.
So there is still another side to the U.S. Steel deal. Obviously, there's some kind of a chance a deal could happen, and will probably be in the 20s. As we speak. But yeah, not looking very good for them. It's flat today, but a 1.3 million sell or whatever that was, 1.5 million sell is only significant, and I'll have it up because it's only done 2.5 million in volume. That's a significant number notionally, well, not notionally, but relative to the volume today. It's the only one that stands out on that early look and the only one I'll pay attention to, at least for now. Nimrod, thank you for the super chat again. Nimrod, you've been a fantastic friend of the show. Never heard of INTZ till you talked about it last week. Took 100% profit on it today. Many are bearish for the next few months. What do you guys think? Heading big correction in 2025. Any gen tips for trading in a bear market? I don't know that there's... The only real difference for a day trader between a bear market and a bull market is you do a lot more shorting of the pops. That's basically it. I think a lot of times when you come in the morning, like you'll have you like a lot of buy the dips in the bull market. Oh, this level is a previous support level. I want to buy the dip off of that. And when I think a stock is bearish, usually you want to be shorting the pops. Like that would have been the idea. Like bearish look today, it was like short the pops on individual names. Like I was thinking short on Palantir. That's the general gist of it. And I don't know what in terms of I think we can see a 10% correction in the market. Whether or not someone qualifies that as a big correction, most people would say that's no. I think we're in for a healthy correction in the first quarter. Things feel a little bit top-heavy-ish when you look at some of the Mag 7 names. Like they just look like we're running out of steam a bit, and I could see us pulling back 10%. So there's some names I'm looking at for some opportunities to buy if we do get that kind of a move. I don't know that I would classify that as big. So sorry to disappoint. Or maybe that's what you wanted to hear. I don't know.
I mean, you got to think about that. We are still in that rate. I mean, I think we're still going to be in that rate cut environment. We just had a pause. We sort of know about that heading into that next release. So, yeah, I would still say you want to be strong and long. Even some small cap names like IWM, things. I don't even know what that INTZ is, so I'm not going to comment too much on that. But IWM, names like that, Carvana, things like. I mean, this has been beat up pretty good over the last little while. Of course, into IWM. That holo is still doing its thing here. So we'll have to wait to see if we can get anything going on holo right now. But 675, 676 coming into play one more time here for holo. So a little bit of an action spot there for us. So we can have a quick look. Sorry, that's IWM. There it is. Holo 650 is where we're long on holo. So We just got a fill. Okay, so that's what triggered in. That's why I was like, wait a minute, hold on. 680 right there. Okay. Netflix, Disney, Google. What else is hitting there? Happy holidays to everybody. Yeah, thanks. New member alert there, Danielle Vargas. Thank you so much for joining, guys. Remember, you just be a subscriber to the channel and you can hit us up on the chat as well. But there's another out there for Holo. Netflix, we don't talk about that enough. I mean, I'm just waiting for this name to split. I think once that finally happens, then we can get going a little bit on Netflix again. But dripping down off of 950, if there's anything, I mean, I don't know. Like Squid Game 2 is I mean, I'm not like in love with it or anything yet. We're just a couple episodes in right now. So I haven't really heard anything about Squid Game or anything like that.
Well,
so
I haven't started it.
Right. So I just wonder if there's a little bit of a...
It's never...
Someone's doing that squeaking noise. Ramin, do you know what that is?
Okay, now I've heard it. No, I just heard it. I just heard it too.
Okay.
No, I just heard that same
I'm getting
thing.
trolled a little bit here. But I don't know. What does everyone think about Squid Game? I wonder if it's not being that well received. Okay, yeah,
Shows
it's pretty...
with a premise like that, it's almost impossible to
868,
repeat that kind of a
That's
magic.
the thing. It's like so unique in the beginning, yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's kind of like Prison Break. I actually think that there was another one, and Alice in Borderland I thought was just as good.
Okay, yeah, I know
so
that
if you liked Squid Game and are disappointed in Squid Game 2, go and watch Alice in Borderland on Netflix. Because Netflix is winning, and they have a lot of really good international stuff that is high quality. So I was a big fan of that show. Ramin even said, I actually think they're about as good as each other. I thought Alice in Borderland's just as good as Squid Game. For whatever reason, something hits and goes a little bit more viral than the other. But I promise you, if you like Squid Game, you will love Alice in Borderland. There's only 2 minutes to go until we get the imbalances. Tesla's trying to get back above 420. As we said, there wasn't much on the imbalance locator. So if there's something else moving, that Watt has already pulled back. That's trying to go again. I see Matt C talking about GameStop. I feel like that was a disappointing day today for GME. I don't know why I had Carvana up.
I was just talking about it for IWM, maybe.
Oh, I don't know. So there's a reason I typed in Carvana and I don't remember. No, but GameStop didn't end up really following through today. Like the 33 never broke. I did try it off VWAP at one point, but there was never the 33 break. So that's still in play for us tomorrow. It was a question asking, will tomorrow be a good day to trade?
Yes.
I don't have a crystal ball, but what I can tell you is this. Most half days, and this isn't a half day, or days like tomorrow where it's like the last day before New Year's, they tend to be really good at the open. Because if it's a day where a lot of traders are going to get the work done and then be out early, oh my goodness, usually the open is very good when it comes to catching trades. We've seen that before. We saw that on Christmas Eve. We saw that on Black Friday. This, I think, falls in that same realm. So I would suspect that tomorrow would be a good day, and even a stock like a GameStop breaking out, why not? Like I had to stop in most of the day today to break out this 33 top. I'll probably have it in tomorrow as long as it's hanging around 32. So I'd love to see it go. Ryan facing Apple wants to push. The others, it is not a half day tomorrow.
No.
Many have said that it should be, but...
Many have requested, many have failed.
It's never made any sense to me why it's not a half day tomorrow. Like if you're going to do it for Christmas Eve, but you're not going to do it for... We don't make the rules, though. Yeah. It's a full day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a full day tomorrow. Obi will be in for yours truly, and that should be fun as we finally get into our last little realm of holidays, and we just got to keep taking them. Brendan will be back next week, or maybe Thursday. What day is Thursday?
I don't think he's back
Monday,
till
Wednesday, maybe not back till okay. All right, so Brendan will be back at some point, and Adaira's here. I don't think there's too much other holidays. Yeah, because when we come back, I think January is pretty much open. Oh, we did get obviously that news today, which is pretty good, I guess, for those of you looking for a day off. Remember, it's just U.S. markets. The Canadian market will not observe the closing on January 9th for President Carter, although if it was up to President Trump.
Imbalances are out. MicroStrategy is a 2 million sell. So a 2 million sell here on MicroStrategy. There you go. That's obviously significant. Lyft is a buy of 2.5 million. Pretty much it. Pinduoduo, that's random. You don't usually see that. 1 million to sell on PDD. 1 million to buy on JD. So much for all the Chinese names being the same direction. MSTR, that's the big one. 2 million sell on MicroStrategy is a rather large imbalance. You see it already dropped a full percentage point there, 312. The algos are going to chew that one up. So your chance to get in, I don't know if I would ever chase something like that. down one, already down a full percent. 312 into 308 is MicroStrategy. Not sure the reason why it would be a big sell on the imbalance. They did just get added to the index. And once you're in the index, you start to see a better chance that you're going to have some imbalances that'll pop up every now and then, like we do see with Nvidia from time to time. But yeah, MicroStrategy taking on the chin. Bitcoin bounced off 92, and MicroStrategy is still down 6.5%. Kind of a rough go for them lately, and this doesn't help.
No, you guys might see that we are out. I just didn't want to hold that holo, so I got out at 658 or so there to end it, basically for flat or so. 58 exactly. So just a flat little trade there to end the day on HOLO, and that's good for me, man. We'll sit there. Good trade on holo. I mean, obviously, we could see our net. It was a good trade. We have one red stock today. That's it. Apple, AMD, good. FFIE, good. Holo, Holo, and Nvidia. But it's Palantir, the red stock for me today. Went short there. The short was, about that. It was good, but not good enough for me as we stopped out there. We should have held 479er, but we did not. And there it goes. Nice downside move. Can't believe that was, I could believe it, whatever. Stopped short there, 78.75, only to see it down now $1.40 from that area. We did a pretty good job, I feel like, getting out of Nvidia where we did, although it looks like the other name there, Palantir, would have been the much better short and would have been nicely to stay into that one. So that's what Palantir is doing right now, and Nvidia. Apple to close the day, relatively flat. Obviously it's going to look like it's down today, down 1%, but pretty even keel there the last half hour for Apple as it just kind of hovers around there and chills out. So Apple right now, 253. Again, if tomorrow's an up day, I really like Apple there. So have a look to see if there's anything there for you tomorrow.
I think you start with Nvidia, though.
Yeah, I think tomorrow, just play the strength, right? I don't think that we need to do anything too more difficult than that. It's why we had on here today, we even wrote down NASDAQ looking weak. NASDAQ, AMD, Faraday, Google, and Boeing. We never got to Boeing on my account today, but that name did have that huge bounce off of 170 for BA. So good little level there, yeah.
Watts just halted again. So if you're trading, it's not going to open up till 4 o'clock because it halted just now and within the last 10 minutes of the day. So that's the rule. If it halts within the last 10 minutes of the day, it opens at 4 o'clock, regardless of 5 minutes or 10 minutes being the normal duration. Brian Owens, I meant to answer this question. When I was talking about getting locates in Holo, that just means if you want to go short a stock, you have to borrow the stock. So if it's not easy to borrow from your broker, sometimes you have to pay to borrow the shares so that you can sell them into the market and go short. Because we don't trade options, we're trading the actual stock. So therefore, we have to have borrows in order to enter a short position. 99% of symbols that are on the North American markets, or the US markets, I should say, here at Real Trading, we have them for free. But an example is on HOLO, or even Watt probably, you have to pay to be able to go short. So when this broke, I hadn't actually paid to be able to go short when it broke the trend. So I just got out of the long, but I couldn't punch short because I didn't have any borrows to be able to go into the market. And sometimes something will be free for a couple of days, and then it gets a ton of volume and spikes like a HOLO, and then the price for locates goes up as the demand gets higher. That's another part of the game as well. So less than, just over 5 minutes to go, I should say. MSTR is still 2.2 million to sell, but don't forget, oftentimes you will see that number start to pair off, especially around 355. It is still growing, 2.3 million to the sell side and holding up. So MicroStrategy kind of threatening that it could do something into this close. I'm expecting it usually reverts here. Now at 305 and still falling, but 355 is here right now. Let's see what happens. It just stayed, so it's still 1. Oh, nope, and then there it is, 760,000. So it paired off 2/3 of it. So it's still a sell, but it paired off 2/3 and somehow still falling. Usually if it pairs that much, you're going to get a pretty sizable bounce. Yeah, MSTR down 7.5%. I guess you could have chased this one and it would have been just fine.
Yeah, that's the risk about all of this. Boeing closing the day in and around 177. But yeah, those imbalances are absolutely wild. We also do have, the imbalances are there for pretty much every market. There's European ones. It's just a matter of how the locator works and then what the mechanics are in the closing trade itself. So Yeah, AMD, okay, gonna go out near the bottom, so that's interesting to note as well. Just hit the bottom of 122.50 10 minutes ago before making that move back up to the upside. So here's what it looks like right now. I actually didn't even get rid of the broker right there. So let's have a quick look to see what's still going on. WDH, Nvidia, still with some sell pressure right now. That did not flip around at 55, or if it did, it did not move anywhere. So there goes Nvidia. Nice move to the downside. Still a million to go. MSTR, I mean, we just talked about it, but that's still falling into 3,330. Grab GM, WDHT. Yeah, they're all pretty much doing, you know, we can watch. I mean, what do you guys want to watch? You want to watch
MSTR is falling like a rock. That's wild. And
yeah, 304.
Yeah, we do have a day trader cut. We are ready for the aftermarket for sure. So we'll be all over it.
Dezen?
It's DEZ.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, obviously we're not exactly we're not in the heart of earnings season right now.
No.
So there's not a heck of a lot to watch. I am going to have eyeballs on this MSTR. I'm very curious to see what happens at the close here. It's not often that you see sort of a random massive sell imbalance on an already weak stock, so it's looking pretty nasty for them. Another note here, Tesla just broke 419, headed lower. Nvidia just lost VWAP. The NASDAQ back down 1.2%, so a lot of late day selling here in the market. So there's Nvidia losing VWAP, or at least at VWAP. I'm going to jump on over to the desk, everybody. So good luck today. Enjoy the day off tomorrow.
Yes.
And everybody, of course, we'll see you at the desk in a couple of minutes. Myself and Adair in the aftermarket.
Right.
So get your questions in.
Yeah, get them ready.
Not a lot of earnings.
Michael Nosh, though, too.
And with the NOS boss.
Yeah, come on, man. Damn, down the water. All right. Yeah, I know, but I'm all out, man. I got some. Oh, I tweeted this out here earlier today. We'll go over. I'm not going to do. I mean, Neil's going to go over the recap of all of the. Thank you, by the way. 49-1. We cracked 49. We're getting ready to go. This is everything to me. Family. There's my niece and my daughter who. All right, there it is right here. At Starbucks today. Let me see what your order says. And then someone over here said that I was giving what kind of vibes over here? This kind, Weekend at Bernie vibes. That's actually a pretty good look right there. Just a little bit of full beard there. What's up, Scott? Thank you so much for that. Beach house. Oh, man, I would love a beach house. I'm going to say thank you to that one. I don't know what this means. But that's it. So there you go. I got a matcha latte. We like. Yeah, wipe the lens. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's just, it's not too bad. That's not too bad, but yeah, maybe a little bit. I think it's just how blurry these lights. It needs a little bit of wipe. Okay, maybe I'll just wipe it right now. I mean, my guy's bugging me right now. Let's get a little bit of wipe going on here. I'm wiping that. Oh, there you go. This guy only have a daughter? Does he have a son or what? I got to get some of my guys. I don't know, do chess clubs have trading cards? I don't know. I got to get ready for that. Okay, so here we go into ready to close with only a minute left. There's MSTR down now 8% as crypto holding out to be honest with you. So crypto doing okay there today. Where did FFIE wind up? Good little trade there today, up 77% today for FFIE. But yeah, we'll wait to see if we can get some money back out of that name very soon. 320, good day for FFIE. And then the other runner, Holo, there's been a bunch of them. Rigetti as well. I listened to this great M&M mix on my walk. It was a Apple. Apple actually has DJ mixes and stuff on their Apple iTunes. What it's called? Music, Apple Music. All right, so only 30 seconds to go right now. There's Rigetti up to $17. That was down in the dumps, man, earlier today, down to $14.50 and red about 10 or 15% before turning green the same amount. And now a flat day on the spaghettied one, Rigetti. QBTS, another one. Coming through, that's the wrong, must be New York. All right, here we go. The countdown is now on, so we do go over to Adara to find out what's going on over there. Where will the market end? It will end pretty red. 3, 2, and 1. I hit the thing late. So there it is. Thank you, Adara, for that one. Yeah, market falling down at the end of the day, so not a pretty move for sure. As we mentioned, maybe VWAP coming through. Yeah, let's go, baby. As we get in there again, good trade, it sounds like, by Wayne in the background as we are on a floor here in Toronto, but pretty sparse these days as we'll wait for more to come throughout the new year. All right, thank you everybody for joining us. Bears versus Bulls, man. lot of love for you. You already know that. Message me at any time. Best wishes to you and your family as well for the new year. Happy New Year to everybody as well. I'm not in tomorrow. I'm coming in on Jan 2nd. And then basically no days off until Jan 9th, which we get that day off there as well. So, all right, it's earnings bonanza. Nah, not really. Maybe the show bonanza. Over there with Neil and Adara. So I'll check everybody in a couple of days. Have a good New Year's.
Thank you there, Sean. Yes, it's not an earnings bonanza, but that was a good show, bonanza. Although, see, at least there is a show that I'm definitely not old enough to have watched when it was actually on, the bonanza. Yeah, unfortunately, for anyone that was watching, you saw the destruction, not destruction, but you saw the move at the end of the day here. It's a red day, no questions asked, and of course the shorts all paid off in the morning, but there was a really good point where we had some nice bounces in the afternoon. You had Nvidia recover, you had Apple recover to some highs, you had Amazon and Google threatening to go green. But right at the end of the day, everything turned, and MicroStrategy got the worst of it here with a 2 million sell imbalance that just kept falling and falling. It ends up closing right at the lows, down 8% at 302. This is despite the fact that Bitcoin caught a bid. So MicroStrategy, unfortunately, even with, this is IBIT, right, so just to get an idea of what happened overall in Bitcoin, it made its low early in the day and pretty much never looked back, closing on the highs. This is my issue with MicroStrategy for those that are in that long term. You're obviously safer in Bitcoin, and at some point, I do think you might see that start to come back into phase with each other, but for now, it's just it's the other way there, Dara, unfortunately. But I think as we're mentioning, that the strong moves in the morning, Nvidia catching a bit off the bottom, it did end up pulling back, so barely green on the session. It was nicely up, and it led the way because this market was bleeding for the most part. If you look at the Qs, it was all down, and then right about 10, 11 o'clock, we caught a very nice bid. Then you see us give it right back up. Not a great sign. It's not enough to have a V-shaped recovery, Dara. I want to see what that closing money does. Like, what happens at the close? Are you still buying it up as we're hanging out at the end of the day to hold overnight? And that's exactly what didn't happen here in the market. So, yeah, it was an impressive V-shaped recovery. Lots of great long opportunities if you were very, very patient. I think at that open, or at least for the opening part of the session, just unfortunately we couldn't hold that bid.
Yeah, it was pretty rough here. I think I'm in a bit of a topping tail. I'm going to pull up like the 15-minute. Yeah, so you can kind of see it here on maybe the 3 minutes a bit clearer on the NASDAQ here because I have my side charts, the NASDAQ. Yeah, in the 3 minute, you actually had a triple top around that 519 level, 1, 2, 3 during the midday, and then we get that quadunk, that push to the downside for the NASDAQ. I want to shout out Dear Ollie in the chat, tagging me saying, curious to know how it will all really start tomorrow. NAS 100 bleeding. I mean, we're going to have to find out. I was actually reading here, and I said this before we found out the Palantir announcement, that some people in the market have been speculating if Palantir were to get added to the NASDAQ 100, that would be kind of a market top. Now, it's interesting. We have had a little bit of weakness since then, and I don't know, I don't know how much down the SPY closed, but I was also reading if the SPY, so the SPY closed about 1% to the downside. That apparently, with it closing 1% to the downside 2 days within the last 5 of the year, apparently that is actually a pretty bad sign. It's pretty rare that happens as well. So not a great end to the year, whatever the opposite of the Santa Claus rally is, the Grinch rally.
The Grinch is winning. I don't know how many times people watch The Grinch over the holidays. In my household, it was several times. To be sure, my daughter loves. I'm talking about the Benedict Cumberbatch new one.
Oh, the
old one. The old one's creepy. The Jim Carrey one flat out scares people. Well, to kids, if you watch cartoons nowadays, then the old Grinch is creepy, and the new one's, it's brighter.
The thing he does with his smile is like a little
the smile's
much.
A little crazier.
That's fair.
But the Grinch was out in full force today. Like, there's not a green, everything is red on the sector board, but I want to put things in perspective. We got a question in the afternoon show, and we appreciate all the viewers, and I think the question was along the lines, what do you think is going to happen in the first half of next year? Well, as bad as some people might say this pullback has been, if you look at the Qs, you're holding the 50-period moving average on the Qs, and the 200 periods down at 470. Take it easy, Sean. Down at 470. You could pull back You could have a healthy 10% pullback getting you into that range where it's like, to me, I'm buying the 200 on the Qs all day, every day. And if it breaks that, I probably dollar cost average some more. But obviously, it was not a very good day. Have to point this out because some things were worse than others. You know, uranium, look, URA is still falling. It broke the 50. It broke the 200 period moving average. It consolidated, and then it broke down again. You're down 4.5%. So taking it on the chin was URA. And if you're in, and I'm in SMR, I own shares of NewScale, and obviously it's performed pretty well since our breakout. But this has gone from 30 to losing the 50 period moving average. I think we're in a settling phase. Some of the growthier names and the more parabolic names have started to lose some juice. And what I think right now is, until we get a slowdown in the quantum names, Adara, I'm not sure that these small modular reactor, the nuclear names, are going to catch that pep in the step. It feels like they've jumped ship, or at least the liquidity and the veracity of buyers has jumped ship in a big way to the quantum names. You can see that by the bids that Rigetti caught today. And you're still in a downward trend on SMR. NEE still looking pretty weak. I thought Rigetti was incredibly impressive. I can't believe I'm slapping. If I had the fail button, I'd slap it on myself for not noticing. Thank you very much, there, Ramin. I didn't even notice how big of a retracement Rigetti had pulled off the bottom. I just knew that it was weak coming into the day and that it broke down at the open. And by the time I took a second look at it, because everyone was yelling in the chat that it was strong, and by then the only trade was to short the reversion. Because I wasn't, what are you going to do? Like it was right about here that it reverted the day, and it was this short right in there. That was about it. But let's be real. When it does the V shape, you can be long here, you can be long here, you can be long here. These names have been powerful and continue to go. Even when they look weak, people still excited to buy the dip on some of these quantum computing names.
No, I want to point out as well there off of that, Neil, with the quantum names, the pre-market volume, I make the watch list every morning, so I'm seeing all the volume. The pre-market volume on these, and you and I have talked about this, is insane. Like, I really don't know how to describe it. Usually, sometimes we'll see a name like Tesla, maybe get like almost a mil pre-market volume. GME, if it's getting like really wild, we'll sometimes get Rigetti, and these, especially Rigetti, but also QBTS, QUBT, they're regular getting like 500 million shares of volume, or sorry, not 500, 5 million shares of volume. Yeah. And that's going to be if they're down or up. Usually if they're down, sometimes they'll get more volume. So people are involved in these tickers in whatever direction because they know, like you said, there's going to be some kind of bounce, there's going to be some type of play. And I think possibly, too, the reason that we had people run from nuclear to quantum could be because their characteristics are pretty similar in some ways. They're all like, around $10 to maybe mid-high teens, high 20s at the very most. And they all have short floats there around 10 to 20%. So with that in mind, it's really easy to make a case for both of those to be of interest to retail traders.
Yeah, and it's a great, fantastic point. They do profile very similar, and I think that it has to be said. So obviously, we got a lot of red on the board here today. I don't want to sound like we showed the Qs. We talked about URA. Just to go down the board, I mean, it was not. I'm just going to show you guys the materials. Like, a few things are going to stand out, right? And this is one, this ETF, there's bad and then there's bad. And this is really starting to stand out. You did break what was a huge breakout on XLB at 86. And then there's your hold of the prior breakout level here on the daily, made some fresh highs. But now look what just happened underneath that 86. You consolidated under 86. There's your consolidation after you've broken all the trends. And now you've broken down underneath that consolidation. Like, this is setting up for maybe another leg down into the 80s. Like, at some point, this has got to turn into a little bit of value, but taking it on the chin for sure. You've got the healthcare sector. We all know what's been going on there. It has yet to break out. The XLV, the good news is it hasn't made a fresh low. It's doing the consolidative part of what we were just talking about that you saw on XLB. So the breadth of this, anytime we're getting bounces, like, nothing is bouncing except for the big tech names. Yeah. Let's be real for a second. Now, there is no breadth to these bounces that we've been seeing, and when that is the case, you get to some corrections that start to come in. So usually you want to get a shopping list out of the names that you're interested in buying. To be young again, and I'll say this to you right now, Adara, at your age, it's probably, you buy all of the dips on the quality stocks that you believe in, and you get an opportunity. Like, when you're young is a time to take some shots in things like quantum stocks.
Really?
Like, I'm looking at it myself. My wife's in one, candidly, but I'm looking at that IonQ maybe to buy some dips in. But there's no chance that at 45 years old I would ever. You don't necessarily have it in you as much. Like, I get more geeked out to buy Nvidia dips than I ever would on IonQ. But when you're in your 20s and you're young, that's when you want that 5% of your portfolio to take some real shots on, because then if you catch one, that could just make absolutely everything.
Yeah.
There was one. Now I've already forgotten. This is going to bother me because there was one name, super tiny, that was supposed to report. But the other thing I wanted to mention before we get to Mr. Nos, that Watt stock. So Watt was halted going into the close. It is now trading. What are we trading at here? About 240. So it did press like right at the end of the day and ended up getting to the 270 with a halt. It's pulled back here. Still up 500% ho hum. Very small float there, obviously. A 6 million share float that did a heck of a lot more than that, like 200 plus million shares. So it is a little bit lower here after that reopen on Watt. Probably worth watching tomorrow, but I'd be a little bit careful with it. And before we go to Michael, we got a super chat here. I am shocked, Mr. Burdett. We got Kyle Burdett. Thank you for the super chat. Been no breadth in the market for 6 months. No one cares. Stonks. Protect your neck. I know the market hasn't cared, and it's been like this for a while, but we still have to point it out because it's the type of thing that it does not last forever without some kind of a correction, right? Like you just can't have, and it doesn't mean that the market's going down forever. It just means usually you see some kind of a decent correction. You could make an argument that Q's being back at the 50 period is always it, and a certain person who I'm pretty sure is ready and locked and loaded to go generally has a few things to say about said topic. So without further ado, let's get to the NOS boss. Welcome, Michael. Good to see you again. Like the
Good
sweater,
to see
you're
you.
black like myself here. I hope you had a fantastic Christmas and the holidays treated you and the family well, and you ate well and you spent it with family. Hope that's true.
Ate too well. That's I got to get back to the gym. It'll probably take me 2 or 3 weeks just to get back to where I was, and I hope you and everyone there had just the same, because that's the time. Especially it's getting cold up here. It's okay to put on a couple pounds, I think.
Yeah, I'll tell you this right now. I got absolutely spoiled. My birthday's on Boxing Day, so after you eat Christmas, I eat a bunch of food, and then my wife made sticky toffee pudding, which I think I've had it twice in my entire life. I ate so much of it on my birthday. I kid you not. I woke up in the middle of the night, thought I was going to be sick. That's how much sticky toffee pudding I ate, which is a little bit. You shouldn't do that. So kids at home always, they always say you get a sick tummy if you eat too much junk food. I don't eat too much junk food. Michael, I feel like this market is starting to be to get sick on some of these small caps. We had a lot of runners today. I know we're in the holiday season, but there was a point this afternoon where you're like, okay, this one and that one, and Watt's up 500%, and Rigetti's going again, and then there was, I'm forgetting some of the names out there, but there was a lot of small cap runners. Do you think this is just the holiday shortened week, or is this maybe something that is really actually catching a bid, some of these smaller names?
No, I think without disparaging people, there's kind of more people that generally aren't big into the market, and they're going to be off work, and they're going to be more likely to FOMO into some of these crazier names. And then you flip that on your head, the people that would generally be shorting these to try to bring some kind of balance to the force there, they're away. Right. So they're taking these, especially when you have the really weird holidays of, your half day and then your day off right in the middle of the week. You got to imagine that most institutions are off. So you have a lot of people that are off work, a lot of retail participation, really getting involved in these crazy names. You have the institutional participation that's usually the ones to short these things because, they know that they're going do an offering to raise money when the stock triples out of nowhere and things like that. They're off this week. So you have this bit of a crazy mix match, which is funny because one of my favorite sayings in the market is you never short a dull market. And I think that's what's happening here in a lot of these crazier type names, the quantums and some of these biotechs that are just going crazy.
Yeah, that is a very, very true statement. The don't short a dull market is certainly one that I've heard for over 20 years. And it's like there might be individual situations. Obviously, the trend is going to be your friend, but it is tried and true. And clearly, I think we're in a little bit of one of those phases. But I know you've been talking a lot about crypto recently. So this morning, it really did look like Bitcoin was about to lose that 92,000 support that's been in for a while. And so we've actually managed to bounce from there and hold the lows. What does this do for the outlook on some of the altcoins? I know that you've been talking about full momentum, because my fear would be, well, if we actually end up losing the support on Bitcoin in earnest, they're going to make a tumble on some of those altcoins, just to say it in a nice way.
Yeah, I look at Bitcoin as, if we're talking stocks, Bitcoin's basically your S&P 500. If that's just breaking down and making new low after new low after new low, I don't think it matters what you've got in the crypto space. It's probably going to be doing the same. So, I've been mentioning this ever since we got somewhere near 100,000 on Bitcoin. This is kind of my game plan. It's a real simple one. I'm just drawing a box around this choppy action and saying, wake me up when something happens one way or another. Either we break out strongly to the upside or we break out strongly to the downside on some sort of daily closing basis, because you're right. Every time we've gotten down here, we've wicked up, and then every time we got to the top, we wicked out. One thing that's been interesting to me is actually, talking about altcoins. When it comes to altcoins, I take a look at Ethereum, because a lot of these altcoins are either built on Ethereum or Solana. So the movement of that particular cryptocurrency may matter a little bit more. Again, if Bitcoin's crashing, I think everything's crashing. But this Ethereum Bitcoin relationship, so that's just what this chart is. It's Ethereum over Bitcoin. So if the line is going up, then the Ethereum's outperforming. If the line's going down, then Bitcoin's outperforming. You can see, generally speaking, Bitcoin's doing well here. This is getting pretty tight, and this may be a little bit of a higher low that we put in here in this Ethereum Bitcoin. So if this starts to move higher, maybe, and Bitcoin holds on, so we've got a lot of ends and ifs with this, then maybe you're going to have this altcoin season that people are looking for. You'll notice right on my screen, I always have Fartcoin. A lot of people think I've lost my mind, but I really do think that this is the most important chart in the market, because it is so crazy. And on a day that it's up 5%, I've got to imagine that Bitcoin's going to be holding on. And if this continues to move, maybe some of these altcoins will end up doing well.
Well, you know what? I think in any market where people get a little bit skittish, you want to have a canary in the coal mine, right? And think, a lot of time people are searching for it, and you can laugh it off all you want, but if you get something like that as an indicator, if it loses trend, oftentimes we can see what happens. Before we have a question from the chat, Michael, and I want to give it to Adara. But before that, I have to acknowledge, and I just want to show you, we got a super chat from one of our longtime viewers, Adam DeLuz, and it's simple. Michael, the chat really appreciates you. Thank you. And that is perfectly said. Adam, we have a fantastic community. I'm just going to hit the old like on that right there. So I just wanted to make sure that you got that. Obviously, the chat always appreciates everything that you do for us. And with that, we have a question from Adara from our chat.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, chatter. I appreciate that.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for being here with us today. There's a question here from Kyle Burdett in the chat, another active member of our community, asking, he wanted to ask you basically, what does a BTC crash look like? Would it be a 30% pullback or possibly more? So what are your thoughts on a potential crash or pullback for BTC?
Well, I like this.
So it's going to be a bold statement. I think the days of, and I'm just going into the weekly chart here, of a lot of these prior crashes may be behind us, right? So, if we go back, this is the 2017 crash, and we just kind of draw a percentage basis, right? This one here, we're talking 84% down. And then this last one, which was, call it the FTX explosion. This one here was also, I think it was like 70, 80%. Yeah, this was 80% down. So historically, a Bitcoin crash looks to be around the 80 to 90% area. Now, one thing that I think, and this is going to be, I think, a good thing and a bad thing for crypto people, is the more institutional involvement you get, I think the less volatility in general that's going to happen. So what I think that means is a Bitcoin crash, you're talking maybe 30 to 50%, kind of like the same as you saw with Meta and the same as you saw with a lot of these other names when in 2020 to 2022. If we just kind of chart this out, a lot of people forget that, right? We're talking, 70% in Meta. The more institutional involvement, the less I think these crazy crashes are going to occur. And the reason for that is if I'm running an institution and I'm basically saying to my clients, I think you should own roughly 1%, let's just say, of your total net worth should be in crypto. Well, what's going to happen is we do some sort of rebalance. So as crypto's dropping, we're buying more crypto. We're rebalancing our portfolio into more and more crypto. And that's going to kind of lead to this underlying bid. And then the other way around, if Bitcoin's rocketing, if crypto doubles, well, all of these institutions are going to be selling to bring that allocation back to normal. And you see that quite often. Is the more institutions get involved in a market, the more efficient that market gets, the less opportunity there is there as well, which kind of sucks, which is why actually a lot of people prefer to trade small caps than a lot of these larger cap names. But it also means that risk of a massive collapse, I think, has diminished a little bit. The only thing I'm worried about is I watched some video on this whole MicroStrategy, could call it a Ponzi scheme. A lot of people are. That got me a little bit worried. But yeah, I don't think we're talking 80, 90% corrections anymore. I think we're talking more, 30 to 50% corrections in the absolute worst. And I think that has to accompany a bear market like we saw in 2022, 2023.
Oh, Michael, I appreciate that answer. You know what? You realize when you say that 30%, I know I'll let you go back to that chart. Because remember the long consolidation that we had, the lower high breakout, I think if you plot the 108 top and take 30% off of that, you get pretty much not dead on, but you get very, very close to bouncing off of the trend line that we broke. So you're going to get me all in that's about 75, 72 to 76 level on BTC. Yep. And I tend around that. I tend to agree with you there. From a technical standpoint, so my next question would be, would you be looking to buy like that kind of a technical play on Bitcoin? Because you said, wake me up when we break that downward trend. Okay, so we break this 92 area, we lose 90. Where would you be looking? Because the first place I look is actually 85, then to that 70, because that's the first place we kind of pulled back to. And then I look at that prior level that we were holding for the longest time. It was that channel that broke out from the low 70s. Because to me, that's kind of like, for sure, I'm going to buy that level. What about you? Technically speaking, you're the expert. What would you look at for kind of like the expected pullback from the chart?
Yeah, I think if we get it, I'm with you. It's at 70 to 75,000. We talk about it all the time, and I know it's one of your favorite setups as well, Neil. Find me something that has broken out of a very clearly defined zone and has had a pretty strong breakout from that zone and a pullback into that zone. And then you just wait for some evidence that there's buyers in there, and you can go from there. And I got the chart marked up here, and that's sitting around, anywhere from 75,000 to 70,000. This zone, I would say that this is a pretty easy to define. You don't need to be a CMT to see that this was resistance on Bitcoin for almost a year. And when we broke, we quickly had that move to 100,000. So if we were to come back down here, that's the area that I would begin to look. I think with anything, crypto spends, a lot of people, I get some flack when I say this, crypto is a choppy asset. It moves very fast when it decides to move, but most of the time it's stuck in ranges, right? You can see big ranges here followed by little, sharp movements, a big range here followed by a sharp movement. So I think you're going to have time when you get there. But yeah, if we were to pull back into this zone, that would be what I'd look for. And then just some evidence that buyers are coming in. I think you could probably take a really low risk trade there. I don't know if it's going to make it that easy for us. What I expect to occur, and I've been saying this for a while now, I just expect a choppy mess up here when it comes to crypto. You could call it Max Payne theory or whatever you want, but the thing that would hurt the most amount of traders is us going between like 110 and 90,000 for like the next 6 months.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the kind of thing that gets people in a lot of trouble as traders.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, okay, well, the train has moved somewhere else in terms of volatility, and you're still trying to squeeze all the juice out of the same play. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's days when Nvidia is still good, but it's not the leader. We were talking earlier about how some of what was happening with the nuclear names has now moved on over to the quantum names for everybody in the small cap space. And if that's what you trade, you've got to watch out for it. There's one more thing I wanted to get to with you, and I know we're sort of running on time here, but I had to point this out. And thank you to Kyle Burdett. We appreciate the super chat, but this is a great comment here. Very simply, and that is why I support this show. A world-class answer from a world-class trader. That would be you, Michael. No better place to be than right here at Trader TV to learn together. And this is what it's all about. We like to give you guys fantastic perspectives like Michael's. Now, Michael, you probably were ruining the holidays of everybody with your charts this morning. Not to overstate it a little bit, but I know you discussed sort of the double barrel, what has to happen in January for things to look awfully bearish. I don't know if you wanted to go through that again for anyone that might have missed it in the morning, just maybe very briefly. Not to say that we're going to tank next year or anything.
No, and I think this is, to me, again, I'm not a huge seasonality guy. I did spend a lot of the afternoon reading my copy of the Stock Traders Almanac that came in here, and I actually have the presentation up so I can show you some charts. But this one was one of my favorite charts that I had here. And it's basically just showing what happens if we have a positive January versus what happens if we have a negative January. So on average, if we look at just all years, on average, the market goes up around 8%, and that's about 75% of the time. 75% of the time, the market moves higher. The average return of the S&P 500 is around 8%. That's good, but if we have a positive January, that turns to an 86% chance that we're going to move higher, and that average return is 12%, so a 50% higher gain. That's obviously what we want. If we have a negative January, it's only a 60% chance of a higher year, and that return is around 2%. So that's pretty significant. The other part that was very interesting to me is, they talk about the first 5 days. And basically what this means is we want to see how aggressive the selling is from institutions in the first 5 days. And the reason the first 5 days I think are important from a seasonality point of view, I'm still reading my Stock Traders Almanac, I'm sure it'll be the same thing. It's all tax, right? If you have a lot of tax gain from this year, you're not going to sell it today or tomorrow. You're going to defer that tax to next year and in that first 5 days. So basically, depending on how aggressive the people want to take those gains in that period of time, knowing that they're not doing it now, they're delaying it to tax season, that's going to tell us, really hop into the heads of the institutions and say how aggressive they are at selling. And it has an 83% hit rate. That means if the first 5 days are positive, there's an 83% chance that it's going to, the year is going to be higher. If those first 5 days are negative, there's a very large chance that the year is negative. So then I think what you're talking about, Neil, is this chart right here. And this chart is what happens if that average return for January, the January return and the first 5 days return are both negative. If both of those seasonality barometers come up negative, it's not great, right? You can see a lot of red on the screen. So the yellow are years that you were up, but they were subpar years. They were below that 8% average with a 2.6 and a 1.1. The green years are ones that we actually beat the market. There's a few of those, not too many. And then the red are the ones that we were down. And you can see a lot of red on the screen. So those two January effects are very, very interesting to me. So I'm going to be just glued to my screen watching the S&P 500. We really want to root, if we want this bull market to continue, for those first 5 days. And then we really want to root for the overall January effect. But the first 5 days, I think, are very, very important.
Yeah, great. I just wanted to make sure everyone that maybe didn't get a chance to see that this morning got that. And of course, Michael, we'll continue to have you on. And of course, we look forward to talking to you again on Friday. I want to thank you for all of the answers, even when we put you on the spot with some of our viewers. And we appreciate you. And best of Best of luck in all of your trades, but most certainly, because we won't get to talk to you, a Happy New Year. Hope you enjoy your New Year celebrations tomorrow.
Happy New Year to all you guys in the chat, and thank you everyone for the kind words, and I'm excited to be back Friday.
Thanks, Michael. Take care.
See ya.
Ooh, Adair, I'm excited that we have obviously roll call coming in, but I have to mention this. MicroStrategy is now at $299.
Oh my God.
And down 9.5%. So it never actually stopped falling here on MSTR. It's not sort of 298.80. It looks like is the fresh low. So this is not looking very good. Of course, they issue more shares to buy more Bitcoin. You've closed underneath the 50 period. The trend is looking rather pitiful on MicroStrategy, and you had all that selling going into the end of the day, not looking very good for them whatsoever. However, hey, it was a good day trading today because momentum gave it to you in either direction, whether it was shorts early, longs midday, and shorts again in the afternoon, or you were just long Rigetti and then you were laughing, or long Watt and you were laughing. But you know what time it is.
Yes.
Now it's time for a little roll call. If you're not familiar, you want your name read in the chat by Adara in fast, rapid fashion, then you have to be in the chat first. And that means you've got to hit the subscribe button because it's a subs only chat. So get in the chat, hit that sub button, and give a big shout out to everybody on our community. A big shout out to Ramin, who's been on the ones and twos with Andre because Fabian's been off. We hope Fabian feels a little bit better. Big shout out to the Midday crew. We got Joey Options and the Professor, the Bash Brothers, kicking it every single day. Shout out to my man Sean. He'll be off tomorrow, so shout out to Obi as well, who will be filling in on the show with myself. And of course, as always, shout out to the lovely Adara. Thank you for bringing us that news. Anyone that saw that push on Fannie Mae, even after you brought the story, that still continued to run higher. And give a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business, and of course, our guest, Michael Noss. With that, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Shout out to Neil. Shout out to Ramin, Andre, Fabian, Brendan, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Obi. I already think I said Neil. We're good times. We're killing it. And yeah, also shout out to the very verbose tweets of Bill Ackman.
Yes.
And let's get going here. Ian Rispetto, Rainmaker, Daniel Vargas, Crypto, FOMO, Brian Thompson, Trick Ismail, T-Man, Bryce Kemble, McLovin, I love that one. TH Going West Soon, Random Oddities, Baron Kia 2020 Hookup, Neil Roberts, The Piper, Maher, Ben Mansour, Daniel Vargas again, Jason G, Andrew Chow, T-Man, Julie, JJ, Bishwajit, Tyler Durden, Paul, Nick H, Adam DeLuce, Andrew Chow, Frankie Richardson, John Von Sowers, Random Oddities, Cali Cat, B Free, Bears versus Bulls, thank you for everything you do, Rolzer, J Brill, Evo, Surin, Kyle Burdett, thank you for the awesome question there, Melvin Tejada, Juan Camille Reda, Sure E Punjab Stud Farm, and Laverne Parchment. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. I love this community. So happy to be here every day. Also, let us know what you're looking at for tomorrow. MSCR, I want to be looking at that. And UNH, I'm going to be maybe looking at as well. So let us know what you're trading tomorrow because it's the whole name of the game here.
Exactly. And just a reminder to everybody, I know we get this question a lot. It is a full day of trade on New Year's Eve. Some people think it's a half day. It is not a half day. It's going to be a full day of trade tomorrow, and that's why we'll be locked and loaded and ready for you. We are Trader TV Live. We'll see you at 8:30, bright and early, for the last trading day of 2024. Bye, guys.
See ya.